Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 276, A Skill Tree of Ultimate Proportions. The choice to make between Void Walker and Lesser Cthulhu was actually simple. From looking at the fact that Lesser Cthulhu provided more abilities, as well as the description of the abilities coming from a profoundly rare creature across the universe, Noah chose this skill tree right away. After using 2 of the few remaining Saint Plus skills he had worked hard to raise and combine in his last session in the time-space, he felt the resonance of essence rumble within him once again as he synthesized yet another void rank skill. He felt the explosion of something unknown inside of his origin as this upgrade brought about an even more profound sensation than when he advanced the skill tree of the Lich Emperor. Dwelling in the sensation for a bit, he opened the skill tree of the Lesser Cthulhu and observed the new additions. Void, Amorphous Space Beast, 0-15, Abilities, Spatial Cage, 0 out of 5, Destabilize, 0-5, Shattered Star, 0 out of 5, and Miniature Space, 0/5. NGT, Lesser Cthulhu, Additional Abilities, Morph, 0/5, Child of Space, 0/5, Portals of Terror, 0/5, and Sever, 0/5. Morph, Active, 0/5, as a beast of mystical origins, you can briefly call upon your bloodline as you take the form of a terrible entity. While this form is active, plus 5% complete damage absorption, plus 50% physical damage, plus 50% elemental damage, plus 50% elemental resistance, plus 50% attack, casting, and movement speed. Child of Space, passive, 0/5, you feel the love from the space surrounding you. No energy is required to withstand the void of space. All space-related abilities are boosted by 50%. Portals of Terror, active, 0/5, portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summoned location. Maximum number of portals, 3, Sever, active, 0/5, an ability geared towards an element that very few beings are able to tap into. Allows the user to access the elusive ether element as a ray of ether that severs all it comes into contact with, even space itself, is cast. Can only be active for 1 second. A spectacular set of skills that almost brought him to a complete halt appeared before his eyes. The skills were crazy powerful, to say the least, with the thing drawing most of his attention being the Sever ability that introduced a new element he hadn't heard of all that much, ether. An element that was extremely hard to find being used even by the most powerful beings, being one of the sources of power that very few could tap into. Yet this advancement to Lesser Cthulhu actually gave him a gift as stupendous as that. The Sever skill drew his eyes in because of the new element, but the other abilities were just as crazy, with the Portals of Terror being something unique that he had never even thought about, and was itching to see just what apocalyptic power would be released from portals that connected to uninhabitable destabilized regions of the universe. Just those 2 would have been enough to make one extremely powerful at the Void rank, but the other 2 abilities were on the same stage, if not even higher. Child of Space directly boosted all space-related abilities, and the even more important thing about it was the statement under the skill description that said that no energy would be required to withstand the void of space. This was something so profound that Noah felt he was running out of words to portray this type of power. Take the example of the Void Realm cultivators who could steer the interstellar warsh.I.P.S and traverse the void of space with their own bodies. Whether it was using the sh.I.P.S or just traversing the void themselves, they had to continuously be using their Void Realm essence to survive the void of space. Those that were more powerful in the Void rank could travel across stars with no issues, while the newly advanced Void rank beings could only be able to spend a few hours at most before their essence ran out and they found themselves suffocating in space. Yet this single ability from the skill tree advancement would allow Noah to withstand the void of space with no energy. This was how crazy Child of Space actually was. His mind continued to become shocked as he thought more and more deeply about this, asking himself just exactly what he had stumbled upon. The advancement of Lesser Cthulhu seemed to not just be a skill in name, and he wondered just what mystery stood behind the entity that this skill included in its name. He even wondered about the future advancement after this. Would he be able to find one that wiped away the term lesser, or something even crazier? His question would go unanswered as he observed the other skill that made his heart shiver. The boosts in elemental and physical damages, resistances, and speeds of his movements and skills he was used to. But it was the new boost that tugged at his heartstrings the most. This wasn't even the terrific picture of the form he would be able to take upon activating, morph, and taking the form of this, lesser Cthulhu, a form of a terrible beast that was rarely seen across the universe. No, this was because of one of the features that was described once he took the form of this, lesser Cthulhu. Complete damage absorption. It felt like his mind was exploding as he read these words, gradually becoming calmer as he saw the percentage of 5% next to it. But this 5% was before he added skill points to this ability. As for skill points, he now had an abundant amount of them. This ability was simply one that would absorb the percentage of the damage shown, no matter who it was from, and it would completely absorb 5% of it. How high would this percentage be raised once he maxed this ability with the skill points? He once more thanked the spectacular feature of being able to simply move his skill points around as he wished, as the skill points from the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree were now all free points he could use on the lesser Cthulhu skill tree abilities. This meant that he could add points until he maxed all of the skills without a second of waiting. It wasn't something that he thought he would be able to do before, and he had already made plans to return to the first hell whenever this infernal hunt ended to farm day and night for more skill points. Currently though, this feature came in as the best possible save. It was a truly exhilarating feeling as he watched the numbers for the 4 abilities go from 0/5 to May 5th in the blink of an eye. He felt even power bubbling in his body as one of the skills was passive, where it would always provide the boosts that it showed. Just from the passive boosts of Child of Space alone, he felt as if he could tear through the space around him with ease as his body felt weightless. Unknowingly, his body began to smoothly advance faster and faster, the vampire prince that was easily keeping up with Noah's still saint rank attributes glancing towards his disappearing figure in shock as it suddenly left behind a sonic boom and began disappearing from his sight. The genuine void rank vampire prince looked at this sight with his sharpened jaws falling down as this was speed that was even faster than his. Noah came to his senses a second later as his body came to a halt, and he waited a few seconds before Prince Cassius caught up and looked him up and down like a freak. Noah couldn't help but let a burst of joyful laughter out as they resumed their path towards the battle taking place far ahead, the clashes of power which they could already feel from this wide distance. He looked at the newly updated and fully maxed abilities of the lesser Cthulhu skill tree as he enjoyed the feeling of being as light as a feather as he streaked across the blazing skies of the first realm of hell. Morph, active, May 5th, as a beast of mystical origins, you can briefly call upon your bloodline as you take the form of a terrible entity. While this form is active, plus 30% complete damage absorption, plus 300% physical damage, plus 300% elemental damage, plus 300% elemental resistance, plus 300% attack, casting, and movement speed. Child of Space, passive, May 5th, you feel the love from the space surrounding you. No energy is required to withstand the void of space. All space-related abilities are boosted by 300%. Portals of Terror, active, May 5th, portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summoned location. Maximum number of portals, 8, Sever, active, 5/5, an ability geared towards an element that very few beings are able to tap into. Allows the user to access the elusive ether element as a ray of ether that severs all it comes into contact with, even space itself, is cast. Can only be active for 6 seconds. Descriptions that made his heart feel crazy levels of power appeared before his eyes, the thing taking the most attention being the 30% complete damage absorption that he would have whenever he took the form of the lesser Cthulhu. This wasn't a normal modifier, and it actually meant that he would only ever take 70% damage from whatever was attacking him for as long as he kept that one ability active. It was a truly eye-opening ability that he wanted to observe the effects of as soon as he could, but his attention was pulled away as he sensed the powers of multiple figures converging at the same location they were going to. Child of Space had expanded his senses to wild degrees, as it felt like he had eyes that could hone into every nook and cranny of space for tens of miles around him. His senses brought into focus the gloriously shining form of Athena facing off against a terrible aberration with abhorring levels of strength. Coming into this scene at the same time as them were multiple elders and sect masters from neighboring powers that were now drenched in the golden light of celestials. The incarnations that the celestial Grand Master had sent forth had arrived to lend their aid to the prized celestial disciple. Chapter 277, A Grand Battle I. The newly arriving incarnations looked forth at the sight of Athena valiantly holding off against the infernal aberration as they quickly moved to reinforce her. The battlefield they were delving into was a terrifying one, with constantly rotating hell storms that would raze anyone that was not paying attention to the ground. Vigorous yells resounded as the powerful elders and leaders of various powers arrived on the battlefield and reinforced the one being fighting against a tyrannical beast. Their eyes shook at the level of power that this simple girl let out, being even higher than the 4 golden Empyrean guards she was smoothly alternating with as she defended and led out attacks methodically. A few elders were lost in the rhythm of battle when they came close, being astonished at the movements of Athena and the summons that she controlled as she weaved across the dangerous tornadoes of hellfire, defended against a constantly appearing and disappearing infernal, as well as throw out rays of golden light from the huge hammer she wielded to land perfect strikes on the body of said infernal. It felt like a beautiful dance that they could get lost in watching. They quickly shook themselves out of their reverie as they moved to join the battle, one particular elder turning his attention to another direction as he found 2 figures arriving at the same time as them, and he knew one of them very closely. Crixus. Elder Space Warp looked at the wastrel of the profound astral sect in shock as he thought this son of Elder Baldwin would be the last person to rush towards danger and lend aid to fellow disciples. This was especially so because the other top disciple of the profound astral sect, William, had long since used his life-saving tool to return to the ship. Elder Space Warp looked at Crixus and the powerful being he recognized to be the prince of the powerful pure-blood vampires of the underworld as he sent a message that only Crixus could hear. "Leave this place quickly, boy. We have this handled, but I won't be able to protect you if this beast turns its attention on you." Noah had arrived at the spectacular battlefield where one particularly powerful enemy of his was valiantly facing off against a powerful infernal that let out levels of power which had already passed what could be considered the void rank. He was shocked at the beautiful dance that seemed to be occurring as Athena controlled the pace of the battle against this maddened infernal with ease, weaving in and out of the powerful hellish flames and deadly attacks as she defended and counterattacked with no issues. Her body let out a holy fate's aura that he wasn't fully confident in being able to pierce right now, the only possibility of him injuring her being if he used the abilities of the Lesser Cthulhu and activated its spectacular skills. Now, with the addition of multiple elders and leaders from various powers that were reinforced with the strength of an observing celestial, he could not make a single move against Athena. His mind rapidly moved as it seemed he would have to go along the path he had talked about with Prince Cassius earlier, and that was to act as helpful disciples as they continued to monitor the situation. If this immensely powerful infernal in front of them happened to be even more terrifying than they imagined, maybe there would still be a possibility. But from watching how the battle seemed to be in a stalemate with the exquisite control that the War Princess held over the battlefield, the joining multiple other void rank beings reinforced by a celestial's power only meant that things had turned bad for this infernal. Putting on the expression of a righteous disciple, Noah sent back a message to the concerned Elder Space Warp as he and Prince Cassius moved closer to the battlefield. "I'll be fine, Elder. I will stay in the periphery and try to help, and will use my medallion at the instant sign of danger." His gaze looked firm and resolute as Elder Space Warp turned to look at his expression with shaking eyes. Had the wastrel disciple of his sect actually grown this much? The Elder was occupied with the wrong thoughts as Noah observed the tides of the shifting battle, looking for any changes that would allow him to obtain the most rewards out of this situation. The one reward he wanted the most was an important one, the death of this extremely powerful woman that let out levels of power that made him frown even now. But this seemed like an impossibility at this point in time, and he might have to settle for the reward of increasing his status within the profound astral sect as he achieves the goal of obtaining their absolute space technique, and the possibility of even gaining the trust of the celestial that was observing things from the outside of the first realm of hell, as well as the powerful disciple in question herself, Athena. Whatever path opened itself up in front of Noah, he would take it. The void rank Prince Cassius was a bona fide expert himself, moving to act naturally as the prince of the pure-blood vampires and led aid to their allies. Multiple drops of blood that acted as homing missiles rushed towards the infernal as a rain of blood exploded on the battlefield. This brought a brief respite to the constantly maneuvering Athena as she glanced at the beings that came to reinforce her, nodding her head as she observed the golden celestial aura covering them with a happy smile. One of the elders came close to her and proclaimed, "We came under the guidance of the Grandmaster to aid you. He mentioned for us to follow your lead." The leader of a powerful organization scratched their heads warily as they revealed the intentions of the observing celestial Grandmaster outside of the first hell. A shining light erupted from Athena's eyes as she heard this, her smile becoming even more brilliant as she nodded. Good. Listen to my commands, and we shall destroy this aberration before it can grow any further. She was smiling widely because she found out that even at this juncture, the Grandmaster was still using it as a chance to train her, this time letting her work with multiple Void Realm beings as she had the task to eliminate this infernal in front of them. Her brilliant eyes gazed upon the aberration as she began letting out multiple commands to the newly arrived elders and sect leaders, her hands coming together in front of her chest as she chanted a few words. Empyrean armament. Brilliant golden essence erupted out as the 4 Empyrean guards surrounding her became streaks of light that shot towards her body, a holy aura that many were seeing for the first time descending around them as they felt oppression deep to their very cores. Noah was observing this development closely as his gaze became more and more somber while he continued to gain just a bit more understanding of this powerful enemy of his. Chapter 278, A Grand Battle 2. Empyrean Armament. The words were the prelude to a confounding brilliance that made even the hellish infernal pause briefly, a blooming golden flower becoming apparent in the eyes of all those watching the battlefield. 4 powerful, Empyrean guards became streaks of light as they entered into Athena's body, making her seem like a glowing mass of light as the first thing that became visible was exquisitely shining white wings that let out oppressive vibrations in the blazing skies of the first hell. The light gradually died down as it revealed the being connected to the gloriously glowing wings. The figure of Athena was fully covered from head to toe with a golden armor that screamed of power. 2 spiked swords trembling with a white destructive light that was just asking to be released to her enemies were on her hands, numerous golden runic markings inlaying her golden armor that went on to even cover her head completely. Only 2 brilliantly glowing eyes could be seen between the gaps as the sword in her right hand pointed towards the fiery skies, and the sword in her left hand pointed towards the infernal aberration that was looking at her with extreme passion. This passion in the infernal's eyes continued to grow as it greedily wanted to devour this being glowing all in gold, as her essence smelled the sweetest out of everyone here, and would improve his own strength the most when he devoured her. The infernal let out a battle cry as the fiery skies became even redder, storms of hellish flames continuing to form as they obscured everything, its gaze voraciously going towards the woman pointing a golden sword towards it and ignoring all the attacks from the surrounding void realm beings. Athena held her gaze steady, one sword pointing towards the sky and one pointing towards the rushing aberration as her essence rumbled, and she cast yet another skill. Smite of Liberation. Wild levels of mana leaked out from the direction where she pointed her golden sword, the tip of an even larger outline of an immensely large corporeal blade began to form. The reddish skies of the first hell began gaining a hue of gold as with every passing millisecond, the shape of this stupendously powerful blade became larger and larger as it pierced through the fiery sky and descended towards the aberration at crazy speeds. The infernal aberration felt this tremendously powerful blade descending down as its gaze hardened, looking up with slight care as its body streaked across space and moved to a different location. What happened next left those in the battlefield with slack jaws as the insanely large corporeal golden blade descending from the skies changed directions and streaked across the skies towards the infernal even faster than before, its might burning with righteous golden light as it smashed onto the aberration. Smash. A flash of light. A brilliance of unknown proportions. GAAH. The infernal let out a scream of pain for the first time ever as a large rupture spread out from its chest all the way to its head. Eerie muscles wriggled to reform as a holy power prevented them from coming together, its gaze turning bloody as it glanced towards the woman responsible who was already giving more commands towards the mute void realm beings in the surroundings. Move. You, flank its left. You. Various commands were quickly released as the void realm beings moved according to Athena's words and let out attacks from different positions that made it extremely difficult for the injured infernal to defend. Wah. The aberration let out a guttural howl as the blue runic markings on its horns glowed brighter, pillars of defensive hell flames forming all around him as it moved to defend and attack the swarming enemies around it. Noah observed this continuing battle with stupefaction as the image of the golden armored woman carrying deadly swords and gloriously shining white wings continued to release just crazy levels of attacks and skills while commanding an aura of a veteran of a battlefield as she moved herself and the void realm beings like pieces on a chessboard. The being that was even closer to the battle, Prince Cassius, was glancing at the nearby Athena with blood-red eyes as he controlled his hunger and followed her directions to let out even more attacks towards a certain direction. The infernal aberration began to feel suffocated as it realized every direction it tried to move, an attack would already be there waiting to meet it, causing it to be contained in one area as it couldn't move freely. It felt cornered as every move it tried to make, there would always be someone to counter it. The one responsible for this was looking through the slits of her golden armor as she continued to let out powerful attacks while reading the flow of the battle. Unbeknownst to all the beings here, she could observe invisible white lines coming off from the body of the Infernal, and these lines told her exactly what move the Infernal would be making even before it made the move. This was a skill that was unique to her, one that allowed her to lead and direct the flow of battle as if it was a grand symphony. This was why she had gained the title of the War Princess, and this was just another one of the features that made her unique. One of her hands pointed to the fiery skies of hell once more as another one aimed the sword it was holding onto towards the infernal aberration that continued to be increasingly cornered. Yet another corporeal golden sword of momentous size began descending from the skies as one could hear the screams of the surrounded infernal that continued to receive the full attacks of multiple void realm beings. This aberration would have no chance to become a general or a scion of an infernal lord in the future, much less hold the title of an actual infernal lord. Its fate was sealed the moment it met the war princess born from countless battles. Chapter 279, Valiant. Powerful, terrifying. A stupendous sight was playing itself out in the first realm of hell as an immensely large golden sword pierced through the skies and struck the cornered body of the infernal aberration once more. World-shaking rumblings ensued as yet another grave injury was dealt to the aberration, its mind registering waves of pain as it looked at the beings surrounding it in immense fury. Even more attacks rained down from the bodies of the void rank leaders from various powers that were currently serving as incarnations of a celestial, injuring its body even more as the will of the infernal began wavering. It felt such a large amount of pain that even its strong body could no longer continue to withstand it, and its thoughts unwillingly went to a phase of planning it did not want to carry out yet as its eyes were still lingering on the body of the brilliantly glowing being with white wings. It breathed calmly as something clicked inside its body, essence being moved to the correct places as like a door being unlocked by a key. Its realm went above the void rank so that it could escape from this hellish situation through ascending to the second realm of hell. Stop it. Vigorous words were heard from the surrounding as they felt the changes and tried to move rapidly, not wanting to let this infernal aberration slip out of their fingers like this. They were dismayed as none of their attacks would be fast enough to disrupt the essence of a being that was making a breakthrough. This breakthrough would be finished in less than a millisecond, and the moment it did this infernal would begin the process of ascension and escape from its certain guaranteed death. Even Athena looked forth in anger as her wings and essence vibrated rapidly, but even she knew she wouldn't be fast enough to land an attack that would disrupt a breakthrough of a being such as this. It was at this moment though, with everyone feeling cheated as the infernal aberration was right about to slip from their grasp, a multicolored aurora of light that was even faster than the speed of light pierced the chest of the infernal and directly disrupted the path of essence that was needed for its breakthrough. Sever. A barely inaudible whisper just happened to reach the ears of those listening really closely at this moment. Immense shock and pain entered the mind of the infernal as it felt the energies of its body suddenly run amok as they exploded in disorder, its eyes, along with the eyes of Athena and all the void rank beings in the surroundings turning towards the direction where the multicolored aurora of light came from. Many wore shocked expressions, with a particular elder space warp wearing an ecstatic expression as a wild laughter erupted from him. Ha ha. Genius. Genius. You were no wastrel at all. The powerful beings quickly processed their shock as they moved to take this opportunity to land attacks on the infernal that was about to escape but failed. Its breakthrough stopped midway as one of the very few things that could stop a being's breakthrough to the next rank actually struck it. To bring to a stop someone's breakthrough, they either had to be hit with an extremely powerful attack that took their attention and disrupted the order of the breakthrough, or the even rare case where the energies of the one performing the breakthrough were brought to a complete disorder through the use of a special attack. The reason for their shock was that this exact special attack had been the one that brought the essence of the infernal into disorder, and because they knew the identity of that multicolored aurora of light that pierced through the skies faster than the speed of light to land on the body of the infernal. It was power that stemmed from an extremely elusive element that very few would have the genius or capability of tapping into, the extremely mysterious element of ether. Ranked among the highest sources of energies in the universe, attacks created from this element were extremely fast and deadly, most of them exceeding the speed of light. Another factor that made the ether element so deadly was the fact that it brought with it destructive energies that would immediately cause a disorder of essence dwelling within the bodies of its targets. In the most opportune time, the attack exceeding the speed of light had erupted from a disciple that was closely watching the battle from the sidelines. It was none other than Crixus. This was the reason for the shocked looks from the void rank beings all around. even the jaw of the vampire prince dropping to the ground as they looked towards Noah as if looking at some sort of incredible genius. But this was the only way that beings who were able to tap into the power of ether were known as monstrous geniuses with such amazing comprehension that would only allow them to grow into powerful figures in the future. This was why Elder Space Warp had been ecstatic while he landed even more attacks on the disordered Infernal. It was because his sect now had a monstrous genius that was rarely found across the prime worlds. The body of Crixus looked dilapidated of energy as he seemed to be breathing heavily, indicating that the single second where he released that aurora of multicolored ether had taken all of his mana. The brilliantly glowing Athena had her eyes shine with a mysterious light as she looked at the struggling Infernal still hanging on while deadly attacks rained down from all around. She wanted to finally put a stop to it before it regained order of its essence and tried breaking through again. The infernal aberration was heavily injured enough that her last attack would be able to completely seal its fate and end this whole ordeal. Scatter. She sent a command to the surrounding void rank beings as instantly, the fiery red skies of the first realm of hell gained a brilliantly glowing golden hue. The leader and elders of powerful organizations quickly pulled back from the vicinity of the infernal as they felt a tremendous amount of power coagulating in the area. Judgment. A simple word escaped Athena's armored lips as the golden hue that had spread all around quickly materialized into the sharpest rods of spears. A deadly gleam escaped her eyes as she waved her hand down, the numerous spears circling the infernal raining down and piercing it from every single possible direction. Thuck. 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 Numerous horrendous sounds continued to resound in the region as for the next few seconds, countless spears skewered the body of the infernal aberration until one could not even distinguish one of its body parts from another. Multiple spears pierced it thoroughly as it was nailed to the ground, with the scene clearing to show a mass of flesh still clinging to life, but this life would soon be wiped away as Athena clenched her fist tightly, causing the numerous spears piercing the body of the infernal aberration to shine dangerously as the attack that came from a simple skill called Judgment was fully carried out. A field of golden energies ruptured out with the struggling mass of flesh of the infernal at the center, blinding people's eyes as they spread out their senses to see a scene of shattered void that was rapidly reforming. The infernal aberration that had power exceeding the void realm, a being that held the qualifications to possibly become a future infernal lord, had faced his death in the hands of multiple void realm beings, as well as the timely help of a saint realm disciple that made the last attacks possible. But, even more of the attention was taken in by the most brilliant fighter in the battle today, the powerful Athena. The eyes of many of the void realm beings turned towards the war princes as gulps could be heard from a few of them, this witness of powerful attacks shaking them to their core. First was a disciple from the profound astral sect showing his genius as he stopped the escape of the infernal, then it was this Athena that continued to shock all of them with her immensely powerful attacks that they did not want to be at the ends of. A few words erupted in their minds as they looked at the region where the attack had landed, a region of space itself had shattered and was only now reforming. Valiant. Powerful. Terrifying. Those were the only words to describe what they were seeing, but their attention was quickly pulled away by a raucous elder space warp who went towards Crixus with a wide smile on his face. Boy, you should have exposed your genius sooner. You're going to make your father the biggest braggart once he learns of you comprehending the element of ether. The face of Crixus looked tired and proud as he looked at the elder of his sect with a weakened smile, the eyes of Athena and the remaining beings all turning to look at him as well. Chapter 280, Averted Fate. Noah's face was that of smiles and enthusiasm as he accepted the gazes of the powerful void rank beings, but his heart was cold as a variety of thoughts continued to rise and fall. If he couldn't achieve his objective of taking down this crazy powerful Athena currently, he would go the other path and start scheming. She was extremely powerful right now that even with the insane abilities of the Lesser Cthulhu, he wasn't too confident in being able to kill her quickly and without leaving a trace for an uber-powerful celestial to come looking for him. He needed to first get his hands on the absolute skill that would allow him to look past the shackles of a spatial lock if his enemies were ever to lay one on him, as well as even more skills similar to what the vampire prince held that allowed for him to escape the detection of the celestials. So if he could not make any grand moves at this moment in time, he would scheme for now, and even get on their good side as he awaited for an opportunity to arise. Unbeknownst to Noah, an opportunity outside of his wildest dreams would arrive soon enough. Outside of the first realm of hell, the celestial grandmaster replayed the scenes of the battle that led to the ultimate death of the aberration as mysterious golden lights coursed through his eyes. His expectations for Athena were exceeded once again as she showed tremendous control and battle power over all the aspects of the fight. This was truly the lead disciple over the past few years, with very few holding a candle to her brilliance in the various celestial stars where they trained new disciples. When his thoughts arrived at disciples, he briefly recalled his own disciple, Drax, that had fallen under the hands of the dead infernal aberration, as well as the other 3 disciples that died even earlier than him. He only felt that it was a slight loss, but looking at the grander scheme of things, the disciples' deaths were put to good use in this ordeal. Because of their sacrifices, they had successfully been able to stop the future advancement of an infernal aberration that held the qualifications to become an infernal lord in the future. This was a high achievement that would go on to prevent countless deaths and disorder that another rising infernal lord could have caused. A few lives lost for the maintenance of order and livelihood of countless worlds was worth it in the Celestials' eyes. The Grand Master still couldn't solve the mystery as to why the first 3 deaths did not show him the infernal, but he put this aside for now as he focused on the singular issue that the celestial star he was on had lost a significant number of disciples in this one mission, and it would not hurt to bring in suitable candidates to quickly fill up the gaps. His peering gaze went back to the image of the courageous Saint Realm disciple that had stood in the dangerous battlefield where attacks at the peak of Void Realm were being thrown around. In this dangerous battlefield, this disciple had played a crucial role in the death of the infernal aberration as he displayed a genius sense of timing and showed the even more monstrous ability of being able to tap into the power of ether. At Saint Realm, he was able to release an attack that injured and threw the essence of a being that was breaking the shackles of the Void Realm, a rank above his, into disarray successfully. These were the types of talents that the Celestials favored. These were the beings they would put their resources into training as they watched the working of fate to see if they would have a grand path laid out for them in the future. The Celestial Grandmaster also observed the Vampire Prince at the Void Realm that let out powerful attacks that could injure the infernal aberration, but this Vampire Prince seemed subpar. The Celestials looked for the talents that could skip levels and be able to stand toe-to-toe with those more powerful than them. A being that was simply outstanding in the same realm like this Vampire Prince was not worthy of raising in the Celestial Grandmaster's eyes. So he continued to look at the disciple under the name of Crixus. A genius disciple that had comprehended the rare element of ether and possessed astute battle sense. Who knew what levels of comprehension he would be able to achieve under the guidance of Celestials. The Grand Master made up his mind as he sent a message to the incarnations he had sent in the first hell, as well as the leaders of the powers still waiting outside the doorway in their interstellar sh.i.p.s. The message was one confirming the end of the infernal hunt as a major threat had been taken down in the first realm of hell. His thoughts went in another direction after he sent this message as he moved his fingers in the air and watched the appearance of multiple strings of fate. These strings were something only he could observe and understand as he calculated what the events that transpired today brought to the overall order and balance of the surrounding lands. His expression rapidly changed as he observed the probable chaos to have increased even more. Various thoughts passed through his mind as his expression became clouded, not understanding why the defeat of an aberration that would have brought untold chaos did not actually reduce the unraveling of fate that had been initiated by an unknown being some time ago, and it had even further enhanced it. Was my appearance here the cause? The Grand Master pondered the consequences of his own hand that he played as he could not find an answer at the current time, and he actually found himself back to a place even further than square one as the unraveling of fate had now worsened even more, still portraying a future where chaos would increase. His gaze became somber as he observed the gradual return of the beings he had added his power to go aid Athena, watching as the impromptu infernal hunt came to a close with the death of a powerful infernal aberration. They were returning as conquerors that had vanquished a terrible evil that would have caused countless chaos in the future, but the Celestial Grandmaster had different thoughts coursing through his mind. Had they truly averted that fate? Chapter 281, A New Genius. In the fiery skies of the first hell, Noah was among the last few leaving as he exchanged some words with the Vampire Prince while Elder Space Warp floated in the air with an expression that told him to hurry. The Elder was too excited to return to the ship and celebrate the newfound genius of the disciple of their sect. The moment they had witnessed the power of Athena and the defeat of the infernal aberration, the elders and leaders of various powers gave their acknowledgement as they began to leave, making the last few remaining beings in the first hell to be Noah, the Vampire Prince, Athena, and Elder Space Warp. The resplendent armor on Athena's body faded away in particles of light as her gaze landed on Noah, who stopped talking to Prince Cassius briefly as he returned. A gaze of his own that only contained acknowledgement. Athena looked deeply at Noah before she gave a simple head nod, and then disappeared into particles of light herself as she returned to the interstellar ship they arrived in. Noah and Prince Cassius exchanged another glance at this as the Vampire Prince waved his hand and pulled out a blood-red crystal. This void crystal has the directions and location to the region under the control of pure-blood vampires in the underworld. You should come by whenever the commotions die down so we can swap pointers once again. An agreeable gaze appeared on Noah's face as he replied back with a mysterious smile. You might see me there sooner than you expect. Good. Prince Cassius gave a devilishly dazzling smile as he nodded to the Elder and disappeared in blink as well, teleporting to his own ship. Elder Space Warp placed his hands on Noah, who was still wearing the figure of Crixus, as he couldn't wait any longer to return to their own ship, their figures also disappearing from the fiery skies of the first realm of hell as weak infernals that had been pushed back by the fearful auras began to propagate the areas once more. The commotion around the wide array of interstellar sh.i.p.sclu.s. tiered around the doorway leading to the first hell began to increase as the event drew to a close, the many forces paying attention to the rankings projected clearly in front of them as some cheered, while others looked on with frustration as the colossal losses of disciples without gaining anything. The infernal hunt was a tradition started by the Celestials, with the incentive to surrounding powers being treasures and the backing of this powerful organization for the ones that performed exceedingly well. The rewards this time seemed to be getting hogged by one particular force as 2 of their disciples finished in the top 10. One name was already in these top rankings very early on, taking the second spot, but this name quickly shot to become number 1 and even gained a large amount of points all once in the last few minutes. This was a name that shone with brilliance. From the profound astral sect, it was Athena. The other name was a disciple also from this same sect, who had appeared in the top rankings briefly before he settled in the top 50s over the last few hours. But this disciple, Crixus, had gradually stacked up points as the time passed and stably took the position among the top 10, being ranked number 9. Every other name around him were famously known disciples and trainees that were in the Void Realm, and many of the powers had to ask around until they found the information that this Crixus was actually a disciple that was called a wastrel from the profound astral sect. A wastrel. If this is a wastrel, that every single disciple here doesn't deserve to raise their heads anymore. This is a dragon among men, lying hidden to only show his power when it is required. A genius. Many forces had their own worries and opinions as they continued to observe the rankings and what rewards they should be expecting to be given to their forces after this, with a particular being smiling coldly in an interstellar ship that had a red exterior and shone with strength among the many sh.i.p.s present near the door to the first hell. Dazzling silver hair fell below the being's shoulders as his eyes glowed with the color of blood, the large canines in his mouth barely being hidden as he turned his face to the side of the ship and watched a teleportation occur. In the direction he was looking in, the devilishly handsome figure of Prince Cassius materialized as the man seated on the centermost chair on the ship controlled by the pure-blood vampires of the underworld gave a welcoming grin to this returning champion. His number 1 rank had been taken by the monster that was known as Athena, but he retained the number 2 position as the pure-blood vampire clan showed off their power once more. This ranking also meant that they would be among the very few receiving many treasures and resources from the Celestials, and there was an irony in this situation for those who were really knowledgeable about secretive things. Did you have fun, oh great prince? The gruff voice of an old vampire resounded as Prince Cassius returned back a calm look towards this monster at the peak of the Void Realm as beautiful attendants holding gracious curves led him towards a grandiose chair meant only for the prince. Yes, I was even able to meet someone very interesting. Father would be most interested in talking with him. A glint of surprise passed through the aged vampire as he asked in surprise. Prince Cassius nodded as he waved his hands and said, "Let's get going for now, there are many things to discuss." The attendants nodded as the aged vampire gave a look at the prince once more before he moved the abundant essence in his body to steer the ship back where it came from, back to the underworld. Chapter 282, A Heart-Shaking Opportunity. In the large interstellar warship that the disciples and elders of the profound astral sect arrived in, a joyous atmosphere was spreading out as a celebration had started even before they returned to their sect. Barring the few poor disciples that lost their lives, there was much more good news that lifted the masses from their mournful ponderings as they looked towards an even brighter future. The future looked very bright, as the shining sun, William, had been able to finish in the top 50 of all the beings that participated in the infernal hunt, showing his grandeur once more as he put their sect in the spotlight. But even more shocking was the one they had looked down upon and called a wastrel all this time, surprising every single being observing the progress of the infernal hunt as he actually clutched a position in the top 10. This was an extremely shocking revelation, as the higher rankings would always be filled with Void Realm individuals that were among the best of the best. The euphoria of seeing a name of a disciple of their sect in the top 10 rankings from all the surrounding powers reached its peak when they saw the disciple himself in question, Crixus, teleport back into the ship with a vibrant elder space warp in tow. Triumphant howls resounded across the ship as they welcomed Crixus with the enthusiasm of a close friend, completely forgetting that this was the same being they were badmouthing just a few weeks ago. William was watching this procession of joy in the distance as a confused expression covered his face, still trying to wrap his head around the enormous change in opinions that occurred in just a few days. Noah glanced at all of these changes in expressions and the joy from the fellow disciples when his observations landed on the sole remaining celestial disciple that teleported back into the ship just a few moments before him. Athena stood in one of the central positions of the ship, her vibrant dark hair tied in a ponytail as she talked respectfully with an old man that held a wizened expression that showed the experience of hundreds of years. Athena seemed to be reporting something as she nodded her head, her gaze leading the gaze of the old man as she turned out and looked directly at Noah. The eyes of the wizened old man, the celestial grandmaster, landed on Noah up close for the first time as a shocking aura locked in onto his body. Thump. He could feel his heart momentarily miss a beat as the eyes of the old man felt like bottomless holes that were drawing him in, where he would sink and never be able to come out for an eternity. This feeling only came and passed momentarily as he found himself breathing heavily thereafter, Elder Space Warp coming to support him from behind as he looked with perplexity and slight caution at the celestial grandmaster that had entered into their ship. This event brought silence into the ship as everyone on it began feeling the oppressive aura of the newly appearing being that shook them to their very cores. The Grandmaster's eyes shone with a gold light as he waved his hands, a golden light shooting out towards the position where Noah and Elder Space Warp stood, another golden light covering his body and the body of Athena as all four disappeared from the interstellar warship. The disciples watched on in shock as the other elders shook their heads wearily, waiting to see how this event would play out with the esteemed sir that had graced them with his presence and then left just as quickly. In the void of space a few miles from the doorway leading to the first hell where many sh.i.p.s were still anchored, a golden light bloomed as it formed into a protective circle that covered four beings. The celestial grandmaster and Athena were looking calmly at Noah and the careful elder Space Warp who spoke first. "How can we be of assistance, esteemed sir?" The grandmaster acknowledged elder Space Warp without replying as his gaze landed on Crixus, his face adopting a radiant golden light as he released a question that brought a tremendous amount of shock to both Noah and elder Space Warp. "Young man, how do you feel about joining a cause for something greater than your wildest dreams?" Fate. It was a tricky thing that many beings tried to grasp and failed. Yet there were those who felt like they had brought fate under their control and had gotten increasingly proficient at it. They spent their days predicting the working of fate and trying to bend it to their own wills to serve their proposed purpose. Fate continued to be studied even now as many still felt that they had not yet uncovered everything there was about it. In a particular celestial star where a certain grandmaster had recently left, deep beneath it near a hidden location, a being chained down in a golden cage with numerous golden rods piercing through his body was laughing wildly. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Raucous laughter was coming from this being whose body was badly mutilated as numerous golden spear rods pierced almost every single position through his body and nailed him in the middle of the shimmering golden cage. If a being that was just involved in the battle against the infernal aberration looked closely enough, they would be able to notice that the spear rods that nailed this laughing being from every single direction were eerily similar to the spears that a particularly powerful celestial disciple had used to end the life of the aberration. The only difference was that the spears nailing down this being in a golden cage had been skewering this prisoner for the past 100 years, and yet his life force continued to thrum strongly. Even as blood leaked from his body constantly and was drained through a small hole at the bottom of the golden cage, he continued to show an abundant life force that did not seem anywhere close to ending. You fools really think you can play with fate as you wish. The laughter from the skewered being died down as he asked a question to no one, and received no answer. His imprisonment had finally brought him some entertainment, as his power was able to confirm that events were unfolding in a manner he never would have even predicted, but they were unfolding too beautifully. They unfolded in such a stupendous manner that the imprisoned being withstood the pain constantly being inflicted from the spears and could not help but start laughing. The thing that you are trying to push away. The thing that you are trying to prevent with the best of your abilities. You will find that it only accelerates its path towards you faster. Thump. The skewered being felt his heart beating stronger even after all these years as he smiled once again, having already been used to the pain of these golden rods a long time ago. Now we just wait for the passage of time. In the solitary golden cage, calm returned once again as an imprisoned being settled down and continued to slowly bleed once more. Chapter 283, For the Greater Good. Noah glanced at the figure of the powerful being he confirmed to be the genuine celestial that should have been the one pulling the strings behind the past recent events as his heart shook from the words he heard. He had chosen to scheme and follow the route of a helpful disciple to maybe gain even more trust among the beings in the profound astral sect that held close connections with celestials, but he never imagined his actions would provide an opportunity as tremendous as this. Yes. This was a tremendous opportunity. His biggest headache had been how to exactly go about facing such an immensely powerful organization that was proficient in mysterious techniques and held an enormous amount of power and influence over many worlds. There were uber-powerful beings spread out all over that were a part of this organization, and he didn't come even close to matching their power. He saw very few possible paths to tackle this problem, but he never expected the most dangerous one, and the one filled with the most opportunity and chances of success, would actually land on his lap after his single action in the first realm of hell. He gazed at the celestial and the striking Athena beside him as he calmed his beating heart and replied slowly. "What exactly is Sir proposing?" The celestial nodded his head as he waved his hands, causing a circular projection of light to appear between them as numerous details became apparent. The protection was littered with many stars as the celestial pointed to the regions that held numerous blinking stars. The universe is wide and vast, and can be looked at as an extremely wide area that holds billions of stars. He pinched his fingers as the circular projection zoomed in until yet another region littered with golden glowing stars appeared. In this particular area, the light expanse of our novice galaxy stands stably and peacefully these past thousands of years due to the guidance that we, the Celestials, have continued to provide. History and understanding of the stars they were around and that Noah only had a glimpse of knowledge of from the many memories he had devoured over these past weeks were easily released from the Celestial's mouth as he continued, this time pointing to a region below the section he called the light expanse of the novice galaxy. Down here lies the dark expanse, a place filled with lawlessness as a collection of stars under the banner of an unstable alliance reside. Noah's heart beat even faster as he heard the mention of the alliance once again, something that the vampire prince had mentioned briefly during their first encounter when he spoke about those that stood against the Celestials. And this. The Celestial's face became grim as he pointed to the last section in the projection of the novice galaxy. Is the Latalis expanse that is filled with danger and death, a region occupied by dredges of the past calling themselves the ancient races, beings of terrible power that continue to slumber towards their own deaths. The last words released from the Celestial's mouth held a tinge of wrath as he waved his hands and caused the projection to fade away. The Celestials maintain order and balance in the light expanse, and work to protect against any threats that point their fangs in our direction. His gaze landed on Noah once again as he looked at him with an unshakable gaze that seemed to only be waiting for a single answer. Will you join the organization that only exists for the greater good of our novice galaxy, for the greater good of the universe? Elder Space Warp had been looking at this exchange with stupefaction as he turned towards Crixus and slapped him on the back to rein in his focus. Noah used this chance as he changed his expression to that of determination and spoke out. Yes. A nod was released from the Celestial as he waved his hands and caused the appearance of a large black crystal. This void crystal holds the directions and coordinates towards the seventh celestial star. You will be given a variety of missions in the near future, with your first one being your successful arrival to the seventh celestial star after you finish your duties in the profound astral sect. You can use any means at your disposal to complete this mission. I look forward to observing and nurturing your talent closely in the future. A golden light shone in the celestial Grandmaster's eyes as it went on to cover his body and the body of Athena, their figures beginning to glow as they were about to disappear. Athena turned her striking gaze towards Noah as she said a few last words. Thank you for your aid earlier. See you soon. Blink. A millisecond later, their figures were gone as only Elder Space Warp and Noah were left behind in the void of space. Elder Space Warp watched the dwindling golden circle that the Celestial Grandmaster had cast before as he quickly placed his hands on Noah's body, a purple protective circle with much less grandeur wrapping around them as he began to laugh raucously once again. Ha ha. A disciple of ours will be joining the ranks of Celestials soon enough. This trip held too many surprises. The elder was extremely jovial as he seemed to already be imagining the wealth of resources and knowledge that their sect would be receiving from the Celestials as they would now have their own disciple among them. Noah, on the other hand, had thoughts that were too many to count as he absorbed the recent events as well as the clearance of information about the major players around him. The light expanse that they were in. The dark expanse that was under the control of an organization called the Alliance. The Latalis expanse where the ancient races resided. All of this contained in the Novice galaxy located on who knew where in the universe. In the midst of all of this, he, a being from a small blue planet located in an insignificant location in the light expanse, he was holding grand plans and designs for the future. Chapter 284, A Prized Technique. The next events felt like a blur to Noah, with his mind continuing to have clashing thoughts of how to move in the near future as he was led by the boisterous Elder space warp back into the interstellar ship as it began its journey back to the world of cultivation. The Elder took his state as that of shock and surprise as he conversed with the other Elders and Crixus's father on the events that just occurred, causing the entire upper echelons of Elders that came on this trip to tremble with enthusiasm. This was especially so for Elder Baldwin, who had tears falling across his face as he grasped his apparently shaken son and celebrated with him. In the CLU.S. tour of stars they were in this light expanse, receiving the favor of the Celestials guaranteed safety and wealth for hundreds of years. The many prime worlds similar to the world of cultivation knew this, and that was why they actively participated in the activities called upon by the Celestials like the Infernal Hunt in order to remain in good standing. Having a disciple of their profound astral sect be taken into the ranks of the Celestials was the greatest blessing that an organization of any prime world could receive. A celebratory mood was in the air as the interstellar ship traversed through the void of space and headed back to the world of cultivation, the Elders and disciples. Fully focused on the results of the Infernal Hunt and how their name would be spread across the prime worlds. Very few were thinking of the fact that along with the brilliant Athena that had left with the mysterious old men, there were 4 other beings that came in her group. Yet when the events concluded, these 4 beings were gone and seemed all but forgotten by those who saw them before. Their appearance came and went, not leaving behind anything of distinction as they were quickly forgotten. The interstellar ship traversed through the skies for a few hours, and sure enough they could see the glimmering star that represented the world of cultivation soon after. The ship tore through the stratosphere and descended down towards the stellar sky mountains of the profound astral sect as a grand procession was already waiting for them. Elder Space Warp had sent word to the sect master a long time ago about the momentous event that occurred with the Celestial Grand Master, causing the secretive leader of the profound astral sect to leave his abode as he stood at the forefront of a few elders to receive the returning champions. Resonant cries resounded as the shining sun, William, returned with the wastrel that could never be called that name again as he had shown his true genius during this trip and returned as a core disciple that they could only look up to. Crixus. Crixus, Crixus. Chantings rang throughout the main peak of the profound astral sect as a huge celebration that would go on for days began the moment the interstellar warship landed. The main attraction for the celebration was the core disciple that ranked in the top 10 of the recently finished Infernal Hunt, as well as the shining sun, William, that continued to perform exceptionally well over all these years. The celebration had begun and would continue for days, but the main culprit for it was in a completely different location the moment they arrived back to the main peak of the profound astral sect. Elder Space Warp led Noah away from the initiated celebration as he followed the turning sect master who had acknowledged the returning disciples and went towards a location deep in the mountain peak along with other elders. There were many secretive and important things to discuss, and they could not be pushed back to waste time celebrating. Elder Baldwin joined his son as he went along with Elder Space Warp into an ancient door situated on the side of the main peak where the sect leader and other elders were going into. They were going into the ancestral hall of the profound astral sect where the sect leader and other important elders normally resided, but this ancestral hall also had another meaning. It was known that the most important treasures and techniques of the sect were placed in this ancestral hall, and if one ever saw a disciple invited to enter, it was because they were receiving a great treasure or technique from the sect. Yet Noah was being led by an entire procession of elders and the sect leader himself as he passed through the ancient door and felt it close behind him, his gaze turning to the bright ancestral hall where multiple exquisitely erected pillars divided the area into multiple sections. Some areas led to huge libraries, others led to areas glowing with resplendent weaponries, others to living quarters for the upper echelons of the profound astral sect that held spirit lakes vibrant in essence and mana that made the entire area feel like a paradise filled with knowledge and treasures. Noah turned his attention to the sect master of the profound astral sect, who along with all the other elders letting out powerful auras at the void rank, with very few letting out auras as the saint rank similar to Elder Baldwin, glanced towards him. The sect master was a middle-aged man that did not seem to be more than a man in his 40s, his eyebrows sharp as an unstable fiendish purple aura danced all around his body. This unstable purple aura signified that this man was halfway through to a breakthrough of the rank above the void firmament realm, and was on his way to the soul-forging realm. Cultivators called it the soul-forging realm, while Noah would only come to know this level as the soul rank in the simplified levels given by his home planet's planetary system. A being breaking through the crucial void rank stage and going past it was extremely rare, and that was why even the sect leader of one of the three most powerful organizations in a prime world such as the world of cultivation was only halfway through breaking the limits of the void rank and entering the soul rank. The soul-forging realm was a level where the being would stop focusing on the physical aspect of their strength, and begin working on the very tight rope of strengthening their very souls. It was a dangerous realm where those that were too proficient could cripple themselves or be left with dangerous wounds in their origins that would take a tremendous amount of time to heal. Noah watched as this being halfway through into the soul rank spoke. "You performed extremely well in this infernal hunt, and even grabbed the attention of the Celestials that have invited you to join their ranks." The sect leader motioned with his hands as an elder came from behind carrying a pristine-looking book and a shining storage ring atop a silver square plate. "Your rewards are plentiful, and you would normally receive them after the celebrations have finished. But you hold an entirely different identity now, and your time has to be spent wisely as you prepare to head off to the celestial star." The sect leader that held a serious expression this entire time revealed a slight smile as this elder carrying the tray came forward and brought it up to Noah, his voice resounding in the ancestral hall once more. "The ring holds an abundant amount of medicinal herbs and spirit stones that will be useful as you consolidate your power at the Saint Realm, and this." He pointed to the pristine-looking book lying beside the ring on the silver tray. "Is a copy of the absolute space technique of our profound astral sect for you to take and study. This is the technique found by our ancestor thousands of years ago during his perilous journey in the Latalis expanse, the technique called the and LT, Astral Connector and GT. Chapter 285, A Plan of Action. Noah looked at the sight of the sect master of the profound astral sect showing extreme goodwill towards the disciple that would soon be leaving their sect to traverse the stars to join a cause for something greater. Noah's heart remained calm as his face showed extreme emotions, his voice ringing out dramatically in the ancestral hall. This disciple will always remember the favors of the profound astral sect. The words were the key to open the floodgates of happiness, as this was the only thing that the elders and sect leader were looking for, an acknowledgement that this disciple would provide them backing once he obtained a place in the Celestials' ranks. "Haha, good. Now go and prepare. We will modify one of our small vessels to protect you as you traverse through space." Noah nodded his head as he recalled the first mission he was given by the Celestial Grandmaster, to arrive at the Celestial Star safely and by any means necessary. He was only a cultivator at the Saint Realm, and shouldn't have been able to easily travel through the void of space without quickly suffocating, yet his first mission was to get past this issue and successfully arrive for him to be considered a full-fledged disciple. He could complete this mission a couple of ways, and one of the easiest would be to use a small vessel that was powered by the essence of a void realm being in the form of spirit stones that his profound astral sect would even provide for him. Of course, with the sub-abilities in the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree, even at Saint rank, traversing through space was not a problem for him, and he would not even need to expend energy while he did it. But he would be playing along with the normal and ingenious means that a cultivator would use in order to safely arrive at the extremely dangerous location that was the Celestial Star. Noah had been thinking very deeply about this invitation to become a celestial disciple, which provided the amazing opportunity of allowing him to infiltrate these extremely dangerous enemies as one of their own. He held many ideas on how he could possibly match the Celestials, but what better way was there to do it than taking down your enemies from the inside? It would be extremely perilous though, and he would be walking on a very tight rope. He had to prepare extensively before he even stepped foot into that dangerous star. The first phase of these preparations was this absolute space technique of the profound astral sect that was just handed to him on a literal platter, along with an abundant amount of refined cores that ranged from phantasmal to saint, which the cultivators called spirit stones. He made the technique that would allow him to escape any situation where space was locked down and no teleportation was permitted, his goal when he returned to the world of cultivation, and he had successfully achieved it. But this would only be used in the worst-case scenarios, when everything had broken down and he could do nothing but escape. When it came to this new path that led to the den of the Celestials, he had to obtain covert techniques that could counteract the mysterious techniques of the Celestials. He had to be absolutely sure that when his body landed on that celestial star, the terrifying powerhouses situated all over would only see him as nothing more than a genius cultivator with a lot of potential. When his thoughts came towards this road, only a single image popped in his mind. The pure-blood vampire, Prince Cassius. Cassius had been able to evade the detection of the powerful observing celestial grandmaster while he killed his disciples through the use of a mysterious skill that Noah would only be able to find in the vampire's homeworld, the underworld. So before he even went near the celestial star, he would first pay a visit to the prime world that held beings which were situated in the light expanse where celestials controlled, and yet they were hidden enemies of the celestials. He would go there to obtain more information about the celestials and the powers that opposed them, as well as use the chance to learn the stupendous skills of the vampires that allowed them to escape the detection of celestials right under their nose. Many plans flowed in Noah's mind, as there were also a few other things he had to do before he set off on a brand new adventure. He turned to his smiling father, Elder Baldwin, who was shaking emotionally, and left the ancestral hall with him as the elders and sect leaders began to buzz with discussions for the future. It was a bright atmosphere, as at this moment in time, the future of the profound astral sect looked extremely bright. The emotional Elder Baldwin continued to look at the Crixus in front of him as he saw the young men turn and speak to him as they flew back to their Pill Pavilion mountain. "Father, I want to undergo closed cultivation for at least a few weeks as I prepare. I want to be at my best before I begin traversing through space to go towards the celestial star." The proud father looked at his son as he nodded emotionally and said, "I'll make sure not a single being bothers you in your cultivation abode. Take as much time as you need, and only come out when you are ready. I'll make sure the sect leader prepares for you the best interstellar ship to guarantee your safety." Father and son looked at one another with tears in their eyes as they came to an understanding, with Noah ignoring the buzzing disciples on the Pill Pavilion mountain as he went inside his cultivation abode and watched the ancient cavern door close behind him. The emotional and proud face instantly wiped away as it turned calm and calculating, letting out light breaths as he finally got a break from being surrounded by powerful beings on all sides. The stupendous set of events that led to a celestial grandmaster sending him an invitation that at the same time didn't feel like an invitation played in his mind as he breathed out once again and calmed himself. He was already making plans on top of plans on how he could handle the many possibilities that could come out of this as he sat down. He would take things step by step, and do what he could do for now. The thing that he could do now was to enjoy the success of obtaining the absolute technique that even the devilish time unveiler was not given access to when he was still a member of the profound astral sect. There were many secrets and behind-the-scenes movements when it came to the devilish time unveiler and the profound astral sect, but none of this mattered for now as he had already obtained what he wanted. He wouldn't delve into the politics of how the being he had seen in the devoured memories who had hunted down and heavily injured the devilish unveiler until the schemer faked his death was actually the current sect master of the profound astral sect. There was no time or luxury to dwell on all this information at this point in time, as a whole new path had already opened itself up for him. The words of the sect master indicated that these exquisite treasures were obtained from the Latalis expanse where the powerful ancient races resided, but that was also a subject and an adventure for a whole other time as at this current moment, Noah focused on the pristine book situated on top of the silver plate as he placed his hands on it and watched it disappear into particles of light. Chapter 286. Chapter 286, and LT, and GT. Many of the close calls that Noah faced in the past were because someone proficient in spatial techniques would simply lay down a spatial lock and that would close off all exits. The first time he felt this feeling was during the true apocalypse of the Lost World where the power of the Celestials blocked off spatial transmission for an entire planet. The only reason he kept his life during that time was because of the mysterious karmic sect leader that had faded away in front of his eyes some time ago. The other time was during the first exploration of the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler, where running away was once again made to be impossible. Noah didn't like this feeling, so he strove to get his hands on a skill that would render this problem obsolete. That was where the absolute space technique of the profound astral sect, a major power of a prime world, came in. His eyes shimmered as he observed the brand new skill appearing in shining blue lights on his stat panel. And LT, Astral Connector and GT, your connection to the stars is unique, being able to assert an influence that bends the laws of space to your will. A proficient connector is able to freely traverse through space, even to locations they have never been to before. Abilities include Marker, Connector, Astral Traveler, Expansive Space, and Star Seeker. Marker, multiple locations that the user can teleport to at a moment's notice can be marked. The user is able to teleport to previously marked locations or any locations observable within their field of vision. The uniqueness of the Astral Connector will allow the user to be able to move to the desired location regardless of any established spatial restrictions. Connector, a special title gained by the beings proficient in the law of space. Grants plus 300% to all abilities affected by the law of space. Astral Traveler. Countless stars litter the unexplored universe, with many unique locations just waiting to be explored. The astral connector will be transported to a random unique location across the stars, the only thing limiting their travel being how much mana they can use while activating Astral Traveler. Expansive space, a wide area of space that the user can use as their own storage area. Its size is only limited by the energy the user can provide. Star Destroyer, an ability rarely used by the astral connectors because of its heavy requirements in mana, and because of its ruthlessness. The effects of Star Destroyer can range from a tremor being caused on a wide area of a star, to the destabilization of the core of a star, and ultimately to the destruction of a star. Most astral connectors will only ever be able to cause tremors on wide regions of a star as too much energy is required to achieve the full effects. Noah's heart trembled as he slowly read through all the abilities contained under the LT, Astral Connector and GT. This absolute skill was quite different from the LT, Absolute Sin and GT, that was synthesized in the demon world, where if someone was not looking at the skills close enough, they would assume it held lesser abilities. Depending on who was using this skill, that might be correct. But in the case of Noah, almost every limiter placed on this skill was not a problem for him. He was happy when he read the abilities of Marker, which would allow him to mark any coordinates in space and be able to return to that position whenever he wished, even if a spatial lock was placed on the location he was currently on. This was the main thing he was looking for, but he never expected the abundant surprises that came with the other abilities of LT, Astral Connector and GT. The Connector title that added even more boosts to his space-related abilities was something he had seen before, but the rest of the abilities under this absolute skill were something to marvel at. One of the unique ones that Noah would definitely try later on in the future was the Astral Traveler. The ability was unique as it would teleport him to an unknown location that he had never even been to, but this location was termed unique in the description of the skill, making Noah curious to check this skill out fully in the future as to what these unique locations might be. The Expansive Space was a simple and yet extremely useful ability that made his storage rings or bags obsolete as it contained an extremely wide area of space that seemed endless, providing him with an intuitive feature that was helpful in many ways. It was different from the ability provided by the Amorphous Space Beast skill tree, the Miniature Space ability that allowed him to pull his own body and the bodies of his enemies into a small isolated space. It was the last ability that made him do a double take though, the only offensive ability of the LT, Astral Connector and GT, the skill known as LT, Star Destroyer and GT. It was an extremely shocking skill, as was described in the skill panel, where many of the previous users of this absolute technique in the profound astral sect were only ever proficient at the first level of this ability, being able to destabilize wide regions that they targeted and cause tremors and quakes that could cause a tremendous amount of damage. But they never had enough energy and prowess to be able to destabilize an entire planet, nonetheless bring about its destruction as the skill name suggested. Noah wondered whether he himself would have the ability to do something as stupendous, and already had an idea in mind that he confirmed as he sent his thoughts towards the planetary systems he was connected to. It should be used to the fullest extent on minor worlds or even possibly middle worlds. Yes. Though it might also work against a large world, we won't be too sure unless our 3 worlds continue to increase in rank and start stepping into the level of a prime world. His thoughts were confirmed as he conversed with the planetary systems, the subject of upgrading the level of the worlds he was connected to reminding him of the thing he wanted to do next as he finished reveling in the successful accomplishment of the goal he had set for the world of cultivation while spending more time on the descriptions of the new abilities he had collected for himself. He had achieved his goals for this world, and was already looking forward to something he had put in motion behind the scenes. He was thinking about the freezing world that he had sent his harbingers of sin and a particularly arrogant penguin into. Chapter 287, The Icebound World. Noah glanced at the abilities of the LT, Astral Connector and GT, once again as a light smile couldn't help but appear on his face, taking just a few moments to enjoy this feeling of achievement. He always felt like he was constantly moving and planning without relaxing as much as he used to do, not realizing that he had unconsciously been feeling a sense of pressure as he somehow found himself a new task or enemy the moment he finished with one or even before. His thoughts went back to his life these past few months as he counted a few times which he could say he was just relaxing, but these times seemed to be getting fewer and fewer as he mixed himself with the surrounding powers of this light expanse region he found himself in. In the cultivation abode on a peak of the profound astral sect of the world of cultivation, Noah stood up as he breathed deeply and tried to pull himself out of his reflections. His thoughts still lingered on the fact that the worlds, the stars, were numerous and vast. The small blue planet he came in was from a small corner in this region called the light expanse where the influence of celestials was extremely heavy. There was still the region called the dark expanse that he continued to be curious about, with his curiosity peaking even more so when he thought of the region called the Latalis expanse where ancient races resided. He wanted to freely explore and adventure in these unknown regions as he discovered new places and individuals, but his plate was full of plans and to-dos at this moment in time that he didn't even know when a time like that would come. He let out a deep breath once again as he regained his bearings and stopped his inner thoughts, his body fading away as he teleported from the cultivation abode that no one will be bothering with for a few weeks. Just in case, he used his unique skill, Primal Conjurer, to reassign one of the primal spirits that should have been serving as a dungeon boss in one of the 3 worlds he was connected to and placed it in the abode. The primal spirit would be able to alert him of any changes and he would quickly come back if needed. In the ever-so-freezing landscapes of the icebound world, celebrations continued after the defeat of the terrible ice giants. The moment they saw their leader wiped out by 3 blazing suns and the fearsome aura that a particularly prideful penguin released, the remaining forces of the ice giants surrendered as the battle was brought to a close. Celebration erupted from the surrounding humans and beings of the frost race as this years-long conflict was brought to an end, and in such a short period of time as well. The ruler of the frost race later proclaimed the powerful beings that came to their aid as guardians, a weird dynamic coming into place where even though he was the ruler of one of the 2 remaining dominant forces of the icebound world, he felt like the tides had completely changed and these guardians that came to their aid would have plans that even he was unaware of at this time. But the ruler of the frost race was wise and did not worry about this much, because he believed if these beings truly wished harm to the people of the icebound world, they would have long ago done it with the fearsome power they portrayed. So the ruler threw all reservations out of the window as he fully threw in his support with the extremely prideful Emperor Penguin and the forces that he came with. At this moment in time, in a region of heavy snow of the icebound world, Noah's extremely well-built figure appeared. He was dressed in light king's clothes that he received as a gift from the frozen queen of the beast world, changing his attire completely the moment he left the world of cultivation. His amazing figure was discernible in the snowy winds that caused his light clothes to ruffle, the freezing air not bothering him one bit as he took a freeing breath of the new world that wasn't under any threats nor have any strong powerhouses he had to hide from. A smile appeared on his lips as he replayed the communications that the Emperor Penguin had sent to him these past few days. He was glad that everyone was enjoying themselves as they trained, wishing he had more of this luxury himself as he made up his mind to enjoy the little time he had in the next few weeks before he threw himself in the lion's den. His gaze turned towards the mountain beneath him as his body glowed the milky white aura of a being in the Saint Realm, and he shot towards the mountain at breakneck speed as he finally freely used the Child of Space ability under the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree. He had gained many spectacular sets of skills in the infernal realm, but had never been able to fully enjoy them as was always under watch or the instances just did not permit it. He still hadn't gotten to employ the terrifying form of the Lesser Cthulhu that he could take under the Morph ability, and this was another thing on his bucket list as he continued to check more and more things off. The next one he was checking off was yet another connection to a large world. A change was made to the sub-skill, Portals of Terror, with the maximum number brought to 18 to match the scaling to be the same as other abilities. Portals of Terror, active, May 5th, portals leading to the most destabilized and destructive regions of the universe are summoned as they release their catastrophic energies at their summon location. Maximum number of portals, 18. Chapter 288, The Strong Devour the Weak. Noah's body pierced through the mountain as if it was butter, his speed increasing ever so slightly as the passive ability of the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree boosted his speed to insane degrees. The Child of Space ability was even more profound, causing him to feel as if the mass of earth he was drilling through was as soft as paper. His descent down not deterred one bit as he shot towards the core of this icebound world in a similar manner as the demon world some time back. The layers of freezing earth around him only became colder and harder the further down he went. This process continued for quite some time until he broke through the last layer and arrived at the innermost core layer of the icebound world. The area he broke into was a mystical white world of ice that held a different type of beauty. At the center of it, an extremely frigid core that let out an otherworldly essence roasted slowly, wisps of white occasionally leaving it and going to the space above. Even Noah's extremely strong body shivered as he adapted to the extremely cold conditions in the inner core of this icebound world. He was about to address the planetary core in front of him when a cold voice reached his ears first. During your first intrusion, you left behind your underlings as they went on to wreak havoc and break the natural order of my world. The voice of the planetary system of the icebound world felt extremely frigid as is continued. Now, you return once more and do the blasphemous action of intruding in a space that no beings like you should be intruding in. Who, no, what are you? It was an extremely monotone voice that held a hint of coldness, being very much alike with the world it was overlooking as Noah replied with a light smile. It doesn't really matter who I am. What I am curious about is why you allowed the ice giants to wage wars and slaughter so many of the species that reside on you. If I hadn't moved, millions would have eventually fallen into the hands of the ice giants. Noah asked the question he always wondered about when he first chose to send the Emperor Penguin and others into the icebound world. It was a world undergoing constant war because of the ice giants, where they had gained so much power that the other races were on the race of being wiped out. The planetary systems of the beast world, demon world, and even his own home world held a level of influence over the beings residing in them, where they would occasionally choose the most powerful beings in the world as the representatives that maintained balance and order. Yet, this planetary system of the icebound world wasn't facing any threats or extinction from outside forces, but because of its own races hunting one another. The strong are naturally devoured by the weak. The ice giants were born with stronger bodies and more power, thus it was within their right to seek for domination as they increased their strength. Noah was startled at this cold reply that matched the environment of this world as the planetary system continued. Things were following their natural order all this time, and I would have been able to raise the strongest champions that had devoured weakened beings that could not defend themselves. I would have raised an army of battle-driven giants that would defend this world against all outside forces. The voice tapered off near the end as Noah felt the distinct universal laws that prevented the planetary cores from acting become denser around him as the will of the icebound world focused on him. But then you came along, and brought in a stronger force that took down the beings I was raising. I hold no resentment, as it is according to the universal laws. The strong will devour the weak. So, now that you have conquered my world, are you planning to devour it? The cold voice remained strong and monotone throughout, the rigidness not leaving it even once as it asked a question pertaining to the survival of billions of the beings living in the icebound world like nothing. Its choice of words was extremely ironic when looking at what was about to happen. A bright smile filled Noah's face as he replayed the words of the planetary system and replied, vigorous essence beginning to bloom from him as a devilish aura began to permeate throughout. In a sense, yes. His body turned a shade of red and began bulging up as he used this instance to activate a skill he very much wanted to observe since he got his hands on it. The morph ability under his recently upgraded skill tree of the amorphous space beast, which allowed him to take the form of the lesser Cthulhu, was activated. Tremendous levels of energy erupted with Noah at the center, his body ballooning up immensely as his size began to skyrocket unlike any form he had taken before. He kept his distinctly humanoid appearance, but even halfway through his transformation, his size had already reached 10 meters as vigorous layers of rubbery muscles continued to erupt, break, and form all around him. Devilish wings palpitating with the mysterious energy of ether erupted from his back as they spread out to become wider and wider. The most terrifying thing was his face, which was beginning to adopt the outline of an octopus-like head with numerous feelers and tentacles pulsing with terrible energy erupting out on the lower half of his head. His eyes began glowing with a bloody shade of red as his transformation finished. He floated proudly in the frigid inner layer of the icebound world as his form went past 20 meters, humanoid in appearance but taking on the shape of something much more terrifying above his chest. Shah! A terrible purple-blue aura released from his body as it welcomed the advent of the form of a being filled with tremendous power. This was the lesser Cthulhu. Gargantuan. Enormous. Monstrous. This was the only thing that could be used to describe the body, still maintaining a humanoid shape but trembling with energies of the mystical ether element all over this body. His humongous arms were filled with extremely strong muscle fibers that palpated with power, bony claws that trembled with the power of ether dangerously shining. His entire figure then gained a hue of blue-purple light as his blood-red eyes looked down at the rotating planetary core once more. A voice that was as yet not his was released from him, a sense of authority never before heard being carried in it. Sadly, you are right. The strong do devour the weak in this expansive universe. He raised his humongous hands, palpitating with power as he cast yet another skill, this time being a skill from the series of abilities from the and LT, Absolute Sin and GT. Devouring, a sub-skill of the ultimate sin of gluttony, was cast as Noah repeated something extremely similar to what he had done to the planetary core of the demon world. Though I am slightly different, so I'll give you a choice on whether you will be among the strong, or be yet another casualty under these established universal laws. Chapter 289, Oculus. A giant. A being of tremendous power whose eyes alone would bring terror to those observing had his hands spread out wide, a devilishly black aura erupting from him as it went to latch onto the mystically spinning frozen core of the icebound world. The terrible form of the Titanus, Lesser Cthulhu, that was more than 20 meters in size and held feelers and tentacles constantly trembling with baleful ether energy on the lower half of its face, waited for a response from the cold plantar system. An impassive cruel energy covered the red glowing eyes of the Lesser Cthulhu, as boundless energy erupted forth and fed into the devouring ability of the ultimate sin of gluttony. The ability could devour any entities as long as enough energy was provided, and this process was being felt closely by the apathetic planetary system of the lost world. Spectacular. The same impassive cold voice rang out from the planetary system as a curious look passed over Noah's head. Threats are not necessary. You actually have a power capable of threatening an entity outside of your scope. It is completely out of my current understanding, but... Essence rumbled as Noah stopped putting in the immense amount of mana into the devouring ability, the planetary core of the icebound world continuing. You are strong, so it is your right. What do you want? A bright smile that looked extremely terrifying erupted off Noah's face as the feelers and tentacles dancing on the lower half of his face continued to pulsate with purple-blue energies of ether. His towering body neared the planetary core as he placed his hands directly on it, feeling the immense amount of energy of this star. His homeworld received the signal as the formation of yet another line of connection was initiated with a large world. The rumbling voice that contained a tinge of otherworldliness from Noah rang out once more as the process began. Do not resist, accept the connection trying to be formed. The icebound world felt a peculiar line of connection it never thought to be possible bathe its core, its apathetic voice gaining a semblance of emotions. This. Enormous amounts of mana gathered with Noah's humongous body at the center, minutes continuing to pass as essence roiled, gathered, and dispersed until yet another connection between multiple worlds with Noah at the center was formed. You crazy. Reacting very similar to the demon world, the icebound world was flooded with information the moment the connection was established, its knowledge expanded and a brand new scope of understanding was added to its already expansive depth. This is against the natural universal laws. Its apathetic voice had a tinge of shock as it continued to be flooded with the good and bad that came with the connection spread out across 4 worlds now, much of the mystery around the being in front of it, Noah, clearing up with the constant input of new information. Noah's immensely huge hands came back to his sides as cold winds roiled from this simple movement, his terrifying smile wider than before as he sent a thought of communication towards the new core he could feel a connection with. You must have learned about many things by now, especially the actions we are taking with each of the connected stars. His tone had returned to normal as he had successfully formed a connection with the icebound world, and this connection signified something big as he successfully tapped into yet another star's reserves of mana. Many of the connected worlds have their own unique treasures or techniques. What exactly does the icebound world have that can be considered unique? A brief silence followed as an uncountable number of thoughts passed through the planetary core of the icebound world before it replied. Nothing as unique and extensive as the beast world's spiritual lands, nor the demon world's power jewels, and nothing as ridiculous as the system of your homeworld. The icebound world is an extremely favored location for studying the cold aspect of the law of water, though, with those spending more time in the deeper depths of the world advancing much faster in power while training. The will of the icebound world continued to speak as similar to how it received numerous information the moment it felt the connection with the 3 other stars. It began sending huge amounts of information towards Noah that dealt with everything to do with the icebound world. Nothing as stupendous as spiritual lands can be found here, but this land is perfect to set up extremely fearsome dungeons attuned to the law of water that would allow anyone training here to advance their power twice, if not 3 times faster than normal. A fearsome light passed through Noah's monstrously red glowing eyes as he overused parallel thought, and hasten mind to quickly organize thousands of thoughts and begin planning for possible operations that could be undertaken in the icebound world. In this wide expanse of space known as the light expanse of the Novice Galaxy, yet another star had bound its energies and life to a small life form. This brought the count to 4, with this number seeming very minuscule when looking at the millions of stars floating in space, but the meaning it carried with it was stupendous to think about. Across the vastness of space of the Novice Galaxy, in a location that a few powerful forces knew as the Latalis Expanse where ancient races slumbered, a glimpse of a fearsome aura awakened slightly as it felt something that could not be a reality. In a region covered in deadly energies of ether and other unknown elements, 2 stars began shining a deep red hue that caused the surrounding ether to move chaotically as something briefly awakened. This thing had felt the awakening of its bloodline a moment ago, with this feeling disappearing seconds after like it never existed before. This brought confusion to the awakened being as it knew it was the only one of its kind in this wide galaxy. As the feeling only came and went momentarily, the being felt that it might have just wrongly felt something as it went back to its slumber. The shining stars that were slowly brightening up to the bloody red shade gradually became dark as the chaotic energies reduced and things returned to normal. If there were any knowledgeable beings nearby, they would be trembling in fear at the meaning of these stars brightening up and dimming at just the slight waking of this terribly powerful being. They would be able to understand that the extremely large brightening and gradually dimming stars were actually just the eyes of this slumbering being. Just the eyes were the size of a star, their brief opening causing the dangerous ether permeating throughout the region to be thrown to disorder. As for the being connected to these eyes, its size could not even be ascertained in this void darkness of space. Chapter 290, Immensity. Yet another goal had been successfully completed as Noah spent more time in the inner layer of the icebound world discussing with the convening planetary systems on the best courses of action. Numerous plans were made for the unique environment of the extremely hazardous icebound world as the planetary systems had already begun the process of establishing the gateways between the connected worlds while they sent messages to those left high in power between each worlds for the continuing changes. Noah left the inner area as this process began, enjoying the immense feeling of power he felt in the lesser Cthulhu form that had a stupidly large stature while keeping a humanoid appearance. It felt different than when he changed to a large form of a 3-headed hydra as a unique feeling permeated through him while feeling the appearance of the mystical ether element coursing over the abundant fibers of muscles over his body. He moved his thoughts and commanded his body to move upwards as he shot forth and became a streak of light, his large body not becoming a factor that slowed him down, but increasing his speed by multiple times as he left sonic booms in the cold layers of earth he was penetrating. The feeling was something he did not come across frequently, and he chose to revel in it than to just use teleportation to get where he wanted as he broke out of the mountainous layer in only 1/4 the time it took him to go down before. The cold atmosphere of the icebound world trembled as he broke out of the mountain, his aura permeating into the surroundings and causing the surrounding elements to tremble. A wide smile covered his face as he deactivated the morph ability and returned to his small human form, feeling the auras of the Emperor Penguin and others near his position. Master. The arrogant penguin called out meekly as his sleek body arrived first, his gaze towards Noah being just slightly more subservient as he received more and more treasures and resources from the spiritual land master. The subservience only lasted briefly before the pride in its blood made it rise its beak towards the sky as Kazuhiko, the Kraken, Imperial Phoenix, and the other beasts appeared in the surroundings as they looked towards Noah in shock. They had only briefly felt a world-shocking aura in the position where he was, feeling an oppressive feeling even before they neared as they wondered exactly where his power had reached now. Kazuhiko was the only one that ignored this immense feeling of pressure as he approached Noah and placed his hands around his neck and whispered with a serious face. "Dude, you have to stop shooting up in ranks while the rest of us are so far behind. Where the hell do you even go? What cheat or crazy inherent skill do you have, The Sword Master was whispering his grievances to the constantly advancing Noah as his own rank was that of a transcendent, having received many cores from Noah over the last few weeks along with everyone else. Kazuhiko continued talking as his party and the beasts gathered around the two of them. It's crazy to think about, men. For all I know, you might just do something insane like jump another rank after just a few weeks or upgrade your spiritual land to the 6th tier soon while the rest of us can barely bring our own spiritual lands to the 4th tier. Noah couldn't help but laugh as he heard this, glancing at the spiritual land management under his stat panel as he called out to the arrogant penguin who was looking mockingly at Kazuhiko. Everyone is ready. The Emperor Penguin was looking mockingly at Kazuhiko as it knew the requirements for the next upgrade of the spiritual land was already met when he and the other beasts advanced from phantasmal and into the transcendent rank. This human simply didn't know the immensity of his master to even think that he would be this slow before he upgraded their spiritual land to a higher level. You're kidding, right? The Imperial Phoenix was even more shocked than Kazuhiko as she was a native of the beast world and knew exactly how unique and stupendous the spiritual lands were, as well as the exuberant amount of energy required to upgrade even if the rank requirement was met for the beasts born in the spiritual land. Noah let his actions speak for himself as he flicked his hand out to the skies, a brilliant blue light shining out as the miniaturized spiritual land enlarged and floated stably in the cold air of the icebound world. This frozen plateau spiritual land matched very well with the aesthetics of the frozen world, the shimmers of snow constantly falling in it matching nicely with the cold winds all over the icebound world. In the spiritual land, raucous noises started as the numerous beasts sensed their spiritual land master and the task he was about to undertake, their excitement increasing as the rank of their home was about to increase yet again, granting them a world filled with even more coagulating essence and fantastical medicinal fruits and herbs. Shut up. A resonant scream came from one of the futuristic high-rise buildings built through the architecture, feature of the spiritual land as a sleeping Barbados dressed in satin pajamas was awoken. Silence instantly reigned in the spiritual land as her wild aura at the saint realm permeated from her voice. Yes, Barbados had been the first one after Noah to enter the rank of saint. She was the one that stuck to him closest, remaining in the spiritual land and training in the time-space as she also was the first to receive the refined cores that were called spirit stones from the world of cultivation. A milky white aura covered her body as she spread out her senses and saw the CLU.S.Tearing group of beings all around the spiritual land, her cute eyes blinking rapidly as she saw the stern face of Noah. She reached her hands to the switch on the reinforced glass material that made the entire luxurious building she was in as the switch activated to close the blinds in the wide room she was in, her curvaceous figure disappearing from the observations of others as she grabbed even more pillows and jumped up on the bed that would put even the most expensive memory foam mattresses to shame. Kazuhiko was shaking his head despondently as this scene played out, with Noah patting him on the back in consolation as he confirmed the number requirements for the beasts were met before his aura began to bubble forth, initiating one of the next goals he had to check off before heading out to the underworld where the pureblood vampires resided. Chapter 291, Tier 6 Spiritual Land. The upgrade conditions were met the moment the Emperor Penguin and more than 4 other beasts born in the spiritual land reached the transcendent rank. The upgrades between ranks became easier as Noah first got his hands on an abundant amount of transcendent and Saint core during the second run-through of the devilish abode, and then received even more condensed cores that had undergone refinement, the spirit stones from the profound astral sect. This, on top of the medicinal fruits he unlocked when the spiritual land was upgraded to the 5th tier, made for a very quick rise of strength in the beasts. He planted the herbs called Frozen Angelica, and used the rainbow-colored fruits from the regal flora in the time-space while also using one of the very few low-ranking skills, the rank S, budding farmer, that still held great utility. When this was paired up with the Forge of the Silver Flame, the unique skill he gained from the mysterious sect master Inuit, the results became stupendous to look at. He was able to refine a large number of pills from the medicinal herbs and fruits that quickly matured in the time-space of the spiritual land. The medicinal plants showed optimum strength when devoured by the beasts born in the spiritual land, so Noah was able to rapidly increase the ranks for the beasts, causing an explosion of high-powered beasts populating the spiritual land. An example was how when he upgraded the spiritual land to Tier 5 a few weeks ago, the number of mythical beasts was 14, while the number of phantasmal beasts was only 6. Yet currently, the number of mythical beasts in the spiritual land was around 300, while the phantasmal ranked beasts were in the 60s. This was a world-shattering concept to think about, something that should have never been made possible, but it was made a reality became of the combined factors of extremely potent medicinal plants that was the key to quickly upgrading the beast's strength, the time-space, the skills, budding farmer, and the Forge of Silver Flame. All of these factors added by the cheat that should not be possible, the immense amount of mana that Noah could utilize, made for a nonsensical rapid increase in the ranks of multiple beings in this unique treasure that was the spiritual land in an extremely short period of time. There were many factors, but they all came together to give something beautiful. Noah stopped his reminiscence as he placed a tremendous amount of mana into the spiritual land, initiating yet another upgrade in rank as essence converged upon the floating landmass in the skies of the icebound world. The harbingers of sin in the skies were watching with disbelieving faces as they knew the Harj.I.P.S of raising the levels of spiritual lands themselves, while the natives of the icebound world located all over began to feel the appearance of a majestic aura spread throughout. The upgrade of the spiritual land to the 6th tier could be considered very special, as the next ability to be unlocked was the one titled Interstellar Travel. Across the stars, it was a widely known fact that beings had to be in the void rank to be able to freely travel across the vast space, but this upgrade of the spiritual land would allow its master to traverse space as long as they could provide enough mana. Noah was looking forward to this new feature, as well as the increased functionality of the time-space. The current ratio was 1:10, meaning that this upgrade would push this ratio to 1:20. This would heavily increase Noah's efficiency when it came to his training, as he would need even less time in the outside world to rapidly increase his power. It was a ridiculous concept to wrap one's head around, as just a single day in the outside world would equate to 20 days in the time-space of the spiritual land. Cold winds ravaged the skies of the icebound world as a single mystical landmass floating in space was glowing a spectacular shade of blue and white. This blue and white coagulated and bloomed into a cacophony of resplendence as a grandiose frozen plateau that seemed the same as before, but at the same time felt entirely different than before appeared. Bated breaths were taken by the beings around Noah, especially those with higher power levels who could feel the abundant essence pulsating on the spiritual land. If the outside world could be given the numerical value of 1 for the essence in the atmosphere, the spiritual land could be given a value of 10. That was how dense the continuously converging essence around and inside the frozen plateau spiritual land was. Noah glanced at this treasure that continued to bring him immense surprises. Looking at the spiritual land management, in his stat panel observed the quantifiable changes. Frozen Plateau, 6. Beasts, FXXX, EXXX, DXXX, CXXX, BXXX, AXXX, S15, 286, Epic, 5, 138, Legendary, 1, 254, Mythical, 328, Phantasmal, 69, Transcendent, 12. Plants, Whitefall trees, Snow vine, Sacred rye, Pygmy melon, Ice fire persimmon, Ice phoenix fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen angelica, Regal flora. Available for planting, Chelan's cold stone, Resonant ochre. Features, size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, unlocked, lost space, locked, email protected, $%, locked. Upgrade, conditions not met. The numbers of powerful beasts had exploded exponentially as beasts that would put the average large worlds to shame appeared. When observing the demon world or icebound world, they only had a select number of phantasmal beings that stood at the peak of power, and they could be counted on one hand most of the time. Yet this single spiritual land now contained the tremendous force of 69 phantasmal beasts, and that wasn't even mentioning the 12 transcendent rank beasts that made it possible for this current upgrade to occur. This high number of forces that exceeded most large worlds contained in a single floating landmass made Noah continue to re-evaluate just how tremendously unique a treasure like this spiritual land was. There continued to be newer and more explosive features that made mystical things a reality, that it now felt normal and explainable to see the exuberant amount of powerful beasts contained within. Noah went through the upgraded features of size regulation, boost surroundings, offensive maneuvers, and even the treasure hunter that he had not gotten a chance to truly put to use, as marveled at the increased usefulness of each. He could expand and miniaturize the spiritual land to an even more extreme state with the upgraded size regulation, give tremendously powerful boosts to the surrounding environment with boost surroundings, and the power of offensive maneuvers continued to be reinforced and increased that he was sure its power would be able to threaten even a void rank being. But all of these things were placed aside as he looked at the feature he utilized the most, as well as the newest feature that was made possible by the upgrade to the 6th tier. Time dilation. The abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked. 1:10 ratio, unlocked. 1:20 ratio, unlocked. 1:40, locked. Interstellar travel, exploration of the wide expanse of space is something that falls under the responsibilities of the spiritual land master. This feature allows the user to input a specific amount of mana that allows travel across the void of space for a particular amount of time. Noah's eyes shone as he first read over the increased ratio of the time-space that would allow for even more time for training, and he felt his blood pumping as he thought of the simple idea that he could now fly this mystical piece of a floating landmass that was the spiritual land into space. It was wild, crazy, and ridiculous to even think such a thing was possible when he first became the master of this spiritual land in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. Never in his wildest dreams would it have occurred to him that one day he would be able to actually leave a star and enter the vastness of space with this same spiritual land. But it was possible, and so he would do just that. Chapter 292, Realizing One's Own Insignificance. Chapter 292, Realizing One's Own Insignificance. Noah turned to the harbingers of sin around him as he spoke out with enthusiasm. You guys wanna go for a ride? A ride. They looked at him dumbfoundedly after just witnessing the immense show of power that was required to upgrade the spiritual land, their minds still reeling from that shock. Haha, yes. A ride. Get on the spiritual land. I'll be right back. His figure flashed as he teleported away from the icebound world and appeared at another freezing location, this one being in the frozen kingdom of the beast world. His senses spread out to cover the entire kingdom as he honed in on the frozen queen and her shadow guard, Night, his figure materializing in front of them as they glanced towards him happily. I have something to show you. Noah said this towards the frozen queen, who was ever so slowly showing off a brighter and brighter smile from her cold exterior, his hands wrapping around her and Night as they all disappeared from the beast world and reappeared on top of the spiritual land in the icebound world. The room that Adelaide was just in turned silent as the Trias King Rourke, Adelaide's father, glanced at the nobles and ministers awkwardly as the current queen was just swiped away by the powerful Sir they knew to be pulling the strings behind the scene. Get back to work. The old King Rourke roared out these words as the ministers scrambled out of the Queen's Hall and returned to their normal duties, a slight smile appearing on the father's face as he felt proud for one of his children finding such a grand path. In the spiritual land, Noah reappeared with Adelaide and her shadow guard, Night, as everyone was gathered in the central location of the spiritual land where he tiered most of the buildings that he made through the use of architecture. The harbingers of sin were shaking their heads at the overflowing essence they could feel in the spiritual land, Kazuhiko once again speaking out to the reappearing Noah as he let out more grievances. We don't even need to go anywhere else to train, this place is a haven with mana this dense all around us. Noah laughed as he nodded towards the sword master and replied while watching Barbados join them, still in her satin pink pajamas as she yawned. All in due time. For now, buckle up. Noah initiated the feature of the upgraded spiritual land, interstellar travel, as he chose to not notice the sparks flying off as Barbados's eyes landed on the newly appearing Adelaide, with her shadow guard even pulling out a knife as this stare-off was initiated. Immense mana wrapped around the spiritual land as it trembled slightly, and seconds after it began to rise in the air as it pierced through the cold winds and cloud, climbing higher and higher by the second. Shock spread throughout the beings tiered around the spiritual land as the Emperor Penguin looked at his master in shock, its body quickly flashing to the edge of the spiritual land as it observed the rapidly reducing mountains they could visibly see. No fucking way. Disbelief and wonder spread throughout everyone's faces, even the cold and angry calamity of the sea, Kraken, looking out with its large eyes above them as the speed of the floating landmass they were on only continued to go faster and higher. Noah was observing all the changes around him as he noticed the transparent blue barrier thinly cover the spiritual land in its entirety, the entire land mass gaining a blue hue as it shot through the skies at increasingly faster speeds. The mischievous Barbados neared Noah's side as her cute eyes blinked quickly towards the enlarging small stars above them while the world they were on began getting increasingly smaller. The icy Adelaide grasped onto Noah's right hand a moment after as she was even more surprised by this whole venture, with much of her time spent dealing with affairs of the kingdom and not being near such fantastical sights. She received an abundant amount of cores from Noah, with her strength now being at the transcendent realm as she broke through with brute force and power leveling, with almost all of her skills still being lower ranked and only her attributes reaching the transcendent rank. She came closer to Noah as this brand new experience unfolded in front of them. They quickly broke through the stratosphere of the icebound world as the beasts and all other beings in the spiritual land experienced something out of their wildest dreams. The cold blue world below them that had covered the entirety of their sights just moments before became smaller and smaller in their eyes, the sparkling expanse of space around them coming into focus. Noah spread out his aura as he observed this immense accomplishment, slowing down the speed of the ascending spiritual land as his gaze landed on the small icebound world. This world was a large world that was even larger than his own homeworld, and yet at this moment in time, it felt extremely small. Looking at this ever so small star, he felt his heart unconsciously tightening as a variety of thoughts erupted in his mind. These thoughts entered and left his mind as he continued to stare at the ever so decreasing size of the incredibly large planet he was just on, his mind unexpectedly entering a sort of trance as he was lost in the beauty and profoundness of it all. He was just a single small being from a world even smaller than this one below him, a small world that was located in an insignificant corner of a galaxy in an expansive universe. He could distinctly feel his heartbeat increase as these types of thoughts continued to come, the experience of personally controlling a vessel and really giving the time to observe the void of space and the smallness of stars and those who lived in them hitting him at full force, different than when he traveled in the ship with the cultivators of the profound astral sect and simply focused on maintaining his identity while surrounded by enemies. This feeling of smallness and insignificance increased in Noah's heart as he observed the extremely large ice-bound world getting smaller and smaller, his hand reaching out in front of him as he felt like he could snatch this wide planet in the palm of his hands. A mere human from an insignificant planet that is even smaller than the one in front of me, from a small star, a rock floating in space that is surrounded by millions of more rocks, millions more of these stars that hold even more insignificant beings just like me. A suffocating feeling began to cloud Noah's heart as almost all others around him looked at the small shining blue ice-bound world they were just on with wonder while their gazes observed the unbelievable sight of the starry space all around them. Yet Noah continued to feel his heartbeat increasing as questions and thoughts about himself continued to swirl around as this flight into space brought him into an unexpected mental state. Different feelings were spreading amongst different people observing the same scene as a mystical landmass moved across the starry beauty and the terrifying void of space. Chapter 293, Depuration. The unexpected mental state that Noah found himself in only further clouded his heart and thoughts as his eyes began to feel hazy and cloudy, his thoughts going towards his parents and billions of other humans that had already died and become lost in the dredges of time in just a single small planet floating in space. They appeared briefly on a small star, stayed for an insignificant number of years, and disappeared back into the earth of that star as they were gone. Forgotten. They had ideals, they had goals and dreams. With the grand goals and ideals he had created for himself now, would he be just like them? His life just shining slightly brighter before it was snuffed out and he was forgotten with the passage of time. His shaking heart ignored the immense power he had quickly attained over the span of a few months as a moment of introspection he never expected to find himself smacked him right in the face. Noah. He heard the voice of his planetary system of his homeworld, while a warm hand grasped his right hand tighter, the frozen queen looking towards his cloudy eyes with great concern. The nonchalant Barbados felt the change as she stood beside Noah and grabbed hold of his other hand, her gaze following the immensity of the starry space all around them. A deep breath released from Noah as he observed the people around him. He saw the ones he was always asking himself if he should let them closer to his heart, and saw their care and support as the barriers that allowed him to not really get too close to anyone slowly cracked. Yes, the star he was from was small and insignificant. This also made him who was just a single minuscule being on it even more insignificant. But he was born in that small star. He came to being, and he came to be who he was in that small rock orbiting in space. That was an amazing thing by itself, as he was glad he was able to come to be and experience the things he experienced over these years. His being, his existence, his connection to that small star, he didn't know how to explain it, nor did he understand it, but he would continue searching. He did not even know what exactly he was searching for, and he did not know if he would just be another small being from a simple star that would briefly shine before he was buried and forgotten somewhere. But what mattered was how he lived. What mattered most was what he did with his time, no matter how brief or long it was. Essence began to palpitate around Noah's body as he was lost in his own thoughts once again. In this short life of his, he already had goals and aspirations he wanted to carry out. He couldn't foresee how they would all turn out, and whether they would go in the direction he wanted them to, but he would still follow the path and the guidelines he set for himself. Something unique was occurring in his body as Essence continued to rumble, his gaze turning towards the people supporting him as he decided it would not be too bad to let them in. The fear of getting hurt from losing others was great, but closing himself in and not allowing those who cared for him to come near was even more painful. His body began to lift from the spiritual land that had stopped in space, the body palpitating with wild essence rising in the air, getting near the thin blue film of a barrier protecting those inside it as the others looked on in surprise. Noah. The beings staring at the wonder of space finally saw Noah as they shot towards him in the skies, but stopped the moment they neared the thin barrier protecting them, as their bodies and essence instantly let them know they would not be able to survive if they left this protective barrier of the spiritual land. They looked on in shock as Noah's body smoothly passed the blue barrier of light and stepped into the terrifying void of space by itself, the fears unfounded as somehow, he continued to be completely fine. His body continued to tremble with a weird power as unbeknownst to him, his connection established with his homeworld became even more stable and stronger, his origin feeling the immense power he had been connected to that was only accessible through the stars. His closed eyes opened in the void of space as he was perfectly fine, the passive ability of the Lesser Cthulhu, allowing him to traverse the void of space for as long as he wanted without any issues. The moment his eyes opened in the void of space, an intense blue light erupted from them as arcs of mana erupted out, but this occurred for barely a millisecond before Noah came to, his eyes gazing at the feeling of the void of space around him. He felt the unexplainable feeling only beings capable of traversing through space could feel, and he even felt a more attuned version of that feeling as his body did not have any protective layers of essence to protect him from the void of space. The child of space that the Lesser Cthulhu provided made him feel like he was in the most comfortable location possible, his emotions stabilizing as he came to himself and glanced in the distance where numerous stars lay. Yes, he knew his own position in this wide universe. He may be small and insignificant now, coming from a star that was also insignificant, but that did not mean it would remain that way. He would continue searching for that unexplainable feeling he could not even name. He would continue moving with his own goals and ideals as he did whatever he felt like doing. This was because he was Noah Osmont. A nobody from a small planet, but also the central figure connected to the survival of multiple planets with billions of beings. His power rumbled as he completely shook himself out of his stupor, throwing behind any feelings of smallness as a trace of anger entered his mind for dwelling on such thoughts. He directly activated the morph ability as he wanted to move on to the next goal he had in mind, and also observe any changes that would occur from taking the form of the terrifying being in its natural habitat. Waves of power spread across the void of space as his body enlarged rapidly, the fearsome form of the Lesser Cthulhu, covered in deadly energies of ether being even more striking in the starry space. He stretched his arms out wide as he let out a roar of strength, a roar of defiance towards any feelings of weakness as he felt the rumbling strength coursing through his body. Those in the spiritual land were watching this scene with stupefaction, only one extremely arrogant emperor penguin raising his head high as he nodded and thought, "This was my master." Noah's now humongous hand in the humanoid form of the domineering, Lesser Cthulhu, reached out towards the spiritual land in the form of a claw as he pinched down, sending a command to the size regulation feature as the landmass floating in space became smaller and smaller, eventually fitting in the palm of his hands as he used the anchor feature and placed it on his body. He glanced around the sparking void of space filled with multicolored stars and aurora of light as he disappeared towards the next location he had to check off before he earnestly began moving, the first realm of hell. It was a simple experience he had taken his people with when they ascended to the starry space, but he unknowingly came out of it mentally and in other unknown ways, stronger. Far across the stars where his home planet was, the planetary system was observing the expanded and strengthened connection that led towards Noah as millions of thoughts came and went, a mystery in itself on exactly what this core had found out. Chapter 294, Return to the Infernal Realm. A location that was called Hell by the denizens of stars all around it, the infernal realm known as the First Hell was filled with droves of maddened infernals that only sought for destruction and death. The occasional infernal hunt created to reduce the ever-so-growing numbers of infernals would only be conducted for a short period of time as thousands of disciples enter and massacre millions of infernals before the hunt was concluded. In this dreary and fiery environment known as the First Realm of Hell, the gigantic figure of the Lesser Cthulhu appeared, his aura instantly making the infernals in the surroundings buckle as they felt an oppressive force smash down which shook them to their very cores. The Lesser Cthulhu waved his hands forth as a colorful floating landmass appeared in the skies, the beings CLU.S. teared in it looking around this new environment filled with powerful auras at their ranks and even more auras that were ranks higher than theirs. There were numerous transcendent rank infernals that could be considered widespread throughout this infernal realm, with a few commanding saint rank infernals leading the CLU.S. tiered hordes, and the even more powerful void rank infernals that remained near the very center of the First Realm of Hell. Coming directly into this hellish region was shocking for Kazuhiko and the others, as they could discern thousands of beings letting out the same level of power as them, with Barbados being the only one slightly calm as she was the leading character besides Noah at the saint rank. Noah's resounding voice reverberated in the spiritual land as his gigantic form became smaller, having fully returned back to himself even better than before. This is the location where you can improve your power the fastest. His body entered the protective barrier of the spiritual land as the beasts looked at him with wonder, while Kazuhiko and the others looked at him in shock after witnessing his tremendous oppressive pressure in the lesser Cthulhu form. Noah smiled lightly as he evaded the questions Kazuhiko had begun throwing about his skills, beginning to explain about the first realm of hell, infernal realms, and the uniqueness of the skill points that could be obtained from defeating the infernals. Haha, skill points. Skill trees. Kazuhiko was already jumping in excitement as he stopped looking at the infernals like powerful enemies who could rip him apart to bundles of gifts just waiting for him to open. Battle spirit overtook the harbingers in the spiritual land, especially the monstrous kraken that carried immense anger in its heart. Its eyes turned red as it was ready to jump down to the blazing earth of the first hell to start taking down these infernals right away. Noah smiled at the enthusiasm as he focused on his own panel and the skill points remaining as he planned to do something which would both help the people around him get stronger, while also protecting them and increasing his own power as well. His eyes instantly turned to the abhorred Lich Emperor skill tree that would allow him to summon a powerful void rank Lich who could summon tens of thousands of undead to fight on his behalf. Much of his skill points were placed in the lesser Cthulhu skill tree, but he had been able to collect more than 10 skill points after maxing every single skill of the lesser Cthulhu, and he could place these points to reactivate and strengthen the stupid levels of strength contained in the skill tree of the abhorred Lich Emperor. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, abilities, Summon Poison Totem, 0/5, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, 0/5, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, 0/5, and GT, Abhorred Lich Emperor, May 30th, additional abilities, Undead Legion, 5/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, May 5th, and Delay Death, 0/5. He even shaved off some skill points from some abilities that he wouldn't be using too much from the lesser Cthulhu skill tree as he made sure to max the Summon Undead, Undead Legion, and Will of the Undead Emperor, in order to maximize the strength of the Lich with its high number of summoned undead. These three skills allowed the Lich to summon a variety of high-level undead and also provided damage modifiers and elemental resistances to the Lich and his summoned undead. Are you all ready? The battle spirit was palpitating in the air of the spiritual land as the harbingers and beasts wanted to get started right away. Battle cries were already resounding from the arrogant Emperor Penguin as the commotion only got stronger. The Icy Queen, Adelaide, stood firmly with her shadow guard as she would only observe the spectacular fight about to occur, choosing not to participate herself as she had never placed herself in a battlefield before, and did not wish for it. Noah ascertained everything was in order as he summoned the gold-green Lich with a terrifying deathly aura. Runic circles widened on the ground of the spiritual land as the abhorred Lich Emperor grandly appeared, Barbados giving a look at this being as she whistled with wonder. The Lich cackled as it raised its skull staff high, golden flames appearing on its eye sockets as essence rumbled all through them, numerous bone dragons, blue phoenixes, sepecters, and skeleton knights beginning to appear in the spiritual land. Noah sent a command to the Lich that its foremost responsibility would be to protect the harbingers of sin and the beasts of the spiritual land while moving across the first realm of hell. For now, they would not go near the center of this infernal realm, planning to remain in the periphery as they did not want to be surrounded by multiple void rank infernals at this point in time. The Lich would be able to easily handle 2 or 3 infernals at the void rank with its own power and the power of its summons, but Noah did not want any accidents to occur with his people while they trained and increased their power. The Lich screamed in affirmation and thousands of undead began to jump off the mystically floating spiritual land and smash onto the ground below them, already running towards the quivering nearby infernals. Barbados's eyes were sparkling as she looked at this undead army, her lips smiling sweetly as she cast her own ultimate skill, a dance of life and death, and caused the eruption of even more undead all around them. These undead were different from the ones Noah summoned, their exterior being dreary as a fiendish black aura covered their gray skeletons, green flames burning in the sockets of the most powerful undead. Barbados released a cute battle cry as she descended into the blazing earth of the first hell riding on one of her giant skeleton knights, the rest of the harbingers following the lead as they quickly joined the fray of this stupendous land filled with opportunity. If one was looking from a distance, they would be able to notice an apocalyptic scene of thousands of undead released like a tide from a floating landmass, with large beings accompanying them as they began to rain down destruction towards any nearby infernals. Chapter 295, Farming Skill Points. Noah observed the pace of the battle first as he was finally content at being able to release the thousands of beasts in the spiritual land that had just been training and having their strength upgraded through the medicinal herbs and unique environment that pervaded through the spiritual land. The beasts followed closely with the forces of the undead legion as they received help and protection when required, the Lich working overtime to conduct all the undead forces' movements and raining down destruction on the surrounding infernals. Noah observed the unfolding battle as he affirmed its ongoing smoothness, and began floating from the spiritual land as he wanted to let loose and fight properly himself without any worry about super-powerful beings watching him. "I'll be right back." He said this to the relaxing Adelaide and her shadow guard, Knight, who were enjoying some of the resplendent fruits that could be seen all over the spiritual land as he shot into the skies. He went past the figures of the terrifying undead legion that was continuing to advance forward and raise down the rushing forces of maddened infernals, already seeing multiple huge groups of infernals led by those in the saint rank forming. He moved past this scene as he went deeper into the first realm of hell, towards its centermost position where the temperature palpitated and became even more scathing, the region where an abundant amount of void rank infernals resided. Mana moved through his body as he took the form of the Lesser Cthulhu once again and became a purple streak that tore through the fiery skies, his body appearing and disappearing every now and then as he smoothly traversed through with the boost from Child of Space and naturally powerful body of the form he took. He came to a stop after a few minutes, his body materializing as he glanced down. The area around him had become a mountainous range where flames sputtered in and out, infernals filling every inch of it as deep within each mountain. He could sense the power of a void rank infernal. His gaze met the upturned eyes of multiple roaming saint rank infernals that looked up towards him and screeched, wings erupting from their backs as they flew towards him at breakneck speed. A wide smile appeared over Noah's terrifying tentacle-filled face as he cracked his fists, thoroughly about to enjoy this upcoming thrashing while getting used to the tremendous power of this Lesser Cthulhu. Thunk. Thunk. His thick arms caught two of the flying saint rank infernals as he grasped their tough bodies in his enclosed palms, the bodies struggling as dense hellish flames erupted from them and went on to cover his hands. The other infernals in the skies also let off hellish flames of abhorring temperature as they created hell storms of rapidly rotating flames that went on to cover the entirety of his more than 20 meters large humanoid body. Noah's smile only got brighter as within these burning flames that would have turned any normal void rank being into cinders, he didn't even feel a thing. A wild laugh released from him as the energies of his body trembled, the wild ether he couldn't control around his body dancing as it went on to cover the two saint rank infernals he was holding in his hands, sending their inner essence into chaos as the hands holding onto them closed down. Blood and gore erupted from the terrible hands of the Lesser Cthulhu as Noah got the show underway, starting off by using a skill he was very curious about the extent of damage that it could cause, the Portals of Terror. Mana coursed through his body swiftly as the skill was activated, his thoughts sending a command. A single ovular portal appeared amidst the masses of infernals that had begun swarming towards him in the distance. The summoned portal held a purple hue as it trembled, seemingly not being able to contain what was on the other side as Noah observed stupendously powerful destructive energies begin to leave this portal in a circular fashion. It felt like the blazing earth had quaked when the summoned portal released its first blast of destructive energies that were a mix of purple and blue, their power so destructive that any infernal that was near this single portal found their bodies exploding as if they were overblown balloons. Fuck. Noah watched on in shock as this single portal released continuous destructive energies more than 30 meters around it as the entire landscape was changed, one hellish mountain being completely wiped off as a heavily injured void rank infernal limped out from the bottom of this mountain. But its protective essence couldn't keep up as the destructive energies that still left the Portal of Terror grinded down its defenses until it exploded into a puddle of nothingness. An eerie silence pervaded the normally maddened infernals as they observed thousands of their kind wiped off in a few seconds, especially a powerful infernal at the void rank that could not even last a few seconds under the unstable energies released from the newly appearing portal. Crazy. Even Noah was blown away by the overpowering and completely overwhelming power released from this one portal, which had effectively created a dead zone that no being could pass as long as he left it active. It was extremely overpowered, but this was what he liked. His thirst for more skill points increased as he watched the numbers rapidly fill up in his stat panel from the deaths of so many high-ranked infernals, his mind turning cold as he cast Portals of Terror multiple times, numerous different colored portals appearing all around this innermost region of the first realm of hell. One portal was bloody red in color and released what looked to be energy of the fire element, but it was so completely unstable that it burnt to ashes all it touched. Another portal was blue in color, releasing waves of energy that froze and shattered everything they touched in less than a second. Another was completely black, releasing an overwhelmingly powerful blast that pulled any beings it touched back towards the portal before they were ground to gory meat and bones. A variety of portals continued to appear across the fiery regions of the first realm of hell, and this continued until their number reached 18. Because of their extreme destructive energies, tens of thousands of nearby infernals were wiped out in a blink of an eye, the remaining infernals watching and the training void rank infernals coming out from deep beneath the fiery earth feeling a sense of unknown fear as a hellish torment began for the beings in the first realm of hell. Chapter 296, Havoc. Tides of change could be felt by the destructive beings in the first hell of the infernal realms as in its outer fringes, a legion of undead accompanied by powerful harbingers of sin were sweeping across the droves of infernals while in the innermost location, a dreadfully enthusiastic, lesser Cthulhu, was testing out the wide range of abilities available to him on the maddened droves of even more powerful infernals. The abhorred Lich Emperor was situated above a grandly floating bone dragon as the golden flames in its eye sockets danced, feeling its power growing ever stronger as its master returned more and more skill points into its skill tree. Deathly forces of powerful undead continued to rush forward and clash with the infernal. The moment a single undead died, another one taking its place. The Lich Emperor continued to wave its skull staff as more and more undead continued to be summoned. The eerie specters, bone dragons, blue phoenixes, and other powerful high-level undead were accompanying the harbingers of sin whose majority were still at the transcendent realm, their power being able to match the lowest-level infernals of which there were thousands of. Soon after the battle began though, their skills became more dreadful as they began using the skill points they gained from defeating the infernals, many of them wonderfully tweaking and choosing which of their skills to enhance as they exploded in strength. Yet, not a single one of them could even compare to the rate at which one particular being gathered skill points. The more that the forces of the abhorred Lich Emperor struck down the rushing infernals, its master would gain the skill points as they steadily rose with the constant movement of forces. But if there was a graph that showed the increase of skill points, they would at this moment show a constantly increasing parabolic line that continued to shoot up rapidly when Noah himself began casting the tremendously monstrous abilities of the lesser Cthulhu. Moving scenes and going to the innermost location of the first realm of hell, a lesser Cthulhu was wreaking havoc as the stupendously large body moved like a streak of light, appearing in one location that held huge CLU.S.Ters of infernals and leaving a deadly portal of terror there, before he flashed away to another location and cast yet another portal of terror that went on to decimate any infernals standing or floating nearby. The number of points under the infernal skill points were rapidly changing as small decimal increments continued to come in rapidly, this indiscriminate hunt for the infernals taking on the form of something never done before as they died at such fast rates, that even the infernal hunts that many worlds participated in could not compare. As long as Noah continued to rampantly run around like this for just another few hours, the number of infernals that he alone would kill would be higher than the number of all the infernals killed in the recent infernal hunt. This tremendous feeling of strength that one could get drunk on continued to permeate through Noah as unconsciously, the unstable ether that was distinctly covering his body seemed to slowly increase and accu.emulate the more he killed the infernals. The destructive ether energies unknowingly continued to coalesce around his large body, their unusual power palpitating as Noah continued to use brute force and the portals of terror to wreak havoc on any nearby infernals. He moved around numerous regions as he only left behind unrecognizable landscapes and blood and gore behind him. After a few hours, many of the powerful infernals across the wide inner regions of the first hell realized this immense commotion and the killing of their brethren as multiple void rank infernals grouped up and went towards Noah's position. He was casting yet another portal of terror when he felt the bubbling power of 4 void rank infernals rush towards him from all sides. His battle intent surged at this sight, as these maddened beings would only serve to provide him more skill points, a howl leaving his mouth as the tentacles and feelers covering the lower half of his face trembled with baleful ether. After killing so many infernals, the ether around Noah's large body had built up to such an extent as it seemed even more unstable, his roar of power acting like an unknown switch as the destabilized ether element all over his body erupted outwards with him at the center. The 4 rushing void rank infernals were stopped in their tracks as this circular blast of ether filled with destructive energies ripped through their bodies, their powerful defenses torn apart as heavy injuries were instantly inflicted upon their bodies. Noah observed this powerful blast of energy that released from him in surprise as he was too engrossed in enjoying the immense power of the lesser Cthulhu form that he was not paying attention to the constant buildup of ether which had just erupted from him at this moment in time. This came as a surprise as this wasn't an ability listed among the skills of this terribly powerful form, but this made Noah all the more curious to find out all he could about this lesser Cthulhu. He looked at the heavily injured void rank infernals that had been trying to get near him, their advance stopped short by this unexpected blast as he honed in on each of their locations and cast a skill that was even more destructive than the portals of terror. The skill, Sever, was activated. As in the direction his hand was pointing, the chest of one of the void rank infernals was pierced through instantaneously, with the infernal only feeling the pain a millisecond after. It was only then that the remaining infernals noticed this destructive ray of ether coming from Noah's hand, but at this point, Noah spun around in a circular motion as this deadly ray of ether covered the entire 360 degrees around him. Space trembled as a distinct thin line of severed space began to heal and close back up, everything that was around Noah experiencing a terrible nightmare as the bodies of the remaining void rank infernals surrounding him were shredded into two clean pieces, any nearby infernals experiencing the same fate. Thrum. Noah took in this amazing feeling of strength as he saw the red streaks of light that represented the unquantified form of the skill points releasing from the powerful bodies of the infernals and enter his own, watching the jump of 4 points all at once as he took down many powerful high-ranking infernals in this one attack. He marveled at this sight as he was about to continue this ecstatic battle, when he found himself rooted to the fiery skies he was floating on. Surprise left his terrifying mouth as he felt something unknown lock onto him and completely stop his movements. Below him from the blazing earth, and above him from the fiery skies of the first realm of hell, a domineering red light ascended from below and descended from above to lock onto his figure, freezing his figure and actually stopping all movements from him. Chapter 297, A Qualification. Noah used his observation skill as he found out that he couldn't even move his eyes, the skill showing him the area around him as this mystical red light that erupted from the blazing earth of the first hell and descended from the skies held tight to his body, the infernals around him cowering at the appearance of this light. He could not figure out what was happening when yet another change occurred, this time with him actually beginning to feel something he had not felt in quite a while: pain. Analyzing. Indescribable pain erupted from his body as he could distinctly feel the voice of the planetary system of his homeworld, this pain seemingly coming from deep within his body as the red light that held him in place flooded into his body ceaselessly. It was centered around his wide chest as the more that the red light flooded into him, etchings began to appear on his chest as they began forming peculiar runic lines. Arg. This process continued until Noah forcefully let out a guttural howl, feeling the pain slowly receding as the dense amount of light rushing into him had etched out a particular shape clearly on his chest. The whole process wasn't done, as on top of this mystical shape, the remainder of the red energy shot towards his head as a momentary sharp pain could be felt, this time only lasting for a millisecond as pieces of information began to enter Noah's head. Analyzing. The planetary system of his homeworld was still trying to use its authority to see what exactly had occurred just now, this situation being similar to when Noah first came in contact with the energies that infernals released after they were destroyed, but on a much grander scale. Yet, at this moment in time, Noah did not need the system to tell him exactly what was going on, as the remainder of the red light that had shot into his head actually contained an abundant amount of information. As for this information, he was left in awe the moment he began organizing everything and looked down towards his chest, his movements coming back to him fully as the red light completely receded, the cowering infernals still looking from a distance as they were unsure what had just occurred. On his chest, a glistening runic star that shone with a shimmering red light was clearly etched out, his mind remembering the pain as he realized this brand was not just etched onto his body, but onto his very origin. This was the reason he felt such a tremendous feeling of pain as the process occurred. You have gained a qualification. Both Noah and the planetary systems were trying to piece together the foreign information coming from this new source of energy, but Noah did not need to wait for the systems to analyze and quantify this information as it was being fed to him as clear as day from the remainder of the energy that rushed to his head. The first piece of information that he received was a memory about the infernal realms of hell. In this novice galaxy, all across the regions of the light expanse, dark expanse, and Latalis expanse, there were a total of 5 gateways that led to different realms of hell. These realms ranged from the first realm of hell where many of the infernals had their beginnings, all the way to the 5th realm of hell where the most powerful infernal lords resided. The first piece of information that Noah received was an overview of these realms and where each of their gates were located. The second piece of information pertained to the infernal lords themselves, and the empty seat that had been left dusting away for hundreds of years as these infernal lords awaited for something exactly like what occurred to Noah to happen. In this novice galaxy, there were exactly 8 infernal lords currently moving around, with the information making it clear that there were only 9 possible infernal lord that could take that title at any point in time, with there being an empty seat these past hundreds of years after the downfall of a particular infernal lord sometime in the past. This was where the third piece of information came in, the one that talked about this last empty seat, and how that was connected to the surprising event that had just taken place with him right in the middle of it. Indeed, a qualification. Much of the information was pieced together as Noah agreed while feeling the receding pain, turning to his stat panel as he observed what the planetary system had done yet again, simplify things in the easiest way possible as the information flowing in his mind was placed onto the blue stat panel. Title: Infernal Lord, 1%, in progress. Infernal Lord, $% caret end amp, $*% end amp, caret asterisk end amp wink with a frown end amp, WQ $% hashtag $caret end amp, asterisk, hashtag percent hashtag caret end amp, asterisk end amp, caret, email protected, at $% caret $% end amp, percent caret at hashtag $% end amp, asterisk percent, at hashtag caret end amp, $caret end amp, percent caret asterisk percent caret, $% hashtag percent caret end amp wink with a frown caret end amp, asterisk $%, email protected, hashtag percent caret end amp, asterisk end amp, happy face hashtag $caret percent end amp. In clear and crisp words, much of the information in Noah's mind was laid down in simple words that described exactly what had occurred, barring the many ununderstandable gibberish beneath the meaning of the Infernal Lord title itself. As the planetary system mentioned, the red light that rooted Noah to the skies and etched a brand to his very origin was a qualification. This qualification was one that gave him the right to take the title of an Infernal Lord in the future. This was a shocking turn of events that went completely against the prior knowledge that Noah had about infernals and infernal lords, with much of his knowledge towards these beings that were diametrically opposed to any others but them, was the fact that they only existed for wanton slaughter and destruction. This was why they were in the realms of hell, and would rush to kill anything that did not have an energy signature that did not match theirs. The infernals were beings of destruction, pure and simple, and even the new knowledge that Noah gained after he gained the qualification to take the remaining single seat of an infernal lord did not change that. Yet, he, a being that was the complete opposite of infernals, had actually been given the possibility to take the title of an actual infernal lord in the future. It was a mind-bending reality that could only be explained to have occurred by the possible convergence of multiple factors. If all it took to gain the qualification to become an infernal lord was to kill and obtain the unique energies that would be released from the bodies of infernals, then numerous possible infernal lords would have arisen among the forces of many powerful worlds that regularly sent their people to wipe out and battle infernals. Yet, all they received from it as a benefit was the rapid increase in comprehension and power. So the one thing that set Noah apart from all of these beings was the fact that when he first came in contact with these unique energies, the planetary system isolated and quantified it into the form of skill points that were CLU.S. tiered together in Noah's origin, with him distributing them freely to the skills only he could use and taking them away as he wished. Yet, just this single factor was not enough, as he had killed an abundant amount of infernals in the past, and yet nothing like what had just occurred now happened during that time. One could make the case and say it was because he had killed an even larger amount now, but the number would not matter as the last point would make it impossible for the last step to occur. There was also the part where he just let loose multiple beings into the infernal realm who used the same system as him, and nothing like this had occurred with them. This was simply that Noah and all the others were beings that were the complete polar opposite of the infernals, and would not have a possibility of obtaining something that was only meant for the infernals. This brought into question the only other change that was unique to Noah, the grandiose form he had taken while he defeated hundreds of thousands of infernals and obtained an even larger amount of their unique energy signatures in the form of skill points, the form of the Lesser Cthulhu. This was the only possibility he foresaw as the factor that brought multiple coincidences together and allowed for what happened today to occur, which prompted him to ask the question nobody around him could answer: just what was this form of the Lesser Cthulhu, and how was it connected to the infernals? This was the biggest mystery that he did not know the answer to, and would not know for quite some time. But this convergence of factors, of him taking the form of the Lesser Cthulhu, of the planetary system isolating and breaking down the unique signatures of infernals into quantifiable points kept deep within his origin, of the numerous infernals that he killed, especially the 4 void-rank infernals that were at the peak of power in this first realm of hell. All of these factors came together as he was granted what an infernal that was called an aberration not too long ago had a chance of obtaining. This was the same aberration that the Celestial Grand Master had made sure would die, as it held qualifications to become a general or a scion of an infernal lord in the future, if not for the horrendous possibility of it rising as an infernal lord itself. The Grand Master had wondered whether they really averted fate with the death of that aberration, and his wondering was answered at this moment as a brand new aberration. This one, actually gaining the qualification of becoming an infernal lord much earlier, had appeared in the first realm of hell. Chapter 298, The Title of an Infernal Lord. In the vastness of the Novice Galaxy, at a particularly obscure location in the Latalis expanse, there was a small asteroid floating in space. This asteroid was only a couple of miles in diameter, and would normally be orbiting around a star. Yet at this moment, it seemed to be stationed in space as it simply floated. The cause of this was the only two beings situated upon this rock who were extremely focused on a board game in front of them. In this void of space, a being with a humanoid appearance, but having multiple horns erupting out of its head in the form of a crown, was scrunching his face in annoyance. The being sitting opposite him was clad in a dark robe and a uniquely shimmering pointed hat, this one actually being a human and holding a wizened old jovial expression as he was winning the game that was being played. Haha, you'll have to relinquish 2 worlds after you lose this game. The voice of the aged human in a pointed hat boomed out in the vastness of space as he taunted the being in front of him, who looked up in annoyance as the crown formed from his own horns shimmered. Humph, the loss of 2 worlds is nothing to worry about. Why don't we dash? The crown being came to a stop unexpectedly as he placed his hand on his chest briefly, before a wide smile erupted from his face as all the annoyance from the loss he just took went away. The old man in a pointed hat observed this as he spoke with a questioning tone. What exactly made you so happy, Voldred? The crown being stood up as he patted his clothes with a smile, the board he was just playing on disappearing as he replied. It seems like fate is really due for a correction in the near future. I've received 2 signals in the past days of a possible qualifier taking the last remaining seat. It seems that the ally that will break this stalemate will join us sooner than expected. Rumbling erupted on the stationary asteroid as the old man in a conical hat stood up abruptly, his gaze becoming stern as his old body palpitated with power. The 8 of you aren't enough that an extra one has to be thrown into the midst. The old man spoke in a semi-threatening voice as the one called Voldred laughed and shrugged off a reply. The one to take this seat will be the last. Why even act like that? You should be very clear by now about the reason for our existence. The game ended abruptly as the 2 beings stood up and looked at each other closely, Voldred speaking out again. You've bested me yet again, young Idrusim. You can have the world of Aradel and the 4th Twilight Realm for my loss today. I have to get back to my little abode and prepare for the coming war. Dangerous words were said with a light smile as one being simply gave another the ownership of 2 worlds, and mentioned something as foreboding as a war to finish it off. The old being with a wizened expression that was just called a young man, Idrusim, scoffed as his body began to be littered with auroras of lights. A realm that you've already milked dry and a world with extremely weak creatures. You're as cheap as always, O great infernal lord. Idrusim finished his words mockingly as he watched the infernal lord in front of him laugh, his devilish figure disappearing in a blinding red light as only Idrusim was left on the stationary asteroid. A cold and impassive look passed over Idrusim as the colorful aurora of lights around his body intensified, his figure disappearing soon after from the asteroid as it began to move through the void of space yet again. Both of these 2 beings appeared briefly on this small rock and played a game, leaving thereafter as a shocking piece of information would soon begin to spread amongst the knowledgeable forces in the Latalis expanse and the dark expanse of the Novice Galaxy. This information was contained among the higher-ups, never meeting the light of day for any beings that other than the extremely powerful. It was a simple piece of information that held shocking meaning. The information was none other than the rise of a new infernal lord was on the horizon. This shocking piece of information would spread in the Latalis and the dark expanse, with the light expanse receiving this information much quicker than most, as in the 7th celestial star where a brand new celestial disciple would soon descend into, a particular celestial grandmaster stood up from his resplendent monastery as his face became grim. Multiple lines of fate were rushing into his eyes as he used an unknown technique, his face becoming darker by the second as he stood up and left the monastery, going towards a deeper location in the celestial star where other celestial grandmasters were CLU.S.tiered, busy with their own jobs and stations. The wizened celestial grandmaster shot towards a central location as he spoke softly, his voice traveling to a unique golden medallion he held in his hand. I hereby call forth an emergency meeting of all the grandmasters on the 7th celestial star. The voice was calm yet filled with grimness as it called forth, numerous auras of ridiculous powerhouses erupting out from the 7th celestial star. Back to the first realm of hell where a majestic lesser Cthulhu floated in the fiery skies, Noah continued to observe the title of Infernal Lord whose description could not be read, but a single 1% was visible next to it. The qualification he had gained was 1% complete, and he would have to bring this percentage all the way to 100 if he wanted to actually obtain this title of an infernal lord. As for the way to do it, his lips curved into a smile as he organized the information that came with this qualification and glanced towards the quivering infernals in the distance. The same way he had gained the qualification to begin with, he had to build up the unique energy signature of the infernals, the unique essence that was termed skill points. By the planetary system, to extreme amounts before this qualification could turn into a full-fledged title. There was a tremendous amount of mystery surrounding the infernals that he needed to solve, along with finding out how a being like the Lesser Cthulhu came into the picture of all of this, or if there were any other things that allowed for this qualification to be made possible to a being like him. There were many unanswered questions, but he knew what he had to do in order to get the answers he needed. He would follow the path that was opening in front of his eyes to completion until he reached the finish line. Chapter 299, Preparations Complete. The massacre of the infernals continued for another few hours as Noah continued to endlessly throw out tremendously powerful portals of terror and cut apart everything around him with sever, his excitement continuing to build up as he saw the skill points continuing to flow in, only slightly dampened when he noticed the percentage under the title of Infernal Lord had only risen by another 1% to become 2%. He looked at the area around him that had turned into a wasteland for miles as his body shot off into the distance, going towards the outer fringes where the Lich Emperor and others were wreaking havoc as he chose to continue on to the next phase of plans. Increasing the percentage in front of the Infernal Lord title would be something that would take a long time, and he already mapped out how he would be completing it on the side while he moved to the underworld and then to the 7th celestial star in the future. As he moved towards the location of the others, he released the form of the Lesser Cthulhu, staring at his chest to find the runic marking of a star still visible beneath his skin, but fading away the moment he gave a simple mental command. He nodded at the simplicity of this as he arrived to meet the ravaging forces of the undead legion that the abhorred Lich Emperor commanded. Kazuhiko and company were moving enthusiastically as they released assortments of colorful and deadly skills that were definitely not correlated with their levels, the power that the transcendent rank Kazuhiko released being able to injure a normal being in the saint rank as he had chosen a skill tree to focus his skill points in and became even stronger. The Kraken and other beasts were in the same boat as their bodies trembled with power, some reinforcing elemental skills as they released extremely freezing attacks or scorching flames that burned the highly resistant infernals. Noah ascertained this huge level of progress as he returned to the spiritual land and found the frozen queen who was playing with the weaker beasts that did not leave the spiritual land, her hands holding multiple medicinal fruits that she was passing out to the beasts. Night was standing by her side as usual as Noah came towards them and told them a bit about his future movements, the frozen queen nodding with a sad but determined face as Noah teleported with her and Night back to the frozen kingdom of the beast world. Many of the preparations were complete on Noah's side. As he had completed the things he placed the most importance on before he followed the coordinates of the void crystal towards the underworld. He returned to the first realm of hell as he conversed with the harbingers of sin on what they planned to do, with many of them seeing their extreme rise in strength and usefulness of the skill points as they chose to remain in the first realm of hell to increase their power. The skill points rapidly increased the power of their skills and focused them in a particular direction, while they could also be used to increase the proficiency of skills. Although the skill points used to increase proficiency would forever be lost, while those added to skill trees could freely be distributed. This made it so that unless they wanted to see the number of points they could use reducing rapidly, they had to increase the proficiency of their skills by using them in constant practice. When it came to Noah though, his speed of gathering skill points could not even be looked at on the same level as everyone else, and he had the option to waste some skill points if he chose to in order to quickly raise the proficiencies of a certain skill for combination. Noah agreed with the thoughts of the harbingers of sin as he planned to leave the spiritual land in the skies of this infernal realm, seeing no possible issues arising as he would be leaving behind the monstrously powerful abhorred Lich Emperor that could withstand multiple void rank infernals with its expanded power as Noah readed all of the skill points he had taken away previously, and even mostly maxed the skill tree of the Lich as its power continued to climb up senselessly. Lich Lord of Abomination, 15/15, Abilities, Summon Poison Totem, May 5th, Summon Undead, 5/5, Noxious Outburst, May 5th, and Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, May 5th, NGT, Abhorred Lich Emperor, 25/30, Additional Abilities, Undead Legion, 5/5, Will of the Undead Emperor, May 5th, and Delay Death, 5/5. The Lich was geared towards death, with a few poison abilities still playing a role as it used both a fearsome undead legion and tremendously powerful poisonous attacks on the hordes of infernals. The skill itself was currently at 25 to 30, just a few more points being required before the pathway towards the next rank could be shown. But before this pathway could even be opened, Noah would need to have 2 Void plus rank skills to sacrifice. This put a limiter to how fast his strength could rise, as even at this moment, he only held 2 Void rank skills, and would need to either spend many skill points to quickly increase the proficiencies of Saint rank skills to make more Void and then Void plus through skill combination, or use the smarter path and conserve the highly important skill points that did not just go towards his skill tress, but also towards the percentage of the Infernal Lord title, and max the proficiency of the skill he chose for combination the normal way that would take some time. With the advent of the upgraded time-space that held a ratio of 140, this would not be an issue for Noah. He couldn't help but form a smile at the many means he had at his disposal as he sent some final commands to the abhorred Lich Emperor for him to continue amassing skill points and protect the people he was leaving behind first and foremost. In the case anything drastic or unexpected occurred, like the rise of an aberration that was extremely unlikely to happen again, the Lich held the stupendous skill, Delay Death, that would give Noah a chance to teleport back in a millisecond in case an accident occurred. The preparations seemed to be all but done as Noah went around to leave multiple markers, with the use of the absolute skill, and LT, Astral Connector and GT, as he marked multiple locations across the now 4 worlds he was connected to. In case he ever ran into a situation where a spatial lock was placed down by his enemies, it would never become a worry for him as he would be able to run regardless. His body disappeared from the first realm of hell as he reappeared miles away from where the doorway that led to it stood, at the same location that the Celestial Grandmaster had teleported him an Elder Space Warp to give him the invitation of joining the Celestials. Noah's figure rapidly folded in upon itself as he activated an ability of the Amorphous Space Beast skill that led to the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree, using the ability of Miniature Space, as his body fully disappeared and a small black dot that was barely discernible in the dark void space appeared. Inside the small miniature space where his body was contained in, Noah pulled out the void crystal that held the coordinates towards the underworld as the small black dot began to tear through the void of space with extreme speeds. The next location was set. Now, it was only waiting to see what exactly waited for him as he learned more about the beings that stood against the Celestials. Chapter 300, Traversing Space, the Underworld. In the vastness of space, a single black dot shot forth at extreme speeds. The starry space was filled with stars, making some regions shimmer with brilliant lights while other regions were completely filled with darkness. Noah, contained in the miniature space ability of the Amorphous Space Beast, traversed the vastness of space for an entire day and night. There wasn't a rising or setting sun to show the passage of time, making him feel an unusual feeling as he counted the hours while staring at the waters around him. He came across vibrant stars that seemed to be filled with life, and also chanced upon planets that held violent elemental storms within as not a single life form could be felt. The most extreme case in this journey was when he came across a star that was shockingly split apart into 2 pieces. He had only observed the circular form that seemed to have a line cutting through it when he was far away in the distance, and he changed his direction briefly as he went to observe this phenomenon. The closer he came, the larger the star became as he shockingly saw numerous asteroids floating around this star that was split into 2 pieces. His size was extremely minuscule compared to the large shattered star he was looking at, his attention only hanging around this shocking scene briefly as he viewed the broken planet to see what could have caused such a thing. No answers could be ascertained as he looked at this as a sort of reminder for what fate could befall the numerous stars and continued on his journey. It was an extremely boring and eye-opening trip as he expanded his horizons and crossed multiple small and large worlds, even chancing upon a prime world that he didn't even get near of lest he be sensed by some monstrous powers. He continued forward for another day before he neared the coordinates that the void crystal which the vampire prince had given him to foretold. In his expanding sight, the view of a mystically shining planet gradually enlarged and came to view. The planet in front of him was different from the ones he came across, being even bigger than the world of cultivation, and having something that Noah had not yet come across with his own eyes. He stared curiously at the enlarging planet that had a shimmering gray barrier all around it. The barrier seemed extremely thin, like it could be broken at any moment, but Noah knew this wasn't the case as just from the single location he was observing from, he could sense life forms not too far from the barrier that were most likely stationed there as guards. This was the first star that he had come across which held something as unique as a barrier, making him even more interested in understanding just what type of forces were dwelling in it. The void crystal that should have been leading him to the location where the pureblood vampires resided in the underworld shone a black light as it seemed to have sensed something and sent a signal forth, with Noah only waiting a few minutes as he shockingly noticed a wide octagonal shape opening up in the shimmering barrier, a black interstellar warship shooting out a few seconds later as it neared his position. The ship held a sleek design, being much smaller than the ones that he previously saw around the doorway that led to the first realm of hell. It came close to him as it stopped a few meters away, a grandiose door opening as beside it stood a dashingly handsome vampire prince. He was looking at the black dot stationed in space as he observed it bloom, the form of a calm dark-haired young man in his 20s appearing magnificently as a sharp light passed through the prince's eyes. "You seem to always have another face when I see you." Prince Cassius gave a light greeting as Noah seamlessly floated towards the ship with his original human body, a light smile appearing on his face as he expected this prince to at least be surprised at seeing a Saint Realm individual like him float in space with no issues, but it seemed he had left too strong of an impression when he left this prince the last time. "This is my actual form, not the Crixus of the world of cultivation. The name is Noah, Noah Osmont." Prince Cassius nodded, his imposing sight checking Noah up and down as he entered into the ship that shot back to the octagonal space still open in the barrier. Noah wasn't bothered with the probing gaze of the vampire prince as he had prepared sufficiently while he was traveling over here, using the dagger of time multiple times to check for the different possibilities that could play out for this trip to the pureblood vampire's abode. In almost all of the possible scenarios, no harm would befall him, and he only stood to benefit as he learned more about this covert force that was sleeping right under the Celestial's nose. He observed the octagonal shape quickly closing behind them the moment the ship passed through, the voice of Prince Cassius ringing out again as they entered the main room of the small ship they were on. "Your story has raised quite a few heads, with my father looking forward to meeting someone that is as bold as I am." The high echelons of the pureblood vampires were wondering who the being that was bold enough to take the life of celestial disciples could be, and more so what unknown force this being represented. Noah smiled at this as he observed the new world unfolding itself in front of him. The vampire prince's people seemed to have questions about him, and he had even more questions about them as he would come to understand exactly what kind of force they were. The ship they were on broke through the clouds as the grandiose sight of one of the lands of the underworld made itself apparent in Noah's eyes. One couldn't see the dreary atmosphere that they would come to imagine when the thought of underworld entered their minds. What Noah saw was a magnificent sight of a shining metropolis that was filled with grandiose ancient castles that screamed regality. The largest of these ancient castles were tiered at the center of the wide lands that expanded to the horizon. Noah could not find a location that looked barren as everything around him shone with uniqueness. The ship they were on neared the centermost region of this wide country, these wide lands that were under the control of the pureblood vampires as Noah made his entrance into the underworld. Chapter 301, The Pureblood Vampires. The underworld was a unique prime world that stood above many prime worlds in terms of power. This was why even though many powers were surprised when they saw the name of a vampire prince shine brightly on the leaderboard for the infernal hunt, they understood it as a fact when they connected this prince to the pureblood vampires of the underworld. It was a powerful world that was filled with unique monsters and powerhouses, ranging from the vampires to werewolves, all the way to the race of cyclops and other unique creatures. Out of all the organizations that were distributed across the wide underworld though, the vampires were the most powerful, and the most secretive. They mostly kept to themselves as they continued to expand their lands and power, eventually becoming the known dominant force of the underworld. Noah observed the ancient castles all around him that made him feel like he was looking at an upgraded medieval era with monsters and magic as the ship that he and the vampire prince were on landed squarely on a wide area behind one of the biggest castles in the huge metropolis they entered. The doors opened to a shimmering red carpet that led all the way to wide-open golden doors that led towards the castle, with the right and left sides of the red carpet filled with neatly dressed men and women that all had the look of butlers and maids. "Welcome back, O great prince." It was an amazing sight to come across as this prince who had most likely just left this castle for a few minutes came back and received a welcome as if he had left for years. The heads of all these beings that Noah felt to all be vampires were turned down respectfully as they spoke with reverent voices. Noah turned to the impassive face of Prince Cassius who had already begun walking across the red carpet as he followed along, the prince pointing to the large castle in front of them and speaking out. "This castle in front of you is the royal castle where many vampire nobles reside. The large castle was filled with a dense aura of blood and regality as Noah ascertained that much, not spreading his aura out too much lest he catch the attention of some powerful character that could put a damper on his plans. They entered through the wide doors as even more neatly dressed butlers and maids gestured towards a door while bowing, speaking with reverential uniform voices that would make one feel a sense of awe and fear. "The food has been prepared, O great prince." Prince Cassius nodded as he led Noah further into the castle, bringing him to a wide hall that held a long regal rectangular table. On this table, gorgeously shining meats of rare beasts and animals were abundant, with golden inlaid cups and jugs holding a deep red liquid that glistened in the light. Noah's attention was grabbed by the resplendent assortment of foods, his nose wrinkling as he smelled the strong metallic scent of blood that permeated the wide room. The prince's face turned grim as he turned to the nearby maids, his voice becoming hard and ringing out in the hall. "I told you all to prepare a meal for a guest." The voice was chilling as the maids that were just preparing the food felt their legs buckle, a unique aura erupting from Prince Cassius that forced them to their knees as they apologized with ashen faces. We apologize, O great prince. We didn't know the guest would be, we shall change it right away." They scrambled towards the long table as they waved their hands, the abundant amount of cups and uniquely golden jugs holding the reddish liquids reducing quickly as the prince waved his hands and set out another command. "Leave us quickly. I expect no interruptions." Quick nods were given as butlers and maids ran out as if their lives depended on it, Prince Cassius offering Noah a seat while he himself sat right opposite him as he looked at Noah with peering eyes. "All right, I still can't figure you out, so you'll have to be willing to share slightly more things about yourself today." Noah smiled at the peering words, about to reply when the recently closed door was flung open again, causing a vein to appear above the irascible Prince Cassius as he spoke without even turning around. "Did I not say there would be no interruptions? Now, I would never dare to interrupt your special time, O great prince, it is just that your father has called for you, and your guest." A calm and jovial voice came out as the one to come in was an aged old man that held a vibrant aura, the large canines coming out of him glistening dangerously as he spoke out. The prince's tone changed as he turned to look at this powerhouse at the peak of the void realm as he asked quizzically. "Father should still be in the meeting with the council. I was going to have him meet my guest when he was finished. It appears quite a few heads were turned because of your guest, some in the vampire council showing great interest as well." The aged vampire replied with a respectful smile, saying words that turned the expression of the prince sour as he replied his misgivings. "That is not the way I wanted this to play out." A brief pause came as the bowing vampire straightened up and looked at the two figures sitting on the wide dining table filled with an overabundance of food as he now replied coldly, yet still respectfully. "It is what your father wanted." Prince Cassius turned passive as he heard this, a confused expression appearing on his face as many thoughts passed through his head, eventually turning towards Noah with an apologetic expression. "I apologize for this, it seems I cannot be a good host, and we must meet some old fogies first." Noah's eyes shone at the rapid progression of events, nodding as he stood up along with the vampire prince, their gazes landing on the smiling vampire that began leading them out of the wide dining hall and deeper into the castle where powerful auras were abundant. They passed through multiple halls and corners, and even ascended a few floors as the butlers and maids that they passed became more and more powerful, with multiple transcendent realm vampire maids dressed in voluptuous clothing standing outside wide doors that led to an expansive room. The old vampire bowed as his right hand pointed towards the room while speaking out once again, this time his words directed to Noah. "Please, enter into the council hall." The invitation was crisp as the door opened, Prince Cassius entering with a slightly angered expression while Noah entered the room calmly, the door closing behind them with a clang as the room opened up in front of their eyes. In this expansive room termed as the council hall, numerous auras honed in at Noah's position as his eyes stared straight to the far corner of the room where an exquisitely large bejeweled throne that screamed regality stood. On this throne, a being with blood-red eyes and a tight-fitting suit was looking directly at Noah, his expression of great interest as oppressive auras began to permeate the entire room. In less than an hour after his entrance into the underworld, Noah was already meeting with the being that stood at the forefront of power for the strongest force established in this world. Chapter 302, The Vampire Council. The vampire on the throne held a light smile as his gaze focused on the appearing figures of Noah and Prince Cassius. Around this wide and expansive council hall, there were multiple figures situated to the elevated platforms on the left and right sides that led towards the throne. Each of these figures were letting out levels of power no less than the void rank, with a few even surpassing it. So this is the conundrum that even the little genius Cassius cannot solve. The vampire on the throne spoke in a playful tone as he gazed towards his son. This vampire could not be called old, and actually had the figure of a man in the prime of his life, seemingly in his early 40s at most. This appearance would fool many beings as the actual age of this one being ranged in the hundreds of years. Prince Cassius moved forward, about to reply, when an immense aura suddenly shot forth from one of the elevated platforms and descended on Noah, a unique skill being cast that locked down space entirely. This change of events was rapid as a booming voice of power erupted from the right side of the elevated platform. This issue can be solved right now. This unknown being observed our prince kill celestial disciples, and that is a dangerous knowledge that we cannot leave wandering outside this world. We should simply kill. Vibrations erupted out at the mention of these explosive words, Prince Cassius moving towards Noah as he looked up at the being speaking and replied with a grave tone. Count Shitus, any more disrespect towards my guest and you will earn my displeasure. The vampire prince's words were not filled with as much power as the being that targeted Noah, but his body shone with a red glow as it forcefully caused the body of the one called Count Shitus to pull back, seemingly dominated by something else that was not just power. Noah observed this as many thoughts about the vampires passed through his mind, the subject of extremely unique bloodlines that could pressure beings no matter their rank of power coming up. Count Shitus pulled back his aura as he turned to the vampire on the throne and spoke out languidly. "O great king, we know the power of celestials. Should we really be placing our lives and the lives of our people on a being we don't even know the origins of, when we can just nip this in the bud right now?" The words were filled with strength, gaining the agreement of a few other beings situated on the elevated platforms of the wide hall. Quietness permeated the hall as everyone looked towards the vampire on the throne, the playful expression never leaving this being's face as he spoke towards Noah. "So, human with unknown origins. Why don't you tell us of your origins, and what exactly you wish to accomplish?" Complete silence reigned the moment this question was asked, all the powerful auras focusing on the next set of words coming out from this newly appearing being's mouth as it would decide where they stood on this very unpredictable issue. The problem at hand for the vampires was that their prince had acted and killed the celestial disciples, and he was observed by an unknown being while doing this. The prince had mentioned the events thereafter when he and this being joined forces and even took down 2 more celestial disciples, which put a few old fogies in a speculative mood, while others were still convinced and saw this as a grave threat. Because the moment that even the possibility of suspicion was thrown to the pureblood vampires of the underworld being enemies of the celestials, it would be the complete eradication of all of them. So when it came to the option of complete eradication of all of their forces, or simply killing the being holding extremely important information, it wasn't even a question for a few of the powerful figures in this vampire council. They honed their gazes towards Noah as they awaited to find out exactly who this being was and what he wanted. All the while Prince Cassius was looking at his father with a questioning and confused expression, as this was not what they had discussed when he first relayed information about the being he met in the first realm of hell. Noah's heart was at ease as he felt the auras of multiple beings focus on him, knowing his preparations were more than enough for this venture he was about to take. He spoke out cautiously. "I am Noah Osmont, and I come from a world that was impacted by the Celestials in the past, and I have been personally moving against them all this time. When I found that another force covertly existed in the dark that was moving against them as well, I had to come." The words were neither overbearing nor servile, but it didn't seem to have satiated the hungry vampires as the being on the throne spoke once more while nodding. "What exactly do you hope to accomplish? Going through the information I could find about you, you are acting as a little genius of a sect in the world of cultivation, with your power at the Saint Realm. A genius, sure, but extremely young. What do you want, and what could our side benefit from someone like you?" The smiling expression remained on the face of the vampire king as he asked this dangerous question. Noah turned towards Prince Cassius as he replied. "I observed the unique skills displayed by the prince that were extremely effective in dealing with the Celestials' probing gazes, and I am in great need of such skills in the coming future." A snort rang out as Count Shitus spoke out once again. "You think a nobody would be given access to the forbidden skills of the pureblood vampires?" His tone was domineering and strong as he seemed offended by even the thought of this assertion. Noah moved his eyes towards the vampire on the throne as he did not even look in another direction, knowing this being would be the key for his plans here today. "This still does not answer the other half of my question, what can we gain from you?" Quietness reigned in the council hall once more as a bright smile erupted from Noah. Your people must have seen the appearance of the Celestial Grandmaster near the end of the infernal hunt. Intense pressure from the seating council members descended at the mention of the powerful figure, the Vampire King still comfortably sitting on his throne as he nodded for Noah to continue. That Celestial Grandmaster saw great potential in the being that contributed greatly to the death of the infernal aberration, and has invited me to join the ranks of Celestials. A bright smile covered Noah's face as he released information that only the elders of the profound astral sect knew at this moment. The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed as the smile was wiped away from the playful Vampire King, a destructive aura at the peak of soul-forging realm erupting out as a maddening pressure permeated and covered the entire council hall, extending to the entire royal castle soon after as a bloody world was instantly enacted and covered everything in its entirety. Chapter 303, Domineering. Immense pressure was unbound in the Vampire Council Hall as from the right and left of the hall where many vampire counts and powerful figures were situated, many of them had blood-red eyes and dangerous batwings erupting from their backs as they were frozen in place. Their hands were outstretched in form of sharp claws as their wide jaws showed long canines ruptured and ready to bite off the being they were all jumping towards, the single human present in the council hall. The bodies of all of these powerful vampires that were already in motion to descend towards Noah and rip him apart the moment he finished saying the single last explosive sentence were all frozen in place from the domineering aura of none other than the Vampire King himself that had lost his playful smile and stood up grimly from his throne. The eruption of his power was not to attack or pressure Noah, but to hold back these voracious vampires that had acted the instant his words finished to jump for this human's life. The body of the Vampire King pulsed with a red light as a regal aura of the densest pure-blood bloodline brought tremendous pressure to all surrounding vampires and stopped them on their tracks no matter if they were at the void or soul rank. This was the power that the being holding the purest bloodline of the vampires, this was the man known as the Vampire King. Prince Cassius was looking at Noah with a shocked expression as even he had not found out this information that he released just now, watching as Noah's expression remained calm while monstrous auras that were ready to pounce towards him surrounded him from all directions. The grim expression on the Vampire King's face was soon wiped away as numerous thoughts seemed to pass through his experienced eyes. He knew exactly how his forces would react the moment this human let loose the shocking words, and acted instantly to prevent any unfortunate events from occurring. His gaze now remained on Noah as silence reigned in the council hall. The Vampire King waved his fingers swiftly as the monstrous powerhouse that were already pouncing towards Noah found their bodies unwillingly return to the seats they were in, there. Fangs and wings retracted as they were given a reminder of the fearsome power of the being that stood on the throne of the pure-blood vampires. You all seem to have forgotten, but it is I that makes the rules and is in command of every single creature in these lands. This applies to the rats, the elite vampires, and even the little pure-blood vampires in this room. Domineering words resounded across the wide council hall as powerful vampires of the void and soul rank found themselves situated back into their seats like obedient children. They held no control of their bodies as the one holding the purest bloodline activated his authority and turned them as weak as normal unawakened beings. If something like this ever happens again, you all will be the first to lose your heads. Domineering. Resplendent. The words of the Vampire King reverberated as he turned his focus towards Noah and Prince Cassius. You two, let's talk. He waved his fingers again as Prince Cassius's body floated towards him, another power wrapping around Noah and bringing him further into the council hall where the throne of the Vampire King stood. Their bodies arrived right beside the stone steps leading to the throne as another smaller world of blood began to convalesce around them, the voice of the Vampire King ringing out towards the still trembling vampires on both sides of the hall. The rest of you, reflect on your actions for now. OOOM. The smaller blood world completely covered their three figures as only silence remained in the wide hall. Every single vampire in the room continued to be situated with not a single movement, only their eyes being able to show the fear they had forgotten deep in their hearts. When looking at the royal castle where the ruling force of the pure-blood vampires resided, many beings could see a shimmering red blood world encircling it endlessly as they wondered exactly what had occurred. More than an hour passed as a bloody world revolved around the royal castle, and an even smaller bloody world revolved around three beings in the Vampire Council Hall. The vampires to the left and right of the hall were still seated without a single ounce of movement when they felt a change sometime later, the bloody world in the room dissolving as the three beings came out with different expressions. The Vampire King had returned to his usual smile, the prince seemed to be lost in thought, while the human was calm with slight excitement visible on his face. The Vampire King sat back on his throne as he waved his hands, the vampires on the sides of the hall finding movement returning to their bodies as they breathed out and remained still, turning to look towards their king with re-established fear as he spoke out. Our little friend here presents a unique opportunity that our dark expanse has never been able to come across in the last hundreds of years. His voice was firm as it resounded in the hall, revealing shocking information about the origin of the pure-blood vampires as the king continued. We have always clashed with celestials, but never have we garnered an opportunity to get inside of their celestial stars, or even have someone on our side among them. This little friend right here. The vampire king pointed towards Noah as he continued. Will be taking the extremely dangerous task of infiltrating a celestial star, and would require our forbidden skills in order to not be found out and captured during his infiltration. Does anyone object to this decision? A question was asked, yet many knew it wasn't a question, but simply the statement of a fact. Count Shitus was the first to reply as he bowed his head. No, O great king. You are wise beyond the years to see ahead to the usefulness this human can bring. No, sire. No objections. Numerous voices perked up as their eyes could not even meet the being that controlled their bodies with a simple movement of his fingers, showing their agreement as every single vampire in the council hall unanimously agreed with the words said by the vampire king. The smiling king nodded as he turned his gaze towards Noah and spoke. Now, I somewhat trust you somewhat after our discussion, and understand your need for information. So. He then pointed with his index finger towards the center of the wide hall as a runic circle appeared in the air, drawing the shocked gazes of the vampire council as they felt the initiation of ancient blood magic. As a way to prove yourself to me and the pure-blood vampires here, you can enter the ancient blood world of our progenitor. The shocked gazes only continued as many vampires abruptly stood up, about to open their mouths when they recalled what just happened an hour prior as they quickly sat back down while affirming the reality of the ancient magic they felt being cast. The runic inscription finished being inlaid as it shone brightly, a bloody red portal appearing in the middle of the hall as a desolate aura released from it. This ancient blood world is located near the border of the light and dark expanse, hidden far among the dredged of dead stars. It has the inheritance of our progenitor, and will have the techniques you seek, as well as allow you to gain more of our trust because. The vampire king held a wide smile as he spoke out the conditions he had discussed with Noah during their hour-long discussion. Only a vampire can leave this ancient blood world alive. Chapter 304, An Inheritance of Blood. An air of ancientness and turbidity was released from the bloody portal floating in the middle of the council hall as the vampire king finished his words. Some nods of understanding could be seen from a few older vampires, seeing the forethought put into the plans of their king as they realized what the results of it would be. Some still held shocked expressions because they could not believe that a human, not even a vampire, was being given permission to seek the inheritance of the progenitor. One should know that this was an opportunity that very few of even the highest echelons of pure-blood vampires received, being something that was given as a prize to the exceedingly genius-growing disciples. Many of them wanted to speak up, but recalling what had just occurred over an hour ago, they sat back in their seats and simply watched the progression of events. Noah's eyes were stuck to this glowing red portal as he went over the hour-long talk between him and the enigmatic being that seemed to always be smiling, yet it also felt like he was hiding a sharpened blade that could cut down at any second. The vampire king had asked for every single detail of the encounter between him and Prince Cassius in the first realm of hell, exactly how they took down the disciples, what they observed, and the final fight between them and the aberration. Even more details that he wanted was the conversation that Noah and Elder Space Warp had with the Celestial Grandmaster word for word when he pulled them from their interstellar ship and offered the invitation of becoming a celestial disciple towards Noah. A cold light passed through the vampire king's eyes when he heard the celestial refer to the dark expanse as lawless place, his eyes scrutinizing every detail thereafter as he observed Noah without blinking an eye until he seemed satisfied with the information. Before the small blood world wrapping around them was released, the vampire king had mentioned that he would give Noah the possibility of gaining the techniques that could escape the mysterious ways of the celestials, but this came with a few conditions. The first condition that he mentioned was the obtaining of the skills lying solely in Noah's hands as he would be given the opportunity to enter the land of their ancestor, the ancient blood world. That held the inheritance of many of the techniques he had observed Prince Cassius using, and more. Only after this was done would they move on to the next stage, the actual discussions of who this force of pure-blood vampires really were, and what they were planning against the Celestials. Noah glanced at the Prince Cassius that seemed to be lost in thought as he gave a light smile and began walking towards the portal letting out desolate energies. He held slight excitement about the techniques of the vampires that could evade the eyes of the Celestials, but he more so wanted to experience just exactly what these unique areas and skills he had never come across held in store for him. The statement about only vampires being able to leave this ancient blood world did not bother him, as his sights went past such things, and he only longed for more strength. His gaze became firm as he went towards the glowing red portal without looking back, disappearing in a flash as the room returned to quietness. This only lasted briefly as a joyful voice rang out. "Haha, cheer up. We may have gained an extremely useful ally, but I know not to place everything we have in front of him. This portal will only lead him to the normal inheritance given to elite vampires, not the actual abode where our progenitors' remains rest." The words brought down the sinking feeling that many vampires in the council hall were having, as they did not want to raise a word against their king, but felt it extremely blasphemous if the human had really been sent to the supreme blood inheritance that was only meant for vampire royalty. Now, it should take him a few hours or days depending on his talent. We need to discuss how to best use this infiltration into a celestial star to our advantage. I'll also send word back home, as this is truly something huge. The Vampire Council agreed as their voices slowly began to perk up for discussions, the pureblood Prince Cassius on the side still lost in thought as he looked at his father. He was thinking heavily about the recent set of events, as what his father had done confused him, and he even more so knew that his father was lying. Noah was not sent to the inheritance grounds for elite vampires in the ancient blood world, but to the inheritance abode of their progenitor that only he, a prince of the vampire race, had gone into in the last 100 years. His thoughts were clouded as he wondered, what exactly was his father up to? It felt like only a blink of an eye as Noah passed through the bloody portal in the council hall and came into a brand new area filled to the brim with an aura of ancientness and desolation. He appeared in the middle of what appeared to be a ridiculously large Colosseum-shaped structure that could be called ridiculous because it stretched for miles in diameter all around. He had to use observation just to see the huge walls surrounding this humongous Colosseum that was enclosed in a dome shape. All around this miles-long Colosseum, numerous lakes were distributed throughout as a metallic smell hung in the air. Near the wall, statues of terrifying creatures were spread throughout, many showing exquisite bat wings and fangs as they held different assortments of expression. They were situated all around the circular Colosseum, their gazes intersecting at something at the very center. At this centermost position, located a few miles where he stood, Noah could see an ancient shrine that screamed of old age, with an enormous lake of blood around it. As the moment he entered, this lake of blood trembled as essence began to converge. Noah focused all of his attention on this movement as he watched with stupefaction at the gradual formation of a being from the viscous lake of blood around this shrine. The lake was simply too wide, the outline of the being forming rapidly, becoming larger and larger as Noah soon found himself staring at something that towered above 30 meters. It held a humanoid shape, but had the grandiosity of a mountain as it floated grandly in the air, its bloody color shining in the desolate and ancient air as two even redder eyes opened and honed themselves on Noah. The being began speaking, but the opening of its mouth only let out waves of destructive energies as nothing discernible came out. The thing that made Noah the most interested about this being's appearance was the simple fact that he could not sense any aura at all from it. So what exactly was this inheritance of the pureblood vampires, and what would be the terms to obtain it? Chapter 305, The Guardian of Blood, Challenging the Inheritance. Waves of non-discernible power rolled off the gigantic bloody being as a wine-colored robe went onto Dr. A.P.E over its body, a humongously long spear appearing on its right hand, its body coming down and smashing into the ground and causing a quake. It spoke once more, this time being much clearer. "Are you prepared to stake your life to fight for the inheritance of the blood progenitor, oh, human?" A voice of majesty had begun with resoundingly powerful words, but they finished in a questioning tone as the peering gaze focused on Noah. A brief silence came to be before the giant being made of what now looked like shining crystallized blood straightened up and continued. "This inheritance is meant for the most powerful beings of the vampire race. Are you sure you are willing to stake your life on it, human?" Its rumbling voice echoed from all over the miles-long Colosseum as Noah shouted back without a pause. "I am willing." It was a voice full of confidence for whatever this inheritance would throw at him, this confidence coming from the fact that he was holding on to the dagger of time very closely and using insight, also ready to take any drastic action if it was required of him to do so. "Good. The test to determine your worthiness will be as such." The giant waved his hands as a red light descended towards Noah, a red runic marking being inlaid on his forehead as a signal came off of his body and was sent towards the bloody giant. "The test will be a measure of your intellect, skill, and battle prowess as you face increasingly difficult opponents. At these words, one of many pools of blood in the extremely wide Colosseum began trembling as figures began rising from it, Noah observing the shapes of exactly 100 humanoid bats with razor-sharp claws and teeth, with wide wings erupting from their backs. Since you are at the Saint Realm, the first level will start with you battling 100 beings at the same rank. Noah squinted his eyes at the 100 figures letting out power at the peak of the Saint Realm, turning his head towards the bloody giant in a questioning tone as these did not seem to be fair rules in any way for a being at the Saint Realm. The giant let out a slight cough as it continued. Per Master's wishes, if a being other than a vampire was to be let into the inheritance grounds, the difficulty would be increased by a factor of 10. Master was fair to all races, but he reserved the tremendous inheritance in these grounds to be received by the future progeny of his children. Him even allowing the possibility of other races to fight for the inheritance is a show of his great character. Noah shook his head at the praise of this unknown ancestor that set up these inheritance grounds, his thoughts being affirmed as no normal Saint Realm being would be given the task of fighting 100 beings of the same rank as them, no matter how great their power was. This meant that the first level of this inheritance normally required a vampire to battle only 10 other beings of the same rank. Noah still had a few questions as he looked towards the bloody giant and asked, "How many levels are there, and what are the techniques awarded for passing them?" When he discussed with the Vampire King prior to entering the bloody portal that led to this ancient blood world, he was told that the techniques he was seeking would be found in the inheritance located here, and that it would be up to his strength exactly how many techniques he would be able to get his hands on. The giant made of blood turned his head to the side at the calm expression of this human about to face a powerful force of 100 beings at the same rank as it replied. There are 6 levels in total, with very few being able to pass even the 3rd level in the last 1,000 years. For a human such as you, the reward of passing the 1st level is gaining the bloodline of a normal vampire, with the techniques that go along with it. Passing the 2nd level grants you the bloodline of an elite vampire. Passing the 3rd level will give you the refined bloodline of a pureblood vampire, along with the powerful techniques that come with it. Noah's eyes shone at the mention of these rewards, hearing the talk of bloodlines and techniques that made him itching to get started, even if the task ahead of him seemed improbable for any other beings to complete. The major thought that occupied his brain right now was that if the bloodline of a pureblood vampires was the reward for the 3rd level of this inheritance, just what tremendous rewards were waiting at the 4th, 5th, or even the spectacular 6th level. These thoughts propelled him forward as he yelled out, "Good, let's start." The huge giant that this inheritance ground knew as the Guardian of Blood looked closely at this human as the huge weapon it was holding in one hand raised before smashing towards the ground, acting as the initiation of the battle and letting loose 100 Saint Realm blood beasts towards Noah. The force was astonishing to say the least, with the auras of these blood beasts actually roaring at the peak of the Saint Realm as they spread out and began surrounding Noah. He let out a dazzling smile at the rushing of these monsters, multiple defensive skills layering his body as he wanted to test out the skills he held that were extremely powerful, but he didn't use too frequently as he continued to get more and more ridiculous skills. Spears, swords, and many other forms of weapons made up of blood began to be thrown in his direction from the encircled force of 100 blood beasts as he dodged them with ease. They struck the areas behind him as the tremendous speed provided by Child of Space and other speed-enhancing abilities made the enemies rushing towards him feel like they were in slow motion. Screech. Uncomfortable screeches were let out by the blood beasts as none of their attacks hit, choosing to go in with brute force as they rushed towards Noah with outstretched claws. Noah stood in place as his smile only became wider, waiting for more of these monsters to get close to him as he weaved in and out of their attacks. The moment he observed that the 100 monsters were all in a circular formation around him, he finally cast a skill as he used Gluttony Manifestation, a subset ability of the enhanced sin of gluttony after the creation of the LT, Absolute Sin and GT. Gluttony Manifestation, the user can apply the effect of devouring anywhere within 5 meters of them. There's no need to actively eat them. Complete darkness erupted from him in a circular formation as it covered more than 20 blood beasts, the darkness being recalled a second after as the area it was just in was left eerily empty. The Guardian of Blood watched with surprised eyes as more than 20 beasts at the Saint Realm were gone in an instant. Noah wasn't done as he teleported in and out of the mass of blood beasts around him, covering an area of 5 meters each time to maximize the range of Gluttony Manifestation, as he repeatedly cast the skill 4 more times. Quick. Fast. Easy. Noah came to a stop in the air as he saw half-cut-up bodies, legs or wings that were outside of the range of gluttony manifestation, fall to the ground, not a single blood beast remaining around him as he stood victoriously in the bloody skies. The only thoughts passing through Noah's mind was the reminder of the extreme usefulness of many of his unused skills as the guardian of blood looked forth with a face of stupor. Chapter 306, Ridiculous. The first level of the inheritance of the blood progenitor was passed in less than a minute. The most shocking thing about this was the fact that this was the difficulty that was raised by a factor of 10. The guardian of blood observed the human in the middle of the wide Colosseum as he wondered whether the inheritance ground had misjudged their level of power, but confirmed the being was at the saint realm as a weak red light shone throughout the inheritance grounds, signifying the clearing of the first level. The resounding voice of the guardian of blood resounded soon after. The first level has been cleared, granting you the rewards of the bloodline of a normal vampire, along with a set of skills that goes with it. Do you wish to claim these rewards and relinquish the remainder of the trial, or do you wish to rest and then continue? Less than a millisecond passed before a calm reply came from the floating Noah. Continue. I will remind you that the rewards of the first level will not be made possible to you if you choose to move forward and fail at the second level, as failure will result in death. A warning came from the mouth of the guardian of blood as Noah repeated once again with a firm tone. No need for rest, I will continue. A red light shined out as essence converged, two more lakes of blood trembling as numerous figures began to rise from them. Noah observed with shining eyes as he counted a number of similarly shaped blood beasts rise up, until this number reached 200. The second level was twice as difficult as the first one, the number of blood beasts simply being duplicated. Noah smiled at the craziness of this inheritance that would most likely not be passed by anyone that wasn't a vampire with this crazy upgraded level of difficulty as he looked at the gains from defeating the first 100 blood beasts. When he devoured all of them, similar to the infernals that only gifted Noah with their unique energies in the form of skill points, he only obtained the memories of the blood beasts as no skill books, or cores, were received from their defeat. The cause either lied from the fact that they were coagulations of blood and weren't considered to have souls or origins, but they gave absolutely nothing compared to the infernals that gifted him with the powerful skill points as a reward. He didn't mind this though, as the reward of a bloodline and techniques he would receive from taking them down was more than enough. Come. He roared out as a cold light shone in his eyes, his figure flashing towards the 200 blood beasts that had grouped together with tight defenses as they began moving the mana in the surroundings to cast long-range attacks, or they tried to, but found that they couldn't activate any abilities. Confusion permeated in the coagulations of blood as no attacks came out from them, the guardian of blood once again being stumped at what was going on as Noah's laugh resounded. This was simply caused by another ability from the sins under and LT, absolute sin and GT. This time, it was a subset skill. From the sin of envy, I'm the absolute best. I'm the absolute best. Opponents are not allowed to use skills known by the user when fighting the user. Any unique, ultimate, or absolute skills holding a lower level of power than and LT, original absolute sin and GT, are negated and unable to activate. The moment that Noah absorbed the first 100 blood beasts and perused through the memories, the abilities they could use were all known to him, and thus they could no longer activate those skills when they faced him. The force of 200 strong Saint Realm beings became disordered at this junction, their bodies instead moving for close combat as they rushed towards Noah, who only greeted them with a resplendence of shining condensed stars as he cast White Dwarf Throw, with his body glowing from the intense aura of the sin of pride. Resounding explosions erupted as the blood beasts had their defenses ruptured by the force of a condensed white dwarf star, the force of 200 strong being taken down in an extremely terrifying manner as the guardian of blood looked on with a stupefied expression once again. It admitted the strength of this human after the first level, but thought that he would at least have exhausted his strength after those deadly attacks and struggle slightly more on the second level, but he was going through enemies at the same level as himself without any issues yet again, and this time, the blood beasts weren't even throwing out attacks. The guardian of blood wondered if the mechanisms of the inheritance ground had gotten too old and were interfered with as he confirmed that everything was working normally, watching stupefaction as 200 blood beasts were wiped away in the blink of an eye. The second level has been cleared, granting you the rewards of the bloodline of an elite vampire, along with a set of skills that goes with it. Do you wish to claim dash? A jovial voice that was full of expectations erupted from Noah as he felt like he had found something that very few would come across, and he would be able to take advantage of it in a way that only he would be able to. His sights were already set on the highest rewards at the 5th or 6th level, even gaining the bloodline of a pureblood vampire on passing the third level being something small in his eyes. A brighter red light shone throughout the expansive Colosseum as the third level for the inheritance of the blood progenitor began, this time a force of 400 blood beasts at the Saint Realm rising up from the lakes of blood as their reddened eyes focused on Noah. Normally, a genius vampire at the Saint rank would have faced 20 blood beasts of the same realm at the second level, and 40 on the third level to prove their battle prowess and intelligence. But the difficulty was much higher for Noah, although the number did not matter as he was always faster than them, and they could not even use their full abilities against him. What occurred next was just plain ridiculousness as the Guardian of Blood watched the unbelievable sight of one man weaving in and out of a crowd of swarming blood beasts at the same level as him, stupendous attacks being thrown around until not too long later, only silence reigned. The Guardian of Blood wondered, was the 10x difficulty set by his master not enough to even make this human sweat? Had humans grown more powerful to raise such geniuses over the past millennia? Worries began to pile up as at this rate, it seemed like this human might actually obtain the inheritance only meant for the noblest of vampires. The giant maid of crystallized blood watched on as the forces of the blood beasts continued to dwindle until yet again, only a single man remained floating in the bloody skies. A hardened expression entered the face of the Guardian of Blood as it smashed down the large spear it was holding once again, a bright red light shining out that signified the clearance of the third level, and brought out the monsters for the fourth level. This time, it was only 10 blood beasts that were twice as large as the ones Noah had seen before. It was a small number, but each of these blood beasts let out a powerful aura of strength at the Void Realm. The fourth level of this inheritance of the blood progenitor was to fight 10 beings that were an entire rank higher than the challenger, something that would normally be an impossibility. The concept of a genius being able to fight a single being of higher rank than them was already a shocking thing to hear about, but going against 10 would only be a joke out of people's wildest dreams. Noah looked at the appearance of these 10 void rank blood beasts as he saw the Guardian of Blood had not even bothered to ask him if he would continue or not, a refreshing smile coming on his face as he asked, "What are the rewards of clearing the fourth and fifth level?" The Guardian of Blood seemed muted for a second before he replied. Clearing the fourth level gives you the bloodline of a royal vampire, and clearing the fifth level gives you the access to the absolute techniques that were used by the progenitor himself. The Guardian of Blood spoke out about the rewards it never thought this human would even come close to obtaining, its observation landing on the peculiar being that held a confident smile while looking at the 10 void rank opponents. Just what being had entered his master's inheritance grounds? Chapter 307, Leave while you still have your life. The Guardian of Blood looked forth at the stalemate between the human and the coagulations of blood that reached the Void Realm. It wanted to closely observe this human to see just exactly what ability allowed it to throw out such tremendous attacks. When faced with 10 beings that were a rank higher than him, how would he handle it? A glorious red light shone as it signified the beginning of the fourth level, the Guardian of Blood watching closely how this fight would unfold so it could learn more about this new being that might be adding a major power to the ranks of vampires soon. The Guardian of Blood was prepared to watch a lengthy fight that would show more of this human's wit and intelligence when it came to facing multiple enemies at a higher level, as he would not be able to rely on the spectacular firepower of his skills to break through the defenses of being a realm above him. So, how exactly will you handle a force of dash? Zing. A stupendous burst of destructive essence erupted as the Guardian of Blood watched with blank eyes as an aurora of resplendent lights erupted from the human and cut across the CLU.S. Tiered Void Realm blood beasts, injuring all of them and even directly killing 2 as their heads burst open from the tremendously destructive energies of ether. Yes. It was ether. The Guardian of Blood confirmed his thoughts as he was finally somewhat convinced why this human held such battle power. He had actually comprehended the power of one of the abstruse elements, ether. The Guardian observed the remaining injured blood beasts as he thought to himself. Ether is extremely energy-consuming, with that one blast most likely taking the remainder of his energy reserves as he did not even rest while passing through the first 3 levels. Do you now plan to use your speed to run as your energy recov dash? Zing. 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 Ridiculousness unfolded as the Guardian of Blood blinked his eyes to make sure that he had just seen another 3 extremely destructive ether rays erupt from the body of the small human like nothing and shred apart whatever remaining defenses the Void Realm blood beasts held. The Guardian was stupefied, but one must know that when Noah first used the ability of Sever, it was against an aberration that was on the verge of ascending to the second realm of Hell, with its realm already about to enter the soul-forging stage, and even it was injured with its breakthrough being brought to a stop as it ultimately faced death at the hands of the war princess, Athena. It was an unbelievable sight to look at, but a grand light shined out from the wide Colosseum that signified the passing of the fourth level. This meant that this human, if he so chose, could receive the bloodline of a royal vampy, something that only the extremely pure ruling beings that stood at the upper echelons of vampires had. But would this human do such a thing? The question in the Guardian of Blood's mind answered itself as an enthusiastic voice rang out. Continue. The eyes of the Guardian narrowed as the human once again passed a level in a way he never thought was possible, not even taking a second to think about taking the obtained rewards as he directly charged ahead. He had called forth the challenge of the fifth level, which if passed would grant one the techniques of the blood progenitor himself. Is he actually a human? Could he be a genius of the ancient races that has come to play? The Guardian of Blood remained silent as many thoughts moved across his mind, acting and moving the long weapon he was holding to smash towards the ground once more, initiating the start of the fifth level as 20 powerful auras of Void Realm blood beasts rose from the surrounding blood lakes. He chose not to have any thoughts of underestimation for this human that was somehow filled with an enormous amount of energy and was actually proficient in using ether, simply watching on passively as he watched for any more surprises. The void rank blood beasts spread out the moment they appeared, as if by memory, not wanting to be tiered together as they weaved close to the floating human. A more astute description of what occurred though would be that they tried to spread out, but this action was swiftly stopped at the Guardian of Blood heard a whisper of a voice call out. Portals of terror. In the midst of the moving blood beasts, a dark portal letting out a dangerous atmosphere appeared as it released unique energies that spread out in a circular motion, going on to cover each of the void realm blood beasts that were trying to spread out, and simply yanked them back toward the portal as if tight ropes had bound them. Portals of terror, portals of terror, portals of terror. The Guardian of Blood thought he was ready for any ridiculous sight, but he still found himself shocked as he heard the whispers 3 more times, observing as a red, blue, and green portals appeared around the now tightly grouped up and struggling blood beasts as they exploded forth with destructive energies unique to the colors they held. Chilling destructive energies that froze the defenses of the beasts reached them first, destructive poisonous energies that shredded away their remaining defenses hitting them after, as fiery red destructive energies were released from the red portal that completely disintegrated their bodies into nothingness thereafter. Silence reigned in the inheritance grounds of the blood progenitor as a brilliant red light shone on the single human left on the wide Colosseum, signifying the successful passing of a level that had not been passed for the last hundreds of years. Wait. The rumbling voice of the Guardian of Blood was released as he watched the lips of the human about to move and call out, continue, once again, but it could not let him do so as a warning had to be released before something drastic occurred. Noah turned towards the gigantic crystallization of blood that was more than 30 meters as it spoke out once again. I applaud your stupendous battle strength and a once-in-a-thousand-years talent in energy and prowess. You would make a great addition to the forces of vampires in the future with the rewards you have already obtained. The Guardian of Blood waved his hands. A brilliant red light erupted out, revealing a resplendently glowing outline of numerous venous and arterial lines that connected to a blood-red beating heart, showing a shining color of red sprinkled with gold. This is the bloodline of a royal vampire, something that very few beings have in this wide novice galaxy. He waved his hands once again as this time, multiple sparkling red jewels appeared beside the humanoid outline of veins and arteries as he continued. And these are the inheritance stones that contain the techniques only privy to royal vampires, and even the absolute technique of the progenitor himself. His gaze then focused on Noah as he spoke out the next words carefully. Please, take these rewards and become a strong force for the vampires of this age. Do not needlessly continue on to the last level. Because I can assure you, even with the stupendous battle prowess you have shown, you will not be able to pass it. I implore you, take the rewards and leave. Leave while you still have your life. A giant made of blood looked forth at the human floating in the air, a single smile that didn't seem to have an ounce of shame being the only thing meeting his imploring gaze. Chapter 308, See It to the End. Noah heard the resounding words of the Guardian of Blood as he looked at the shining outline of numerous coagulating veins and arteries connected to a shimmering red heart that signified the bloodline of the royal vampires, something that the Vampire King himself held alone in the underworld. The rewards of the 5th level gave one this bloodline, and numerous techniques that were in these newly appearing inheritance stones. These alone were the rewards for clearing this last level. Noah's heart was now asking for, no longing for, the rewards of the last level of this inheritance of the blood progenitor. It was not just greed for more, but simply because he needed strength and unique powers that he had never thought of before just to be able to stand against the force he wanted to go against. He needed strength that could be domineering to his enemies, similar to how he had dominated the numerous blood beasts on the past 5 levels just now. He needed to be even more overpowered than he was right now. I will see this trial to the end. His strong voice reverberated through the expansive Colosseum as the Guardian of Blood looked at him silently, its voice ringing out only a moment later. It is impossible for you to clear the 6th level. There was a firmness in its tone that seemed to be inviolable. It was a tone that was that of someone simply stating the truth. Human, you have continued to surprise me, and you now even have the chance to take away the stupendous rewards of the bloodline of a vampire royalty, along with the absolute techniques of the progenitor. You have earned my respect and wholeheartedly deserve the rewards for your amazing battle power, but I will once more advise you heavily against relinquishing your rewards and trying the last level. The tone was firm, but had actually obtained a small ounce of pleading for this small genius in front of the Guardian of Blood that should not die after coming this far. I have nothing against you, and believe you will become a great character in the future with the abilities you have and the rewards you have gained from here. You joining the ranks of vampires makes you one of us, so I implore you once more, do not attempt the 6th level. An impasse was reached as a Guardian did not want to see a genius about to join the forces of vampires waste his life away, while the genius believed in himself so much so that nothing would stand in his way to obtain the ultimate prize. Noah took a calm break in the skies of the expansive Colosseum as he turned his eyes away from the shining and pulsating bloodline being advertised in front of him, the even more seductive inheritance stones holding unknown techniques fading from his sight as he focused on the Guardian of Blood and stated once more, I will see this trial to the end. It was a voice of calm and conviction, one that knew exactly what it wanted. Boom. Essence reverberated as the Guardian of Blood adopted an impassive face, standing up straight as its imposing 30 meters came to be even more pronounced. It smashed down the long spear in its hands once more as the numerous lakes of blood around the inheritance grounds trembled, the blood contained within the lakes shooting out as they all went towards one direction, towards the tremendously large giant. Majestic waves of power erupted as the numerous lines of blood wrapped around the Guardian of Blood, coming together to exquisitely create a glistening suit of armor inlaid with ancient runes. The spear in its hands trembled as it became even wider, the spear end becoming even sharper as it shone with a bloodthirsty hue. The inheritance grounds that Master left behind are not just a place for young vampires to upgrade their bloodline purity and gain more techniques. Waves of power released from the body that was now fully covered with armor all around, a transformation complete as the Guardian of Blood that had no aura all this time, had actually gained one. Ultimately, it was Master's goal to find a once-in-a-lifetime genius who fit his conditions, obtaining everything he left behind as he would task them with the task of returning the splendor of vampires to the center stage once more. The Guardian of Blood waved its tremendously long spear forward as waves that left ruptures in space spread out, its spear pointing directly towards Noah. If you were a vampire to begin with, if the rules of this inheritance ground allowed me to use loopholes, you might have been that genius who would have taken Master's mantle. But, the difficulty is multiplied for you, thus for the final stage, you shall face me. Majesty spread out as the Guardian of Blood took a unique stance, the spear in its hand gleaming and calling for blood as it seemed ready to pierce everything in front of it in an instant. Noah floated in the skies as bloody winds billowed around him, his gaze fully taking in this newly armored Guardian of Blood as the immense aura it was letting out was one at the soul-forging realm. Not saint, not void, but at the soul rank. Noah had come across a few soul rank beings in the past few days since leaving the first realm of hell, but none of them came even close to the feeling of immensity he was feeling as he observed this guardian in front of him. Yet, even with this exceedingly dangerous development, even with the knowledge of he was standing against him and stupendous rewards out of his wildest dreams, a wide smile covered his face. This was because he knew that the things he worked hardest to obtain would be the ones that have immense value. From the words of the Guardian of Blood, the rewards for clearing this last stage would be truly immense. But the question still remained, how would a being at the saint rank fare against someone 2 levels higher, someone that was now furious at not being listened to and was using their full permitted power in the battle? Who? Noah breathed out calmly in the face of this terrifying aura at the soul-forging realm that did not scare him one bit. The only thing on his mind was a few thoughts that were shocking to imagine. I guess this is as good a time as any to test that out. A grand expression covered Noah's face as essence began to erupt all around him, beginning a transformation himself as his gaze focused on the Guardian of Blood that would erupt at any time. Chapter 309, Shocking. Outrageous. Obscene. Two gazes locked onto one another on the inheritance grounds of the blood progenitor. One was emotionless as they waited for the small being in the skies to get ready, the other was filled with calm and unknown confidence. Essence converged and exploded as Noah activated the morph ability of the Lesser Cthulhu, his body rapidly expanding as the humongous form of the terrible entity began to erupt out of nowhere. Eyes that released stupendous red light soon came into being as his body's musculature was rapidly changed, glorious wings palpating with ether erupting from his back, his body becoming more than 20 meters tall as he gained the terrifying appearance of the Lesser Cthulhu. The Guardian of Blood looked at this form with a slight surprise, but his gaze remained impassive as he knew that even this would not be enough to stand against him. He shook his head sorrowfully at the thought of killing such a tremendous genius who could even tap into the power of something even he did not understand. The tentacles and feelers on the lower half of the Lesser Cthulhu's face palpated with energy as Noah wasn't done, enacting what he had termed in his mind as the first trump card he could play in unforeseen situations. Reddish clouds began to gather in the bloody atmosphere as they seemed to have sensed the appearance of something, Noah's now strong body reverberating as his voice chanted softly, "Archdemon Lord Transformation." The words were distinct, barely a whisper, but their result was tremendous as something outrageous unfolded because of them. Space quaked at the arrival of something never heard of nor seen before as Noah's body that had transformed into the Lesser Cthulhu, transformed yet again as two transformation skills were cast at the same time. Yes. This was the trump card that Noah was testing the efficacy of for the first time. If he were to combine the transformations of the ability of the and LT, Absolute Sin and GT, that granted him the epic form of an Archdemon Lord along with the tremendous form of the Lesser Cthulhu, what would be the product? The two skills were from completely different origins, and could not be even combined under skill combination, but he could activate the both of them at the same time. Essence moved chaotically as the body of the Lesser Cthulhu became even larger, tendrils of red energy beginning to mix with the blue-purple ether as something unstable and unknown was created. From his back, enormous red wings no lesser than the first two erupted as the grandiose sight of four extremely expansive wings unfolded on his back. Destructive energies erupted out as just below the stout arms of the Lesser Cthulhu, two red arms filled with devilish runic inscriptions erupted out while the body continued to become ever larger. The size now towered over 30 meters as an engulfing roar erupted out from this new being, destructive energies being released as chaotic elemental storms began raging. Ooh! A bestial roar of power and defiance rocked the inheritance ground of the blood progenitor as a newly appearing beast announced itself. The face was even more terrifying than before, 4 pairs of eyes actually appearing on it as 2 pairs shining red and blue were in the front, and another 2 pairs shining a glorious dark purple were on the side of the face as they moved in a grotesque manner. Atop this face, 2 devilish horns had erupted out as they raised to the skies, screaming in defiance as the size of these horns finally made this new form that Noah had taken, actually past the Guardian of Blood in size, with the both of them just over 30 meters. The waves of destructive power gradually settled down as the two beings looked at one another, the Guardian of Blood looking closely at his opponent as a barely discernible whisper released from him. Maybe. A whisper, and that was it as he finally moved, his fearsome body erupting with power as it defied common sense and turned into a streak of red light towards the transformed monstrosity in front of it. The monstrosity, Noah, actually closed his many eyes as he relished the feeling of tremendous power that only seemed to increase with every passing second. This, a feeling of elation as if he was going in the right direction passed through his mind as even without opening his eyes, he could see the streak of light that was the Guardian of Blood slowly near his position. This streak of light was coming insanely fast, and yet from his many closed eyes and chaotic energies around him, he was actually watching and following it. He folded his 4 hands into fists as dense destructive energies permeated through him, moving as he directly aimed to strike at the sharpest point of the coming streak that was the Guardian of Blood. Baleful energies of ether rumbled as they followed commands, wrapping around Noah's arms as they went on to meet the dreadful streak of light. Boom! A spark, an explosion of ultimate proportions was ignited as space shattered and collapsed the moment the two forces met. Boom! Boom! 2 separate mini-explosions resounded as the Guardian of Blood and Noah smashed into the complete opposite ends of the inheritance grounds that were miles wide. The Guardian of Blood felt strong vibrations carry from his spear and into his body as he felt chaotic energies run through him, while Noah's 4 hands were shredded as bony and fleshy protrusions that were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye could be seen. The locations they landed in exploded out as they moved towards each other once more. Joyful booming laughter was released from the monstrous form that Noah took as he valiantly rose into the skies and changed positions with a simple flap of his 4 wings. Energies of baleful ether continued to gather and disperse around the wings and all over his body as he continued to move. He was only moving speedily, but he felt like he was teleporting as a single flap would fold the space around him and he would instantly appear at the next location. Another collision occurred in the wide inheritance grounds of the blood progenitor as a battle of ridiculous proportions unfolded. Chapter 310, Breathtaking. Clashes that shattered space continued to occur as 2 aurora-colored streaks of light clashed against one another. The Guardian of Blood continued to receive huge shocks as destructive energies spread out to cover his body with every clash, destabilizing the crystallized blood acting as a valiant armor. Noah's body always came out mangled and injured as he tested the brute strength and healing capabilities of this monstrous body that was the combination of a lesser Cthulhu and an archdemon lord. He shook his arms as he watched mangled muscles and bones fall off and new ones take their place, nodding his head as he was finally appeased, this time stretching one of his arms out as he called forth a weapon that would provide even more ridiculous boosts. Trident of the Sea, a pinnacle treasure in the sea that allows its user to remain unrivaled against all enemies. Attack and defensive capabilities are quintupled while equipped. Usable abilities include Heart Piercer, Plasma Beam, Command of the Sea, Loved by Water, and Spatial Lock. The Trident of the Sea appeared between his outstretched hand, being the size of a toothpick compared to the gigantic 30 meters that his monstrous body was. Yet, one had to know that this was a supreme treasure. Essence flowed into the Trident of the Sea endlessly as it began to expand and increase in size, growing more and more expansive until it fit in Noah's large hand. He grasped the trident tightly as the surrounding particles of blood trembled, a smile appearing on his face as he recalled his high school lessons about blood, and how a large percentage of blood plasma was water. The weapon he now held in his hand ruled anything to do with the water element, and the opponent in front of him, this being made of blood from every nook and cranny, was just asking for a beating. The lakes of blood in the inheritance grounds trembled at the appearance of the enormous Trident of the Sea, the Guardian of Blood feeling an oppressive feeling as it felt constrictions begin to appear in the surroundings. A radiant red light that seemed to defy anything that stood against the Guardian of Blood erupted from its body as it broke past the newly set up inscriptions, numerous runic markings freely rotating around its valiant red armor as it streaked across the skies once more. Noah's monstrous body angled the Trident of the Sea forward, releasing his grasp on the now large weapon as destructive energies of ether wrapped around it. The trident slowly began to rotate between his grasp, getting faster and faster as it seemed to call forth all the destructive energies around Noah's body the more that it spun. The three-pointed end of the terrible supreme treasure began to tremble with destructive energies and red and purple mixed in, collecting an obscene amount of essence as Noah moved forth with the Trident of the Sea to clash against the fearsome Guardian of Blood. Zing. Their two figures seemed to pass through one another as Noah's large body came to halt in midair, his entire figure trembling as unstable energies seemed to be running amok all across his body, the unique energies of the lesser Cthulhu and Archdemon Lord clashing as numerous injuries began to appear. The Guardian of Blood halted in midair a moment later, turning around to observe the monstrosity in front of it as its entire left arm beginning from the shoulder was cleanly cut through, falling towards the ground with an eruption of blood. The wide arm shook the bloody earth as the Guardian of Blood looked at Noah, a small smile replacing its past expression of anger as it spoke slowly while lifting the heavy weapon it held with its remaining hand. "You are truly an outrageous creature." The words were filled with strength as the Guardian of Blood looked at this being, numerous thoughts overtaking it as grand possibilities of the future unfolded. Would the Master's legacy actually be rekindled once more? Hopes and dreams sputtered forth from the giant made of blood as the runic sigils continued to revolve speedily all over its body, preparing for a last attack as the spear it was holding onto vibrated with power. Noah looked at the giant building up power as he breathed out slowly, placing even more mana into the two transformation skills he had cast as the instabilities caused by the class dwindled, destructive energies surrounding him once again as he pointed the dangerous trident towards its target. In another hand, a glorious purple light erupted as a sharp dagger was connected to an exquisitely made sheath. Stop. The lakes of blood on the ground below him and the droplets of blood thrown into the air from the collisions all came to a halt at this moment, as if speechlessly witnessing something tremendous which they could not disturb. The Guardian of Blood found his body being put in a terrifying mode of stasis where he could not move, his body being frozen in time. Portals of Terror. In the direction of the Guardian of Blood building up his power, a single portal ready to release horrid energies of destruction appeared. A millisecond later, another one appeared. And another. And another. They continued to appear until 18 portals ready to unleash tremendous destructive energies surrounded the impassive Guardian of Blood. As if this was not enough, yet another whisper could be heard in the wind as Noah cast another skill, another one that directly interfered with the Guardian of Blood, Envy the Mighty. Envy the Mighty, when fighting someone stronger than themselves, the user can lower the abilities and stats of the enemy by 1 stage. An ability from the Sin of Envy, the counterpart of the Strength of the Weak ability that had been giving him constant buffs because he was fighting against someone levels higher than him, was cast at this moment as the Guardian of Blood felt the vibrant essence that he could use reduced by a wide margin. It looked towards this creature that was not just able to interfere with time, it even held abilities to weaken his enemies as he sensed the destructive power surrounding him from the many portals as a smile was actually plastered on its gigantic face. It only heard one last whisper before everything crumbled down with the brilliant aurora of destructive lights that had been freed from the portals they were held in. Sever. A ray of destructive aurora of colors erupted forth as it acted as the trigger, destructive energies exploding out magnificently as the defenses of a soul rank being that had been weakened to the utmost limit were shredded to pieces. A resounding tremor shook the wide coliseum of the inheritance grounds as an explosion of stupendous proportions rocked the surrounding space. A wide void was created as the force had shattered and folded space within itself on impact, shards of crystallized blood being seen shooting out in multiple directions as the giant of tremendous proportion, the Guardian of Blood who towered more than 30 meters, met an unspeakably cruel end. Chapter 3:11, A Drop of Blood. Noah glanced with a pounding heart towards the shattered pieces of the Guardian of Blood as he released the Archdemon Lord transformation. His body came down in size as destructive mixtures of energy still coiled around him, gradually fading away as he released the lesser Cthulhu form as well. He breathed out slowly as he felt an ache deep within him, feeling a numbing sensation of pain that wasn't going away even as the destructive energies of the 2 forms he had taken went away. Noah glanced at his body that felt fine, yet he still felt an uncomfortable feeling inside as he heard the words of his home planet's core. The combination of distinct powers put a strain on your still saint rank origin. It should heal naturally soon, but it seems this power will be easier to use once your attributes reach the higher ranks. Noah nodded as he put aside the feeling of an injury he could not even see, turning his attention towards the shattered pieces of the Guardian of Blood that had stopped in the skies and began trembling as lines of blood began to weave from the many lakes covering the inheritance grounds. A gorgeous red light shined as the body was stitched up together seamlessly, although this time much smaller as it stood the same height as Noah. The instant the face of the Guardian of Blood formed, one could see an expression of a being that was about to tear up from too many emotions. The Guardian turned towards Noah's direction as he bowed, this bow initiating the start of something wondrous as a brilliant red light went on to cover the expansive Colosseum. This brilliant light had Noah at the center, his body actually feeling a pull from the ancient shrine-looking structure that had remained in peace throughout their battle at the center of the Colosseum, the same structure where the Guardian of Blood had emerged from. Various mechanisms were initiating as this ancient shrine that looked small and dilapidated began to rise from the lake of blood it was in as it became larger and larger. The moment Noah's body was pulled near it, he could see a golden door in the middle of this risen shrine that snapped open. The voice of the Guardian of Blood that was still bowing erupted in Noah's ears at this moment. When Master felt his life running out more than 1,000 years ago, he left behind this inheritance ground where he placed all the techniques he had passed down over the years, as well as many bloodlines for future generations that might have been born in a lower status but had the strength to achieve great things. The golden door on the red shrine opened wide as Noah let the light that hung onto him pull him in, coming face to face with a crimson interior that was styled simply. There was a single bookshelf in the corner with a few books that seemed like they could turn into dust at any moment, as well as a small table and chair for one to sit on. The thing that grabbed the eyes of any who entered the room though, were the abundant rings and pouches that populated the table. They shone with a magnificent hue that let one know that only the finest treasures resided in these storage pouches and rings. The last thing that Master did was end his life early as he enacted a possibility for the future. He knew that with his death, the vampires would fall in status and grow weaker over time, and he wanted to pass down something even more treasured to him to a being that was as talented as he was, if not more. This was so that a strong protector could rise into heights even greater than his to oversee and protect the vampires. These words brought Noah's gaze to the only other thing in the Crimson Shrine, a simple styled coffin that had now been elevated from the ground, and was slowly opening in front of Noah's eyes. This was the reason he set up these inheritance grounds in this ancient blood world, and created a harsh test for a future vampire genius who was capable enough to take his mantle. Sadly, no such being appeared in the last 1,000 years. That is, until your arrival. The coffin in the shrine opened up to reveal a shocking light and an aura of ancientness. Something brilliant seemed to be contained within. Noah had to blink several times as the outline of the extremely brilliant object appeared in front of him, and it shocked him with the oppressive air and domineering presence it was letting out. This was because what had floated from the simple-styled coffin was a golden red drop of blood. The talented vampires that clear the first level until the 5th level will receive an assortment of different quality bloodlines depending on which level they clear, but the one to pass master's requirements and be able to pass the last stage, shall receive on their shoulders the full legacy that he left behind. The shimmering golden red drop of blood began to flow towards Noah as the guardian of blood continued to release shocking words. The first of the rewards that comes with this legacy is the origin blood of the progenitor himself, granting the one that accepts it the reviving bloodline of the progenitor himself. Accepting this origin blood, though, also means you accept the wishes that Master left behind, and for you to bear all the responsibilities for the future of the vampire race. Resounding words rang out in Noah's ears as the shimmering drop of blood flowed in front of him, seemingly waiting for his reply as floated majestically. Noah's face hardened as he looked at this unforeseen chance in front of him, nodding his head as he let out words of affirmation. I accept. The moment his words were released, the drop of blood flew into him as it pierced through his chest and struck his heart a millisecond later, seemingly impatient to get started. Noah clutched his chest as the essence within his body suddenly became disordered, his figure dropping as he fell to the floor of the shrine in extreme pain. This pain was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, his body undergoing enormous changes as his now bulging eyes observed his muscles spasming as his bones creaked, veins and arteries enlarging at a visible rate as the first stage of fusing with this tremendous drop of origin blood was destruction. Splat. Chapter 312, Bloodline of the Vampire Progenitor. Across the vastness of space, 4 separate planets connected to each other in a unique way trembled as powerful quakes traveled from their cores until they affected their surface. Even though the planetary cores did their best to maintain the powerful tremors, a small force still passed through as various lands across the 4 worlds experienced microsisms that disrupted normal activity. Immense amounts of essence were soon employed by the planetary cores as they acted within their defined limits as they focused on one particular blue planet, and this blue planet focused on its connection with a particular being experiencing something much grander than they anticipated. The reason where a tremor had passed through each of the stars was because the being that they were connected to had come close to the very thing that would cause their death, but this close state of death was required for the metamorphosis about to occur. Across the vastness of space, in the middle of the light expanse and dark expanse where the ancient blood world was located, deep in the covertly hidden inheritance grounds, a being was convulsing painfully on the floor of an aged shrine. Viscous large amounts of blood, organs, and bones littered the floor in a gory mess as painful screams that could only be brought by if a serrated blade was constantly cutting through someone's throat continued to be released. The guardian of blood looked at this sight with a hardened gaze as he spoke out, not sure if his words could even be heard or understood by the convulsing mass of flesh that had all of its auditory, visual, and all other systems ruptured and were only now being slowly recreated. The process of fusing with a bloodline is a particularly painful one, and even more so when it comes to something potent as the origin blood of the progenitor. It does not just signify a bloodline, but something much grander. Push through the pain, and something beautiful will await you on the other side. The words were soft and soothing, but were only met with gurgles of screams as Noah continued to experience pain unlike anything he had ever come across before. If his eyes were still there, he would be weeping helplessly as he begged for this pain to end. The moment the drop of blood had entered and smashed into his heart, this grueling process had begun as he found himself in unbearable pain that even halfway through, his broken hands had tried piercing into his chest to pull out the drop of blood that had entered. The pain was this excruciating, making someone lose their own rationality as they only wanted it to come to an end. His barely reformed mass of muscles on his hands reached for his chest as they trembled, Noah using an unknown force of willpower to stop himself as he continued to tremble and spasm. The process that was occurring was happening rapidly, and it was occurring on a cellular level as everything had undergone a process of destruction and reformation. The pain was most intense from his heart as it pumped a new quality of blood and life and let forth an outline of resplendent veins and arteries that were still visible even now. The rupture's bones were just as painful, with Noah feeling the formation of new cells from his bone marrows as he clutched his non-existent teeth and repeated to himself a single thought in his mind. Endure. This was the only thing repeating on his mind as he painfully went through this excruciating process, feeling everything painfully clear as new bones and muscles smoothly connected with the brand new venous and arterial systems of his body. The heart that was smashed with the drop of blood had become crimson in color as it beat strongly, muscle, fascia, and fair skin all beginning to reappear as a distinct red hue caused his body to begin floating in the air. A wave of brilliant red was now being released from his body every time his heart contracted and relaxed, the process occurring and leaving a few seconds in between before it occurred once more. Noah's head that now held even more brilliant overflowing dark air looked even more handsome, gaining a devilish quality unique to vampires as streaks of silver were visible on the mass of darkness overflowing from his head. His eyes opened as they released an oppressive force outwards, his pupils filled with mysterious runic sigils that slowly dwindled as they took the form of a bestial emperor, etchings of a red star slowly receding from his eyes as they focused. His naked figure began coming back towards the ground as his fair legs touched the cold floor of the shrine, his attention being pulled to his hands as he brought them up to observe the utter paleness they now showed. "I welcome you to the world, my new master." The guardian of blood was kneeling right outside the shrine as he looked down with utter respect towards the naked being in front of it, wild emotions barely hidden on its powerful face. Noah closed his eyes briefly as he sensed the tremendous power which seemed to tell him it was not even at its full completion as he noticed a purple aura fairly visible on his body that was letting out a glorious crimson red from the overpowering bloodline, prompting him to realize that his attributes had crossed from the saint rank and into the void rank the moment he obtained the transformation and obtained this bloodline. This bloodline, he closed his eyes as he looked at a brief section of his stat panel and observed some new changes. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, 4%. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor. Vitality, Void. Strength, Void. He only observed the changed attributes and addition of a section that listed the bloodline of the vampire progenitor as he looked on impassively, much of his thoughts still recalling the immense pain he just went through as numerous memories that seemed to stem from this bloodline itself began to permeate through his mind. The memories were in the form of numerous abilities and skills that only the vampire progenitor had access to. They abundantly flowed into Noah's mind as they were quickly isolated and shown on the stat panel, Noah continuing to stare blankly as his naked figure magnificently stood on the shrine of the ancient blood world, still absorbing the tremendously unbelievable rewards that he had just received. Chapter 3:13, All Mine. The first thing that Noah focused on was the memories of the vampire progenitor bloodline, his mental state still jumbled as many memories flowed into his brain, his stat panel clarifying everything he was seeing in a much simpler fashion. His gaze focused on the description of the only thing present under bloodlines as he clearly read a set of shocking words. Vampire Progenitor, Awakening. The bloodline of the vampire progenitor has fused with your origin, slowly continuing to awaken to its full potential as time progresses. Bloodline boosts include Ancient Being, Vampire Ruler, Supernatural Beauty, Decelerated Aging, Blood Controller, Bloodline Affinity, Bloodline Bestowal, World Portal, All Element Resistance, Natural Blood Armor, Enhanced Charisma, Unnatural Healing, Unnatural Speed, Unnatural Strength, and Blood Gourmet. There were truly too many boosts associated with the vampire progenitor as Noah only looked through the descriptions of a few while continuing to stabilize the memories flowing in. Ancient Being, from unknown origins, the vampire progenitor is known as an ancient, this in itself granting them a unique status. An ancient is able to withstand the dredges of time far longer than most, being able to live for a few thousand years naturally. Vampire Ruler, holding the blood of the progenitor, you can command the forces of vampires as if they are your own limbs. Blood Controller, the control of blood will never be as refined as in the hands of the progenitor. You are able to control blood in a variety of ways, and will only know to what limits as time passes. Blood Gourmet, you become able to sense different qualities of blood and the wondrous unique taste they will bring to your palate, the only choice thereafter is whether you will devour. All abilities will be enhanced by half momentarily as you devour blood. Noah picked out 3 that he was curious about their full effects, his mind shook at the description of Ancient Being, as more and more memories rolled into his brain. His now starry eyes landed on the bowing guardian of blood as he chose to slowly assimilate the memories rushing in while stepping out of the ancient shrine. His thoughts moved as he activated Blood Controller, the nearby blood and mass of flesh that was sprawled on the floor shooting up and wrapping around him as it formed into a shining red cloak that covered his naked body. He spoke to the bowing guardian as his gaze looked across the wide coliseum they stood in. What exactly is this land we are in? Master, This inheritance grounds is located deep beneath the ancient blood world, a world that the first progenitor resided in when he was rising in power. It was at one point reaching the level of a realm, but over the years it has fallen to the level of a prime world. Noah nodded his head as his figure elevated from the ground, going out of the shrine and shooting into the skies as the guardian of blood followed happily beside him. He shot high into the air until he broke through a certain layer, leaving the inheritance ground behind as he observed a whole new scene surrounding him. All around, an air of desolation and ancientness flowed as he observed expansive landscapes filled with a reddish hue. Everywhere he looked, he could see numerous shining crystallites shining a brilliant red covering nearly everything, leaving only a few empty areas of barren landscapes where one could see vigorously powerful vampiric beasts scurrying around. Over the millennia, the natural abundant essence of the world has given birth to varying levels of vampiric beasts that have populated all lands of this world, the only other thing coming out of it being these blood crystals that are filled with dense essence that makes it very easy for vampires to break through ranks. Noah's eyes shined as he looked at the expansive crystallite stones that covered almost every surface of the wide world he was looking at, his gaze also staying on the numerous vampiric beasts scurrying around as he ascended even higher. His body that already felt weightless when moving because of child of space, had been boosted to extreme levels with the vampire progenitor bloodline. He felt such abundant strength and speed that his body turned into a streak of red light as it soon crossed the stratosphere and shot even higher, breaking past a glimmering red barrier as he came to the vastness of space that was between the light expanse where he had been at all this time, and the dark expanse where he had a tremendous amount of questions about. He looked around the starry space as he observed the remains of numerous shattered stars all around, the entire area seeming like a dead zone of planets as everywhere his gaze landed was just more asteroids and large landmasses stationed in space. He looked below the ancient blood world he had just left as he was actually faced with a sight that only seemed to show more wreckage of dead planets, and not the world he just came from. He smiled as his eyes shone a dense red color, the ancient blood world becoming visible to him again as he marveled at this feature it had of hiding itself from prying eyes. The barrier that Master used the last of his strength to erect still stands today, maintained by the world itself as it had been safely hidden from many powers that wished to obtain it. Noah nodded his head as he was finishing the process of receiving the abundant memories, many things becoming extremely clear about the vampires as he looked at the guardian of blood that was respectfully standing behind him. This was a being at the soul-forging realm, holding tremendous power that Noah had only been able to bring down by combining the use of many skills. A set of memories about this being were flowing through his mind as he spoke. You are connected to this world. Yes, Master. Through the progenitor's wondrous genius and the willingness of the ancient blood world, an automaton creation was made to oversee the undertaking of the inheritance grounds, as well as the easier use of the world's power that is heavily restricted by the universal laws. Shocking words were confirmed by the guardian of blood as Noah's gaze peered through him deeply, his thoughts actually going to the white-haired girl called Sophia that he knew to be connected to some sort of unique was to his homeworld's core. This was the same girl that the voice of the planetary system came out of, the one that had opened the portal to the beast world from a small isolated village, and the one still working behind the scenes now in his homeworld as she managed things very few could imagine. This guardian of blood in front of him was somewhat similar to Sophia, but much more unique as he was a powerhouse at the soul-forging realm. But to Noah, this was not all it signified. This creature was an automaton creation that was connected to the ancient blood world. This same creature was subservient to Noah, which meant that this entire hidden world that had downgraded to a prime world from an even higher stage, would now be subservient to him. A red light erupted from Noah's eyes as he realized that the rewards for this venture were far more than what he imagined, this bloodline he had looked at only being a portion of it. Among the other rewards were a number of skills that the system was slowly connecting and classifying into those fitting into a skill tree or those that were in their own category, as well as the reward of a prime world just waiting for him to form yet another connection to. There were too many things to look forward to as he shot back down towards the ancient blood world, keen on starting multiple things right away. Chapter 3:14, Schemes, Aspirations. Across the vast space, on the seventh celestial star, an emergency meeting was underway as powerful figures gathered around a golden hall overflowing with splendor. The figures were shockingly known as celestial grandmasters, beings of a ridiculous level of power that even a single one would hold a tremendous sway wherever they appeared. They were seated on extravagant seats as they surrounded a slowly revolving illusory circle that seemed to portray a great deal of information only to them, their eyes occasionally shining with streaks of gold as they nodded their heads every now and then. After a while, one of the celestial grandmasters spoke, addressing everyone in the Golden Hall. As you all can see, even while moving to the greatest possible extent, the progression of events is still set, with the rise of this new infernal lord that will disrupt the balance we have worked hard to create on the horizon. The words were calm and yet somber, many of the celestial grandmasters turning to observe him as one of them nodded and spoke. Even though you took care of the aberration in the first hell, the cowards moving behind the scene could have brought about a new aberration in any of the other hells, allowing for things to move in this direction. But, it matters not. Words filled with confidence erupted in the hall as the many figures dressed in a variety of different colored robes nodded. This was because they knew their own power, and how they were able to obtain the position they held now. They had tremendous confidence that even with enemies moving behind the scene, they would not be able to do anything major to them, and they will all be crushed utterly and completely, just like what they had done in the past. But, we have become too entrenched in fate over this last millennium, making it extremely difficult for us to actively steer it lately. A grandmaster with an exemplary goatee spoke as he turned to look at the grandmaster that Noah had come across not too long ago. What do you propose, Vredril? The gazes of the powerful figures in the Golden Hall turned towards the grandmaster known as Vredril as he opened his mouth while in deep thought. Just as a new infernal lord shall rise, we must foster the rise of our own champion that is not yet too affected by fate to make sure our edge over this coming war remains. The illusory golden circle rotating slowly in the Golden Hall they were in trembled at these words, smiling looks appearing on the faces of the grandmasters as the one with the exemplary goatee spoke once more. It seems like fate is not too keen on that idea. So, we shall go through with it. How is the progress with our little war princess going? A disciple from the seventh celestial star was mentioned as Vredril replied. She is increasingly building up more fate lines, being able to withstand against an aberration that was ready to break through into the peak of rank 4, Soul Forging Realm / Soul rank, while she still holds middle rank 4, Void Realm, strength. The Grandmasters were reminded of the shocking events that had taken place in the realm of the first hell recently, where a valiant Athena had stood against a being that was building up power that went past the Void Realm, but she withstood it and with the help of incarnations and one well-timed strike by a being that would soon join them as a disciple, and the aberration was taken down. Good, but it is not fast enough. We must accelerate her progression and allow her to take in even more fate lines rapidly. She will be one of our weapons for the coming war. Yes. There are a few other disciples across the other celestial stars who come close to her talent, but she is leading the pack for now. Nods of agreement spread out as Vredril spoke once more. We can prepare to open up the celestial realm once more for this generation of disciples. Athena should be able to advance speedily with the treasures contained within. Right. It will take some time to get everything ready, but it shouldn't be a problem. Vredril, we will leave her guidance to you for now. Keep us updated on her progress. The celestial grandmaster, Vredril, nodded once more as the Golden Hall soon erupted into other discussions about a multitude of issues at hand. Some dealt with intricate problems in the light expanse where they held control of, other issues were dealing with the dark expanse that they continued to struggle with to this day. It soon became a cacophony of strong auras as the discussions continued, the tide of fate still flowing as the rotating golden circle in the room continued to move steadily. In the first realm of hell, the overpopulating infernals continued to be reduced at an unbelievable rate as numerous powerful figures paved their way across the first hell. At the forefront was a terrible lich emperor who released deathly energies and commanded an undead legion with numerous high-tiered undead that raised any enemies they found to exhaustion. The numerous powerful undead were protecting an assortment of humans, demons, and beasts as they went on to rapidly increase their power over the last few days. Noah had left the spiritual land floating in the skies of this infernal realm, Kazuhiko and company being able to return into this resplendent floating landmass that was overflowing with essence to recuperate from the constant rushing droves of infernals, while also enjoying colorful medicinal herbs and fruits sprawled out all over the spiritual land. At the central area of this huge paradisiacal landmass, enormous intricately built houses and skyscr.a.p. airs were abundant, taking the styles of Noah's homeworld, beast world, and even the futuristic wonders of the Lost World. That brought back some melancholic memories from the calamities of the sea. But it was in this area where an abundant amount of medicinal fruits, herbs, and cores were contained as it acted as the base for these rapidly rising beings. Some spent too much time in the billowing hot springs and beds that seemed to be entirely made of soft feathers, but they all continued a cycle of training and resting as they continued non-stop over the past few days. Floating above the spiritual land at this moment was a particularly arrogant emperor penguin that moved its flippers towards the sleek black feathers above its head, its gaze watching the numerous undead that continued to move day and night in this infernal realm. The penguin was watching his own stat panel that showed how many skill points it had left after distributing many of them in a skill tree that heavily boosted his spatial abilities, as he wondered just how many skill points his master was racking up with these undead that were killing on his behalf. He was looking at the efficacy of his master as he was freely moving around doing dangerous things in a location far away from here, while still continuing to grow his power at an insane pace even faster than all of them. He wanted to grow and increase his strength even faster. Even though he knew he would never be able to match his master, he was still the first beast born in the spiritual land, still the one leading at the forefront. A milky white aura covered his body as a golden light went on to cover it, the pride embodiment that went on to allow him to show great strength against the infernals and push his power even higher, being activated yet again as the penguin that had just entered the saint rank shot out like a missile from the spiritual land and went to join the legion of undead to take down even more infernals. Feelings of obtaining strength at a rapid speed were not only unique to this arrogant penguin, as many of the harbingers continued to struggle behind the scenes to at least keep up with the ever-expanding strength of a single person they looked up to. Chapter 315, A Connection. Chapter 315, A Connection, and LT, and GT. In the ancient blood world, Noah was already deep beneath this hidden world's inner core layer as he came face to face with a planetary core much larger than any that he had come across before. This was the planetary core of a world that had downgraded from the stellar status of a realm and had become a prime world. It rotated strongly in the underground space, an air of ancientness permeating as a voice very similar to the Guardian of Blood rang out. I had an agreement with the first progenitor, and that agreement carries on through the years. What is it that you wish for? Noah's gaze that was wandering all over the mystical aurora of light surrounding this crimson core focused as he spoke out calmly, moving his hands towards the core as he did it. I only wish for you to accept this connection. His right palm landed on the brilliant core as a unique light released from his body and bathed it serenely, the process of forming yet another line of connection, but this time with a prime world occurring. The ancient blood world quietly released its protective barriers, letting the energy freely permeate through its origin as it let this new progenitor do what he wished. The Guardian of Blood standing far behind Noah at this time was an extension of this world, an automaton creation that moved according to a predetermined set of rules. It was a unique creature that allowed the ancient blood world to bypass the many universal laws laid down upon the planets, so when the light that Noah released intensified and the core of the ancient world began to realize the meaning of what this new progenitor wanted to do, the process finished even faster as the connection was established in a much smoother fashion. The overflowing and dense essence of the prime world that was in no way inferior to the world of cultivation or the underworld began to permeate through the established connection between multiple worlds as its overbearing energy rushed down to the four worlds that were a level or two lower. Noah's homeworld that had recently undergone a change from a small world into a middle world began experiencing changes once again as enormous essence rushed into in the form of feedback loops between the many high-tiered worlds it was connected to, receiving an enormous amount of essence as its atmosphere began to change yet again. Upgrades continued to occur left and right as in a short time span, yet another world had been attached to a connection that even those involved did not fully grasp yet. Noah listened to the many thoughts of the planetary cores of multiple worlds as he understood the addition of this prime world was something major. The benefits to the other worlds would be immense, while his own benefits for coming into this ancient blood world's inheritance grounds were far from over. He had just looked at a few of the boosts given by this new bloodline that always made him feel like he was at the top of the world, but he still had the spectacular skills in the form of memories that the system had classified into categories to look into. He moved away from the planetary core of the ancient blood world that had begun communicating with the many entities it was now connected to as he returned to the inheritance grounds, his gaze peering in his panel over the first set of skills that came with the vampire progenitor bloodline, and it was an absolute skill to observe first. And LT, Blood Progenitor and GT, your very core holds a unique relationship to blood, granting you wondrous ways of utilizing it that many can only aspire to. Abilities include Unique Origin, World Veil, Blood Sea, A Drop of Blood, Telepathy, Vampirism, and Panacea. Unique Origin, your extreme proficiency in blood has developed into a higher stage, allowing you to mimic the origin, shape, and aura of any being you have previously come across completely. Unless someone more proficient in blood comes across you, your origin will always be what you portray. World Veil, a great undertaking that is at the level of affecting an entire star. A veil is cast around a world that prevents the detection from any and all beings. Strict requirements must be met before a veil can be cast on any world. Blood Sea, your body is able to turn into an expansive sea of blood, granting you a unique form that allows you to only ever take half of all physical damage while in this form. A drop of blood, from a drop of blood, you can begin anew. A part of your origin can be left behind as a drop of blood, allowing you to never truly die as a part of you can be safely hidden away. If used, the ability will require a period of 81 days before a new blood drop can be created. Noah had to come to a stop as he was reading the descriptions of the abilities of the absolute skill. When he looked over Unique Origin, he was happily surprised as it exactly fit what he wanted to obtain from the trip to the underworld. His one worry when he would enter into the domain of the Celestials was whether the skills he held would be able to bypass their mysterious means if they took a deep look at him. He didn't know exactly what the abilities of the truly powerful Celestial Grandmasters were, but he expected there to be a thorough examination for any of those joining the ranks of Celestials. This ability made it so that all of his worries were now wiped away, but the stupendous surprises of this trip did not stop there. The World Veil and Blood Sea were great enough as he continued to read on, but the ability that allowed him to leave a part of his origin behind in a drop of blood was shocking. The ability brought him a tremendous sense of assurance, but also a reminder that he never wanted to put himself in a position that would force him into having to use the stupendous effects of this ability. He gazed at the remaining 3 abilities he had yet to observe as he saw the effects of telepathy, allowed him to send and receive thoughts to those he was thinking of over any distance, vampirism, bringing with it the ability to turn others into vampires, or even choose a lesser evolution and make them into brute vampiric beasts. Lastly, Panacea was an ability that allowed him to release his blood as a supreme medicine, allowing even those on the brink of death to regain their full health and vigor. He could effectively become a machine that pumped out health potions if he wished. These were just the absolute skills that the system had taken and classified from the many memories Noah received after the vampire progenitor bloodline had fused with him. He had not even gone through the other abilities that were laid out in the form of a skill tree, making them abilities that he could upgrade and strengthen into an unknown stage far into the future. It felt like he was receiving an overwhelming amount of skills and abilities all at once as his eyes moved on to the skill tree that was at void rank, with multiple abilities shining below it as it read, Blood Lord. Chapter 3:16, Blood Lord, Harvesting Gains. Noah felt like he was being given gifts on top of gifts as he looked at the skills and abilities that came with obtaining the inheritance of the vampire progenitor. He wanted to finish by looking at the skills that were placed in the form of a skill tree by the system before he began to move out, as there were simply too many things he had to do, as well as wanting to obtain even more information from the Vampire King back in the underworld. His gaze landed on the spectacularly shining set of words on the blue stat panel that began with, Blood Lord. Blood Lord, 0/30, a technique that only those with the purest forms of blood can use. It is ancient blood magic that includes the abilities Dawn of the Blood Lord, 0/5, Blood World, 0/5, Drain Life, 0/5, and Nightmarish Descent, 0/5. Dawn of the Blood Lord, active, a descent of a terrible red moon accompanies the Blood Lord, empowering them and their allies as long as they stand under its maddening crimson light. Plus 50% to all damage, plus 50% to all element resistance, plus 50% attack, casting, and movement speed, plus 50% increased area of effect, plus 50% to defense, minus 50% to all enemy elemental resistance, and the fear effect is applied to all enemies. Blood World, active, an isolated space that prevents peering gazes erupts around you, the actions taking place in this space are between you and the beings remaining in it. Drain Life, passive, blood is closely connected to a being's life force. A proficient manipulator of blood is able to layer all of their attacks with an attribute that will drain the life force of their enemies. Plus 5% life steal at all times. Nightmarish Descent, active, creatures of unholy origins are summoned at your call, latching onto your enemies as they activate blood magic and encase them in deadly coffins that skewer any poor souls contained inside. Yet another set of powerful skills showed themselves to him as he felt like a collector who just continued to eat up way too many abilities. The Blood World was a skill he had already seen before from the hands of Prince Cassius, while the skills, Dawn of the Blood Lord, Drain Life, and Nightmarish Descent, were completely new to him with their wondrous abilities. He would have to make time to test them later, as he was currently impatient to get started with the next set of steps after obtaining the huge boon that was the ancient Blood World, and also go back to the underworld for more information. The memories he had obtained from the vampire progenitor bloodline were about the strengths and techniques it pertained. There was still much mystery surrounding this figure that had passed away and what exactly occurred more than 1,000 years ago to cause the death of a being that held a bloodline such as this, which even held abilities similar to that of having a rebirth. Noah looked at the subservient guardian of blood as he asked just to be sure before he began moving. The memories that the first progenitor gave you only pertain to the inheritance grounds and the ancient blood world. Much of them, yes, Master. Though I was given basic knowledge of the regions of the universe and the beings that dwell in them. Noah nodded as he waved his now pale hands in front of him, initiating one of his new skills, World Portal, as he replied to the Guardian of Blood. The enemy that caused his death. No knowledge on that either, Master. The only warning that the first progenitor left behind was, to be wary of the terrifying rising force calling themselves Celestials. The rising force calling themselves Celestials. Noah thought about these words that would have been said more than 1,000 years ago as he pondered. They're not just a rising force anymore, are they? The skill he was casting completed as he was lost in his thoughts, an extravagantly wide red portal appearing in the inheritance grounds of the ancient blood world. As for the other location this portal connected to, it was Noah's homeworld. Through the ability given from his new bloodline, World Portal, he could do what the planetary systems had been doing every time a connection was established with other worlds. He could choose to establish a permanent gateway that required immense mana to initiate, and they would continue to be kept active by the essence they absorbed in the atmosphere. The boosts and skills are so ridiculous that I'll have to spend quite some time just to understand how to best use them all. Noah continued to ponder as he moved through the wide red portal, the Guardian of Blood following close behind as this soul-forging realm individual entered a blue planet. The constantly improving metropolis of the Blessed Empire appeared in front of their eyes as not too far away. Noah already felt the presence of Steel Mikhail, and the person he had sent a message to the moment the connection with the ancient blood world was finished. The stunning girl with a head full of white hair and blue eyes smiled at Noah as the convoy of humans she brought with her had excited faces. They only knew of the being in front of them from whispers and stories, never imagining they would meet the #1 hunter from their world that had made so many things possible. Steel Mikhail nodded at Noah, his gaze looking at him up and down as he wondered whether he was looking at the same person, while the white-haired Sophia smiled cutely and spoke, her gaze landing on the Guardian of Blood behind him as a white light briefly passed through her eyes. It hasn't even been all that long, big brother, and you're already gifting us with another world. Noah nodded with a smile at this unique being that was connected to the planetary system in a different way than he was, being extremely similar to the Guardian of Blood as they almost felt like an extension of the world's wills. The group that came with Sophia and Steel Mikhail were some of the most powerful hunters remaining in this world who continued to strengthen their power through dungeon diving. They had come here today and with such a fast response simply because they were called by the upper echelons of their world, with the word they would be meeting the special being they knew as the highest-ranked hunter, Noah. A meeting with this being always proceeded with huge boosts of strength for all those involved as they were excited to find out exactly what stupendous gifts they would be receiving today. The words mentioned by the guide thereafter only made them more excited as they looked towards this figure who was most definitely more handsome than what they were told. Noah had gathered these powerful hunters here, along with many more that were on their way to this location for the singular purpose of harvesting the great gains that were sprawled out all over the ancient blood world. In that wide prime world, numerous blood crystals that literally covered the lands were just waiting to be harvested, as well as the numerous vampiric beasts waiting to be taken down. Although, much of these resources could only be fully utilized by vampires, so Noah's gaze turned to these excited humans as he prepared to test a few of his abilities as the vampire progenitor. Chapter 317, New Vampires, A Messenger from the Dark Expanse. Although it is going to be somewhat painful, I will give you guys a boost in power before you descend into a world with numerous resources just waiting to be harvested. Noah looked at the force of hundreds of humans gathered in front of him as he spoke. The replies he received were that of excited yells and enthusiasm as the hunters could not wait to get started. He nodded as he cast vampirism on these humans who did not fully understand exactly what they had just enthusiastically agreed to. From Noah's fair right hand, numerous red lines erupted as they went on to pierce onto the bodies of the hunters instantly, their faces rapidly changing as they buckled down to the ground and began convulsing. Noah and Sophia were looking at this sight with interested eyes as Noah wanted to fully observe the effects of a vampire progenitor turning beings into vampires, while Sophia was simply another entity entirely and was not even thinking along the same lines. Only the gruff Steel Mikhail was standing by the side with his usual unreadable expression as he watched the evolving situation. If one were to watch from the side, they would observe Noah's expression to be impassive as he observed the hunters wriggling in pain on the ground, only a calculating look overtaking his face as he observed the continuing changes. Unknowingly, another effect of the vampire progenitor bloodline went to alter his mentality, although the changes were too little for one to notice at this time. A red light permeated throughout the surroundings as the hunters underwent unbearable pain, but nothing like what Noah had gone through as he found their bodies were only going through changes that granted them the bloodline of elite vampires. This meant that anyone he chose to use vampirism on would skip the ranks of normal vampires and become an elite vampire right away. He nodded his head after confirming this test, his aura already locked on the beings from the beast world and demon world that had also neared the location where he opened the portal connecting to the ancient blood world. The hunters in front of Noah began getting up after a few minutes, some still terrified of the pain they went through as they moved their bodies and began to feel the abundant strength overflowing within. Most had directly broken through ranks the moment their change finished, finding a sense of power they never thought to be possible permeating through their body. They looked towards the strongest hunter with a feeling of apprehension and familiarity as they felt like he had become someone they could never even think to go against, the aura that Noah released currently putting him at an unreachable position in their eyes. What followed thereafter was something ridiculous as Noah used an abundant amount of mana and cast vampirism multiple times on the beings from the beast and demon world who had managed to get here in time, before the many newly turned vampires were introduced to the ancient blood world. When it came to those in higher positions of power like Steel Mikhail, Noah added another ability on top of it as he also used Bloodline Bestowal, another ability directly from the bloodline of the vampire progenitor, to bestow the bloodline of a pure-blood vampire. From the ancient shrine where he found numerous storage rings and pouches, an abundant amount of refined blood crystals and numerous bloodlines that the Guardian of Blood had been left with to continue conducting the trials of the inheritance grounds were all in his possession. He was now the vampire progenitor, making there be no need for an inheritance ground as he could personally turn beings into vampires and bestow bloodlines as he wished. The process took slightly more time for anything higher than the elite tier, but a brand new Steel Mikhail became the first harbinger to obtain the bloodline of a pure-blood vampire as his large figure became even more refined and he gained a devilish handsomeness. Noah continued to play around with the newly found abilities of the vampire progenitor as he initiated the process of using the abundant resources on the ancient blood world. In the coming days, more and more forces from the beast world and demon world would join in, along with the newly included beings of the icebound world that had not even fully begun communicating with the other four worlds. The Guardian of Blood would act in Noah's place for the newcomers as many of the treasures and bloodlines left behind in the inheritance grounds would be freely used up in the coming months. There were many moving parts and numerous figures involved in this process that would take quite some time, but while Noah was supposed to be undergoing a trial to prove himself to the vampires of the underworld, he entered the inheritance grounds and took for himself the ultimate inheritance left behind by the vampire progenitor. He then began using the expansive abilities of this fearsome bloodline as he covertly began to create a force of new vampires in a distant world, moving with extreme efficiency as he already began the process of using the resources of an entire world that he had gained while he was simply supposed to be undergoing a trial. It would be out of the wildest dreams for the vampires of the underworld to imagine, as they were about to have their hands full from the return of shocking commands. The Vampire King had sent word to their forces in the dark expanse the moment that Noah entered the portal that led to the ancient blood world, letting them know of the recent events and asking for guidance on how to move forward. What came out as a result was something they did not expect as within the Grand Vampire Council Hall where many powerful figures were still discussing, a dark portal began to form that took the attention of all those in the hall. The Vampire King looked on in shock as he quickly enacted a wide blood world that fully covered the council hall, looking towards this expanding dark portal where a stunning figure began to materialize out of with a glimmer of red light. The eyes of the Vampire King focused as the usual smile he had was wiped away, letting out a calm voice as if he was talking to someone of the same level, or even possibly higher. You know it is risky for someone who is drenched with the aura of the dark expanse to enter into the light expanse right away. Are you trying to reveal our position this quickly, my dear Elena? His voice was directed to the woman that had just materialized from a disappearing portal, a woman that held a figure so curvaceous and deadly that it would make many men drool. Gorgeous silver hair fell down to her shoulders as she looked at the Vampire King with a light smile that caused the vampires in the council hall to look down to their feet in respect. They knew the identity of this being that had just appeared, a being they considered to be even more fearsome than the Vampire King they were serving under all this time. Little brother, You sent such a shocking message that the Alliance couldn't just send back simple words. If it wasn't required of me to be here, I would not have come. Shocking words were released as the woman holding a similar status to the Vampire King that Noah had talked to appeared, and she was a being that had just arrived from the dark expanse. The Vampire King that was ruling the forces of the pureblood vampires in the underworld looked at his big sister thoughtfully as he clapped his hands, sending a signal for the many vampire elders to clear the room as he spoke. Are they ready to enact a big move against the Celestials? A wide smile which could be the downfall of entire countries appeared on the royal vampire Elena as she strolled towards the Vampire King. Oh little brother, you don't know just how important the news of this human that has a straight path into the seventh celestial star is. An interested smile appeared on her face as she looked around the wide council hall, only noticing a single red portal, her nephew that was looking towards her with a shocked expression, and the Vampire King she continued to refer to as little brother. Where is the important being in question, little Adrian? An eerie silence filled the room as the Vampire King, Adrian, let out a slight cough as he gazed at the red portal, causing the expression of Elena to change as her face turned dark. You sent such an important figure into the inheritance grounds. It was to tie him directly to our side as we awaited for word from home. If you had been sharing all the important information with me, maybe I would have known his importance was even greater than what I anticipated. Do enlighten me though, why did those old fogies send you? Elena turned to her brother with a pitying expression as she spoke. Even I didn't know this information before I was sent here, it was something that those schemers at the top classified as top secret. You better hope that human comes back in one piece, otherwise the people that are much too tired of this unwinnable war will fry you for losing such an important piece. She walked towards Prince Cassius as her soft hands ruffled his silver hair. My little nephew, you did well with your recent venture. You should come back home soon. All those little princesses you left behind continue waiting for you to return. The vampire prince adopted a docile expression that was nothing like the regal air he had always shown, only being able to nod his head at this bountifully blessed aunt in front of him. Elena strolled towards the bedazzled throne that the Vampire King Adrian had been sitting on as she placed her curvaceous body down and crossed her legs, her gaze locking towards the red portal that led to the inheritance grounds as she awaited for this being that would play a major part in the ongoing war. Chapter 318, Casting a Veil, The Return. Noah knew that normally, the trial in the inheritance grounds would take vampires hours, if not days, as they would choose to rest and recover their energies before beginning the next stage. He had finished his run at the trial in less than an hour, and this was while clearing all 6 levels of the inheritance, so he knew he had a lot of time before he needed to return to the council hall in the underworld. He oversaw the gradual introduction of his forces into the ancient blood world as the Guardian of Blood acted to protect the newly turned vampires if they came into contact with vampiric beasts that were too powerful. Sophia continued her role as a guide, leaving behind the protected village where she had sent Noah to the beast world from months ago, as she now acted as the representative of the planetary core to relay directions to the many forces at their disposal. There was a wide array of beings from the multiple worlds, and Noah would not be able to look at and interpret all the intricacies of the connections and movements of the worlds he was connected to while also worrying about his own movements against the forces he was putting himself up against. Sophia acted as the center point as she relayed the intentions of the planetary system and allowed for a smooth transition of tasks and roles as the many pieces continued to move in order to create a well-oiled machine that would continue to produce powerhouses. Many projects were initiated to begin in the newly connected Icebound world and Ancient Blood world, while another project that was in Noah's homeworld was seeing progress as the Atlanteans finished the construction of the first world engine. This was a grand achievement as they had been able to recreate a treasure which the Celestials deemed as something that went against the natural order and balance. The completion of this world engine would allow for the displacement of a star, a drastic measure that would be used if their enemies ever tracked their coordinates and wished them harm. The smooth progress of the project to create more world engines reminded Noah of the supernatural veil that was covering the ancient blood world, allowing it to hide amongst dead stars and escaping the sight of powerful beings for the past 1,000 years. The one who had enacted that veil onto the ancient blood world was the vampire progenitor, and he now held that same power as he recalled the description of one of the abilities he had just obtained. From the absolute skill and LT, blood progenitor and GT, the spectacular ability shown with a brilliant hue on the stat panel as now planned to enact it. He teleported to the inner core of his homeworld for the first time in a while as he observed the slowly rotating hexagonal prism that had become even larger, an enormous amount of essence now circulating through it as the world continued to upgrade to higher levels. the description of the World Veil ability mentioned that strict requirement had to be met before this ability could be cast on an entire world. Those requirements were a being with enough essence to actually enact such a wide-ranging skill, with the second requirement being the willingness of the particular star they wanted to perform this ability on. Noah met both of these requirements, but this also made him ponder what exactly was the level of power of the vampire progenitor that would allow him to wield such immense mana, unlike him who had access to the reserves of actual planets. His impassive gaze put these thoughts aside as he communicated with the planetary system and cast the skill requiring an immense amount of mana, World Veil. A large amount of essence collected around Noah, before it began exploding outwards as it began to move in a circular direction with him at the center. What was expanding from him was a thin film that would not be noticeable by any of the figures currently on this world, as it rapidly spread across the deeper layers and broke through to the atmosphere, continuing upwards as it spent some time to wrap around the entire world. If one were to be looking at the blue planet from a vantage point in the vastness of space, they would notice a barely distinct red and black film of light rapidly engulf the entire planet before it quickly faded away. The signs of abundant life it gave off nowhere to be seen, as at this moment, one could only observe a collection of dead asteroids floating together around a much larger dead star. The transformation was seamless and fast as an enormous veil was cast around an entire world, reducing the chances of anyone finding or targeting it through various means. In the next few hours, Noah continued his extremely efficient movements as he moved across the beast world, demon world, and icebound world while repeating similar things, the mana at his disposal allowing for a ridiculous level of actions. He would go into the first realm of hell where the rest of the harbingers were still training later, leaving them to continue enjoying the farming of skill points before he gave them the option of accepting the strength of the vampire bloodlines. Seeing that everything had begun moving in the right direction for their incursion into the ancient blood world, Noah returned to the inheritance grounds where any new vampires trying to undertake the trial by the forces of the pure blood vampires in the underworld would be sent, and neared the still floating red portal that had brought him into this world in the first place. Beings like the Vampire King were able to use skill passed down over time to create portals that only lead the inheritance grounds, so if such an action happened again in the future, whoever intruded into the ancient blood world would only enter into the inheritance grounds for their trial. The Guardian of Blood was instructed by Noah to continue this job for now, as he did not want to alert the larger forces of vampires in the underworld, and most likely an even bigger force that should be where they came from in the dark expanse. To these vampires, nothing had changed with the inheritance grounds or ancient blood world. But behind the scenes, numerous beings had already begun moving across the wide prime world as they began to harvest its abundant resources. Noah stopped briefly as he cast another newly obtained ability, the Unique Origin, that was under the LT, Blood Progenitor and GT, Absolute Skill. A red light covered him as his aura mimicked a pure-blood vampire, the immense aura of the vampire progenitor being hidden away as he wanted to observe the state of the vampires currently before deciding on whether to reveal himself. Seeing that he missed nothing, Noah entered through the portal as brief darkness clouded his gaze, before brightness soon took over as he returned to the wide vampire council hall. His observations were met with a new scene as in the wide hall, only 3 beings were left behind, none of the powerful vampire elders anywhere in sight. There was Prince Cassius that was standing with his father, the Vampire King, along with the long legs of a curvaceous woman who looked to be in her prime sitting on the only bedazzled throne in the hall. They noticed Noah's return right away as Prince Cassius looked at Noah and noticed the changes in his demeanor, as well as the silver streaks permeated through his dark head of hair and the distinct devilish handsomeness that he only saw in himself. They also felt a strong resonance of blood that indicated Noah had become one of them, and a being that was a pure-blood vampire at that. Prince Cassius nodded with an expression that seemed to say, as expected, with his father looking at Noah with a deep gaze and then nodding as well, apparently not let down. To them, it looked like Noah had made huge gains in the inheritance grounds, being able to obtain the bloodline of a pure-blood vampire as they sensed the abundant aura of blood that could barely be discernible in the eyes of the vampires. Yet, the other person in the room, the royal vampire Elena, had a drastic change in expression as her gaze went from a welcoming smile and into one of absolute shock. Noah's sharp gaze observed this minute difference of change on this new being he hadn't seen before as he quickly processed something, a red light shining in his eyes as they landed on this woman who had somehow seen something that the other 2 beings in this wide hall did not notice. He had gloriously returned to the royal castle of the vampires in the underworld, an unexpected scene greeting him as he walked out of the red portal, leading to the ancient blood world. Chapter 319, Welcoming the New Progenitor. Unperceptible to Prince Cassius and Vampire King Adrian, a red light erupted from Noah's eyes, and this single red light went on to bring an enormous sense of pressure on the powerful royal vampire currently sitting on the throne. A telepathic message was sent forward as Elena quickly changed her expression and tried to adopt a normal one, being the first to voice out her normal voice that held a slight trembling within. "Little brother, take the young prince and yourself out for a second while I talk with our important guest." "Elena, you know that is not proper. You are in my domain now, I will at least be involved in the talks, no matter how important you make them out to dash." The Vampire King Adrian was voicing out with slight dissatisfaction when he turned towards his sister and saw an unexpected imploring gaze on her face. "Please, brother. Just for a little while." Brief silence permeated the room as the Vampire King questioned just what exactly were the contents of the message from the Alliance as he sighed and snapped his fingers, Prince Cassius coming to and following him close behind as they left the council hall. The Vampire Prince turned towards Noah with an apologetic expression once more, sending a telepathic message towards him as they left. "I didn't think everything would go towards such a direction. I'll try to be a good host after these talks finish and get you accustomed to the body of a noble vampire that you just obtained." Noah smiled and nodded towards the young prince as the doors closed behind him, only a single other person being left behind in this wide council hall as the smile was quickly wiped away from his face, his gaze landing on the soul-forging realm royal vampire that had gone back to a trembling gaze the moment Noah focused on her. Noah moved his essence as he cast forth a blood world, the entire council hall instantaneously being surrounded by a protective and secretive layer that nobody on the outside could peer through. Noah's gaze became impassive as he looked at the vampire that had inadvertently realized something. "How did you notice?" A cold voice came out from Noah as he addressed this soul-rank being calmly while moving forward, the body of the curvaceous vampire shaking as she couldn't find the words. There was a huge reason why this powerful being changed her expression the moment she looked closely at Noah, as she had noticed something that Prince Cassius and even her brother had not been able to notice, and that was the complete and utter domination of blood that the being in front of her let out. This was a shocking finding as it could only mean one thing, but it was such an outrageous and unbelievable idea that Elena did not fully believe it until a distinct red light passed through the being's eyes as she felt her entire body locked in place, a message arriving in her mind telling her to send the other two beings away from this room. This confirmed her shocking finding, as she quickly stood up from the bedazzled throne and kneeled towards the figure of Noah while voicing out with a meek voice. "This undeserving child greets progenitor, and hopes you will forgive her insolence for not realizing and acting right away." Yes. The royal vampire from the dark expanse had come to the realization right away that somehow, unbelievably, the being in front of her had the aura of someone that she only knew from her bloodline memories and stories passed down in her clan. This being had the overpowering aura of the progenitor. Noah looked at the sight of this gorgeous woman kneeling towards him with an impassive gaze as he continued walking forward, the bloodline of the progenitor affecting him more than he knew as he was slowly adopting the traits of a being that stood at the absolute peak of a race and had full control over them. The traits of the ruler of vampires that were inlaid in the bloodline he had absorbed were slowly but surely coming out on the surface without him realizing it, a regal air accompanying him as he asked once more. "How did you know?" I am the firstborn of our generation in the Acheron lineage, being blessed with one of the purest royal bloodlines currently. The purer our bloodlines, the closer we are to the progenitor. This foolish child, Elena Acheron, seeks progenitor's forgiveness for almost revealing your identity." A few memories were dredged up from Noah's mind as he nodded, the words of the powerful soul-forging realm being in front of him not holding an ounce of lies as he confirmed she had only been able to see through his disguised state because of something unique about her. This was because he had used the ability, unique origin, to take on the aura and look of a pure-blood vampire that even the Vampire King who held a royal bloodline did not notice. The kneeling Elena looked up slowly as she continued. "Besides my purer bloodline, the only other reason is because your awakening happened just recently, and your immense aura has not fully settled, making those slightly more sensitive like me to notice the greatness of the progenitor. Please." The curvaceous Elena pointed towards the throne in the wide hall while still kneeling, continuing to speak with a respectful tone towards this unbelievable being in front of her. "Please take a seat and relax, progenitor, put this undeserving child at ease." Noah reached the position where the silver-haired vampire with shocking features was kneeling as he used his right hand to lift her face upwards, turning her still shaking eyes towards him as he then released her chin and proceeded to comfortably sit on the huge throne that the Vampire King had just been sitting on not too long ago. "You are someone from the dark expanse." Noah asked calmly as he noticed besides the aura of a royal vampire on this being called Elena, she held a distinct aura that he had never seen on anyone else before, and paired with the vampires who were connected to a force in the dark expanse, he quickly made this connection. It seemed like beings from the different regions held a distinct aura that could be easily discernible. Yes, progenitor. The Acheron clan that manages the vampires in this underworld sent me forth with commands for how the one who is about to have access to the seventh celestial star should move. Of course, your wishes and plans rise above all others, and I will faithfully follow whatever commands you have for me. Elena replied as her silver hair danced below her shoulders, still kneeling as her gaze brought itself to stare upon the impassive face of her progenitor. Noah pondered in silence as he observed this figure in front of him, getting to the most important thing first, and that was information. Rise. For now, let's start with information. The vampires in this world, this Acheron clan in the dark expanse, the Alliance, the Celestials, tell me everything. Elena's slender legs rose as her heart beat wildly, her immense strength at the soul-forging realm meaning nothing in front of this being that was the progenitor of vampires. She conned her beating heart as she began to reveal secrets very few had access to as fast as she could towards the ruler that was now seated on a throne. Chapter 320, Unfolding Secrets. Beginning with the forces surrounding the vampires located in the underworld, they were a force that those in the dark expanse had managed to squeeze through the eyes of the Celestials in the period of the last 1,000 years as they grew themselves in name and power in the light expanse. The vampires held a special relationship with a few powerful figures in the dark expanse through the powerful being that held the entire race on her shoulder, the vampire progenitor. With her death being one of the many results coming out from the war more than 1,000 years ago, the vampires were more than willing to act as spies in enemy territory, becoming a stable force over the past 100 years as they came to prominence in the underworld. The vampires also fit this task perfectly as they held abilities that allowed for complete secrecy, the covert qualities of their techniques making them move unhindered for the past hundreds of years. They had been able to smoothly monitor the grand moves that Celestials continued to make, and even occasionally take down Celestials as was recently done by the rash Prince Cassius. They continued to be a force that relayed information to the forces of the dark expanse for all these years, until the recent developments caused by Prince Cassius grabbed the attention of the higher echelons of the Archean clan where the pure-blood vampires in the underworld were from, which also meant they had grabbed the attention of a few figures in the alliance that oversaw the dark expanse. The Archean clan was the topmost lineage of vampires descending down from one of the first children of the vampire progenitor, with a few other clans taking different names existing, but the Archean clan always remained at the top in power and bloodlines. They held significant power in the dark expanse and oversaw a few core operations for the war that continued to occur behind the scenes. So what exactly did the Archean clan send you to do? Noah stopped the vampire that held a fervent light in her eyes as she continued to speak, the silver-haired vampire still not being able to fully contain herself as she realized what the return of this figure in front of her truly meant. Elena's immaculate face tried its best to remain calm as she reached into her ample bosom and pulled out a small cylindrical container. It looked like a small ancient bottle with a wooden stopper that contained contents that would draw anyone's eyes instantly. In this small bottle, a sparkling black liquid that seemed to be moving by itself was present, a mystical light running through it as Noah observed it closely. The Archean clan sent me here to provide the one becoming a celestial disciple with this treasure. It is a unique poison obtained from the Litalis expanse. Noah observed the mysterious liquid as he couldn't help but ask. A poison? You all wanted to send me on an assassination mission. No such thing, O progenitor. This is a unique treasure that is aimed at something specifically on the seventh celestial star, but it is not for assassination. Elena quickly clarified as she brought the bottle forward, leaving it on Noah's hands as she continued. Another result from the last full-scale war that occurred over 1,000 years ago were some very powerful beings imprisoned on the many celestial stars. This unique treasure that was sent with me for you to carry into the seventh celestial star is something designed to release the shackles binding a particularly powerful figure imprisoned in that celestial star. Noah looked closely at the viscous starry liquid moving within the small bottle that only seemed ancient, but did not let out any other aura. Even his planetary system did not know anything about it as no information could be found out. A prison break. He spoke to himself as he evaluated his own goals when he eventually stepped into the seventh celestial stars, and how exactly the movements of these beings from the dark expanse could come into play. The message they told me to pass along was for you to simply pop the stopper on that bottle and release the liquid flowing within into the soil of the celestial star, and this treasure would do the rest. Elena spoke respectfully as she observed the thoughtful expression on the progenitor's face, feeling her heartbeat increasing as his gaze landed on her again. The fearsome progenitor in front of her put the small ancient bottle away, with a wave of his hands as he continued. "All right, this never-ending war you continue to mention. The Alliance in the dark expanse and the Celestials in the light expanse. What exactly is the history behind this?" "A celestial grandmaster told me the Celestials have reigned over the last thousands of years, bringing prosperity and peace over the light expanse, while also calling the Alliance overlooking the dark expanse to be an unstable collection of stars that sow chaos and disorder." "What version of the story will you tell me?" Noah asked, this sole rank being in front of him languidly as he called for more information on the Celestials, and for the exact reason of the apparently ongoing war and conflicts that continued to occur between the light expanse and the dark expanse. The only history he had with the Celestials was them almost killing him while they wiped out an entire world because of what they believed in, and he aimed his sword towards them because of this reason. He did not know of their real history or what they really stood for, the memories he obtained from the celestial disciple Drax only showing him more of their fearsome power as he continued to go down the path against them. Elena's fervent expression actually turned serious at the mention of the Celestials, her gaze becoming somber as she spoke. The Celestials were an organization that slowly rose up a few thousand years ago. They began expanding their forces across a few worlds at first, preaching a doctrine of order and balance as they garnered more forces and support through all means possible. Her shimmering silver hair danced as her voice became stronger. Their rise was paved and built on countless wars and bloodshed under the name of their doctrine, destroying anything and anyone that stood against them as they were labeled heretics and beings that sought to cause chaos and disorder. What made the Celestials even more fearsome was their unbelievable proficiency in the law of fate, a supreme law that has allowed them to remain unrivaled until now. A grand and shocking story weaved itself out from the red lips of the curvaceous royal vampire as the secrecy covering the Celestials was slowly torn through. The number of beings that have died under the hands of the Celestials over the years, the number of stars that have been destroyed by their deadly weapons, is uncountable. Noah's entire attention was focused on the silver-haired vampire as a picture was slowly being built about the beings that always shone with an il.u.s.trius golden light, the beings that stood for order and balance, the Celestials. Chapter 321, The Celestials, the War of the Righteous. The Celestials were beings of immense strength who quickly rose to power by relying on the mysterious supreme law of fate. It was an extremely abstruse law that very few beings could master, and yet the Celestials held numerous techniques that could manipulate the law of fate as if it was their own two limbs. Through the fearsome power given by their domination of the law of fate, they rapidly expanded their influence across multiple worlds in the light expanse, continuing to dominate many forces over the years until it all led to the culmination of a huge war more than 1,000 years ago. This long war was later known as the War of the Righteous, where two sides with their own strong beliefs clashed in large-scale combat that colored the stars red and created thousands of dead planets. It occurred over decades as the death toll rose to the billions just for those involved in the war. The Celestials that were close to fully expanding their power over the light expanse fully clashed against the newly allied forces in the dark expanse that called themselves the Alliance. The Alliance saw the numerous atrocities that the Celestials continued to commit under the banner of order and balance as a few powerful figures chose not to stand on the sidelines and finally act, coming together and joining hands against this mysterious force. They banded together as they could already foresee that this force wanted to completely wrap everything in their palm of their hands, and they were destroying anything that stood in their way in order to achieve it. The vampire progenitor was among these powerful beings that chose to stand against the Celestials and participated in the War of the Righteous, her power matching even the most powerful celestial grandmasters as the battle came to a brief impasse with her intrusion. Alas, it was too late. The power that the Celestials wielded had grown too much, utterly dominating the battlefield with their unique uses of the law of fate as they besieged hidden locations of the Alliance with precision and seemed to always know the movements of their enemies even before they acted. The Alliance was utterly and completely outclassed as the Celestials went on a crusade of order and balance, continuing until their forces completely dominated the entirety of the light expanse, pushing many opposing forces into the dark expanse as they retreated from their own homes. The War of the Righteous raged on for tens of years, multiple figures eventually meeting their true deaths as even the vampire progenitor was among them. Some of her scattered forces of vampires surrendered to the Celestials, choosing to occupy a small land in the underworld as they recuperated from their defeat and losing their progenitor while living under the rule of the ones that contributed to her death. The other scattered vampire clans ended up running into the dark expanse as they rebuilt their homes and licked their wounds. Other powerful beings at the level of the vampire progenitor were taken prisoners or killed as the conquest of the Celestials continued to rage on. After the Celestials had taken over much of the forces in the light expanse, they stabilized their power as they now turned their attention towards the dark expanse with hungry eyes. But this action would be the one that finally stopped the Celestials on their tracks. They raised a huge force as they prepared to finish off the forces of the Alliance for good and spread their power across the dark expanse as well, but it was at this moment that a horrendous power coming from a region they had not even eyed yet came forward. From the Latalis expanse, a terrible being that was only later termed as a terror, a being at the pinnacle of the ancient races that dwelled in the Latalis expanse came forward and called for an end to the unbelievably destructive war. The Alliance that was weary with a tremendous number of losses agreed to stand down, but the celestial grandmasters that held full belief of their power under the law of fate moved forward with their aims, proposing to crush any that would choose to stand on their path. It was this action that went on to cause the first colossal losses for the Celestials, and eventually brought an end to the long war of the righteous. The moment they chose to continue on this path, aside from the terror, horrible creatures that would later become known as the Infernals appeared en masse from realms of hell that were never before seen as they rained down destruction. The being from the Latalis expanse that they ignored the words of, this single being was enraged at the continuation of the unneeded war and acted against the huge army of the Celestials with the terrible creatures known as Infernals, utterly decimating the forces of the Celestials. This ancient being held power never before seen as just the size of its body made those that were near look like ants, carrying out attacks that decimated all that stood against it. Oh! This single battle was the reason that this colossal being was given the name of a terror, as what they brought to the battlefield was nothing but that. This was also the first time many beings came to know the power of the creatures known as the Infernals, especially the cruel infernal lords that absorbed the bodies of the defeated to strengthen themselves even more. The Celestials faced losses they could have never foreseen in this battle as numerous grandmasters fell along with hundreds of their powerful interstellar warsh.I.P.S. The Infernals faced their own casualties as they receded into the hellish doorways they came from, while the Celestials looked forth as the terror from the Latalis expanse left their decimated forces with but a single message. Do not overstep your boundaries. The message applied to the Celestials that now held control over the light expanse, as well as the allied forces that looked on in shock from the dark expanse. This single being of the ancient race from the Latalis expanse and the forces of the Infernals had brought an end to the war of the righteous as the forces of Celestials pulled back and recuperated their losses. Noah raised his head as the curvaceous Elena stopped briefly as she told the story, his mind going to the words of the celestial grandmaster who had called the ancient races cowards that only slumbered towards their destruction. He did not understand the reason for that tone then, but he understood now. A single being had decimated the forces of the celestial until they could not advance any further. Ancient races and a terror, huh? He wondered about the ancient being title that he now held as the vampire progenitor as Elena continued on. The Celestials pulled back and consolidated their forces, but they did not stop pushing their aims these last 1,000 years. They have continued to grow even stronger as their mastery over the law of fate increased. The ancient races in the Latalis expanse have gone silent, while only the Infernals continue to hinder the movements of the Celestials. Constant skirmishes and battles have been held over these last 1,000 years in the locations where gates of hell reside as well as the border between the light expanse and dark expanse. In the past 1,000 years, the power of the Celestials had just continued to grow as wars at a much smaller scale continued to occur, the tide of victory once again beginning to shift to the side of the Celestials as they developed more fearsome strength with the advancements they continued to make with the supreme law of fate. Many thoughts were passing through Noah's mind as he heard this story, his thoughts also going to the Infernals that had appeared alongside the terror from the Latalis expanse. There were still clouds of mysteries about the Celestials, Infernals, and these beings from the ancient races that he had to slowly figure out as he continued to advance in power, and eventually become able to stand side by side with them in the future. A smile appeared on Noah's face that wasn't the usual calm and enthusiastic smile for the future. The enraptured Elena that was observing the vampire progenitor all this time saw a cold smile that seemed to be hungry for power, a smile of a being filled with confidence even after hearing about the ridiculous levels of strength that his enemies and those around them held. Chapter 322, A Taste of Blood. The curvaceous Elena that had just finished relaying numerous secrets about powerful figures became enchanted with the cold smile of the vampire progenitor, the blood within her coursing even faster as they observed the being that stood at the peak of all vampires. This was just one of the huge effects for those that knew about their progenitor, just the knowledge that the being holding the purest vampire bloodline being in front of them making them feel extreme respect and reverence. Elena found her red lips unexpectedly moving by themselves as she continued to be lost in thoughts, deviating from her story after she found the state of her progenitor in thought. This undeserving child wondered if you've had the chance to feed yet, oh progenitor. I know you just returned from the inheritance grounds now, and I don't wish to be an even worse servant that hasn't offered anything to you. Noah returned to the present as he heard the melodious words of the royal vampire whose head shimmered with silver hair. He observed her long hands pull the many strands of her hair to one side as she showed her neck and leaned her head to the right, voicing out with a slightly shaking voice that seemed to hold a tinge of excitement for something that she considered the biggest honor. This undeserving servant offers up her blood for the progenitor to feed for the first time since awakening. Noah felt his new heart beat strongly as something that was a trait at the core of its being was presented in front of him. He found his body disappearing into red mist as he instantaneously reappeared in front of the fair woman with her neck turned to the side. He had just been thinking about the mysteries of celestials, infernals, and the beings from the Latalis expanse when just a few words from this royal vampire had prompted such a strong reaction from the innate nature of the vampire progenitor. Blood Gourmet, unconsciously activated as found a sweet smell wafting off the docile curvaceous figure in front of him. The smell told his senses that the blood he could obtain from the figure in front of his eyes was of extreme quality, something that would be his first taste as a vampire that he would not be able to forget. Noah felt his mouth open as shining fangs glimmered in the area fully covered by a blood world, his right hand holding onto the neck where he could now see numerous veins and arteries pumping, his left hand bringing the plump body of this royal vampire closer as he felt his teeth sinking into her soft neck, the taste of something he would have never before imagined bursting in his mouth in a cacophony of wondrous taste. Ah! It was the scene of a devilishly handsome vampire sinking his teeth into a damsel, a scene that many would be shocked to see as it would forever remain a secret for the only two beings in the revolving blood world. Blood, tastes this good? A terrifying thought was coursing through Noah's mind as he bit further down, causing the powerful figure at the soul-forging realm to tremble as she felt like she was floating on cloud nine. The vampire king Adrian and his son were sitting in another location as they talked, their auras still locked in on the council hall not too far away from them where they couldn't observe a single thing. Father, from my experiences with Noah, he stands firmly against the Celestials and will be a great ally to have on our side. If you can, please make sure Aunt doesn't do anything bad to him. Adrian looked at his son thoughtfully as he nodded. He knew the strength of his sister was even greater than his own, standing stably at the peak of soul-forging realm. If she wished to do anything to the newly advanced pure-blood vampire that was Noah, he would be helpless to fight back. No need to worry. Her being here means the Archean clan treats this matter with great importance. They would not want to get on his bad side. You did well bringing such a character to us this time around. The vampire king gave his son a proud gaze as he nodded, their talk continuing for another hour before they felt a portion of the blood world opening, meaning they were being invited into the council room once more. They passed through the small entrance made as it quickly closed behind them, their gazes landing on a calm Noah that was standing by the side, and the amorous Elena looking towards them in a commanding expression while not being able to hide her ecstatic smile. All right, the details of the mission have been discussed, with our important guest agreeing to go through with it. We'll have to be good hosts in the next few days as we welcome him to our family and culture. Little Cassius, you can handle this job. Elena turned towards the prince who was already standing next to Noah and checking if he had been bullied or charmed in any way, nodding his head as he gestured for Noah to follow him. The vampire king Adrian looked at his sister thoughtfully as he noticed her much bubblier expression, speaking towards her in a questioning tone. Elena, you need to fill me in on the exact details of what is happening. I cannot lead an organization if I am kept in the dark about the important things occurring at this time. His serious gaze was interrupted by the curvaceous Elena waving her hands dismissively as her gaze remained on the figures of Noah and Prince Cassius who were leaving the slowly dissolving blood world. She snapped her fingers as a thin layer of bloody mist surrounded her, covering up the distinct aura of a being from the dark expanse as her brother watched her figure become blurry as it went out towards the same direction as Noah and his son. I'll fill you in telepathically. I have to observe our guest some more and make sure the mission is carried out with no issues. The silver-haired beauty disappeared from the council hall, leaving behind only a befuddled vampire king who had noticed something else was occurring besides the surface layer that his sister was letting on. A lone vampire king was left in the wide hall as a prince led Noah outside of the castle, a soul-forging realm expert that knew the tremendous identity of this being following close behind in the shadows as her slender arms stroked her healed neck where powerful fangs that made electricity course through her body had just pierced. Chapter 323, Preparing to Enter Enemy Territory. The rest of the day in the territory of the pureblood vampires in the underworld was spent with the young Prince Cassius, who introduced the culture of vampires and the delicacies that they enjoyed. At a certain point, they returned to the wide dining hall where numerous sparkling foods were laid out, this time the chalices and adorned cups holding viscous red liquids being returned as Cassius offered Noah a drink. "This will be your first taste of something that you would only understand the wonders of as a vampire, go on." The prince was observing closely as he thought he was undertaking the job of feeding an important new addition to the clan for the first time, not knowing a gorgeous silver-haired beauty had already offered up blood of even greater quality not too long ago. Noah sipped the blood rolling in the chalice as he compared the taste, observing the much lower quality as he unconsciously wanted the first one he had again. Good. Let's continue." Prince Cassius continued to act as a good host as the day went on, numerous things occurring behind the scenes as the vampire king Adrian made preparations while a being at the peak of soul rank was hidden in the shadows closely looking over her progenitor that only she knew the identity of at this instant. When Noah had finished feeding for the first time, Elena had collected herself as she looked into the shimmering red eyes that told her at the current time, it was to remain a secret that the blood of the progenitor had awakened once more. If a being such as this had faced destruction in the past, Noah wanted to continue playing in the shadows without knowledge of it spreading out too widely. Elena could only give a nod of affirmation as she collected herself and then passed the commands to the entering vampire king and Prince Cassius thereafter. Time passed like this as Noah spent a few days in the underworld, familiarizing himself with the many abilities that came with the vampire progenitor as he learned more about the workings of the Celestials and the Alliance during the day, and conducted some more tests when night time came. The first night, he received a telepathic message from the royal vampire Elena that went along the lines of, "Can this undeserving servant be of any use to the progenitor?" Noah did not pass up the opportunity to become more familiar with the body of the blood progenitor, surprising the royal vampire who had expected other things to occur when he began asking her to conduct secret field battle tests, which allowed Noah to come to some spectacular conclusions after the numerous tests throughout the next few days. The first conclusions were regarding the boosts of unnatural strength, speed, and healing that came innately with the bloodline itself. Noah surprisingly found his strength and speed almost entering the realm of the soul rank while his body still held void rank attributes, the boosts from the bloodline as well as the passive trees from the lesser Cthulhu and other abilities continuing to boost his power in ridiculous ways. The other conclusions were regarding his healing, where he commanded Elena to let out a strong enough attack that was able to pierce his body that now held a natural blood armor that provided enormous defenses, observing emotionlessly as his right hand fell to the floor, and then numerous lines of blood shot out from his shoulder as they reconnected the lost limb without a scratch in a matter of seconds. There were too many wonders that came with his new body as he had only gotten more monstrous. He gradually wrapped up his preparations on the third day as he made it known that he would soon be moving out, going through another round of discussions with the Vampire King and a few knowledgeable elders about the seventh celestial star he would soon enter, and go through even more thorough discussions with the completely subservient Elena at other times regarding the secretive information that very few could obtain in the dark or light expanse. He gradually expanded his horizons until the time came to leave with his tremendous gains on this trip to the underworld, finding himself in the wide council hall once more as Elena gave numerous commands to the surrounding vampires. Be more active with the spy networks and collect even the most unimportant information that deals with the Celestials. We need to know any possible moves they might be making in these next few weeks as our new brethren risks their life to enter one of their homes. Confirmations rang throughout as the Vampire King stood to the side shaking his head as his authority was ever so slightly pulled away by his sister. Elena turned to Prince Cassius as she spoke once more. "Little nephew, you will be heading back to the dark expanse to lie low after killing those celestial disciples. You need to upgrade your strength and purify your blood even further, and there are also too many awaiting your return back home." Prince Cassius nodded with a devilishly cold expression as he only cared about increasing his strength, and watching as Noah was about to jump into the jaws of enemy territory only made him seek faster growth of his own power. "Be careful not to be swept in by the Celestials' doctrines, we don't want you changing sides just a few months in." The young prince let out some ominous words towards Noah as he left to prepare. Noah only smiled at these words as he spoke out to the Vampire King and Elena. "I'll be taking my role as Crixus and begin to head towards the seventh celestial star. I'll be sure to make contact if anything drastic occurs." The two royal vampires nodded with heavy expressions as they watched Noah disappear into particles of light, knowing that the Alliance had given him a dangerous mission that would result in the release of a powerful being held prisoner on the seventh celestial star. The vampire king only wished success for the new brethren that had joined their ranks, while the royal vampire Elena held a fervent light in her eyes as she watched the being only she knew as the progenitor take on the most dangerous task. She turned to her little brother as she sent a telepathic message, knowing they would also be getting busy for the days to come. Many thoughts and ideals were spreading across multiple beings as Noah's intrusion in the underworld came to an end, leaving while taking with him enormous rewards that very few even knew about. Chapter 324, Gifting Bloodlines, Transformations. When Noah disappeared from the territory of the pureblood vampires in the underworld, he rematerialized in the fiery skies of the first hell just above the mystical frozen plateau spiritual land. He spread his senses out as he observed a few people resting and recovering in the spiritual land, while others were in the heat of a fearsome battle far in the surroundings where the spiritual land was located. The undead legion had formed a circular defense line that blocked enemies from all sides, the tireless undead holding the fort against the constant rush of infernals as every single death caused by them went on to give Noah more skill points. He could observe the Emperor Penguin in the front lines flashing in and out as a silver light appeared and reappeared to reap the lives of numerous infernals. Noah thought back to the history he had just found out about the infernals, where he did not fully know of their origins, just that they had fully come into the spotlight over 1,000 years ago during the War of the Righteous. There were numerous mysteries to unravel with their appearance and the special existences in the Latalis expanse known as terrors, but he put this in the back of his mind as he focused on the next set of things he had to do. His devilish figure sent a telepathic message to all the harbingers of sin, calling them back to the spiritual land briefly as he wanted to share the gains of the ancient blood world with them as well. The abhorred Lich Emperor controlling numerous high-tiered bone dragons, blue phoenixes, and specters ascertained its master's overpowering presence as it roared out, becoming even more fervent with its command of the battle as the saint and transcendent rank harbingers pulled back briefly. Everyone was collected in a small clearing on the spiritual land that held swaying white grass covered in snow, numerous farmlands holding resplendently glowing medicinal plants all around them as they observed Noah in shock once again. Barbados floated in the snowy skies as she used her hands to turn Noah's face in multiple directions, playing with the silver streaks of hair on his head as she voiced out while shaking her head. "How are you going to beat me in looks as well, little fish?" Many of the beings in the spiritual land were shocked to find the man that looked to have undergone a makeover, his skin getting a slightly pale complexion as his eyes shone with a lustrously dense red light, the silver streaks of hair on his head extenuating the supernatural beauty, even more as people could stare wide-eyed for hours. Bloodlines. Kazuhiko looked forward with shining eyes as he placed his hand on the right side of his face, gazing upwards as he laughed with excitement, turning towards Noah thereafter as an imploring gaze replaced it. Noah laughed as he waved his hands, multiple lustrous beating hearts connected to numerous veins and arteries appearing in front of him. These were some of the many bloodlines still left behind in the storage rings and pouches located on the ancient shrine of the inheritance grounds of the ancient blood world, with Noah freely helping himself to them as numerous pure-blood vampire bloodlines were displayed in front of him. He could choose to use vampirism, and simply turn any beings into elite vampires, or simply use bloodline bestowal to grant them the level of bloodline he wished. His own origin blood would be used up in the future if he chose to synthesize more bloodlines, but there were currently more than enough left behind by the old progenitor that he would not have to do this anytime soon. The harbingers of sin looked at the shimmering treasures in front of them as they wondered exactly how much their power would be boosted, while Noah was looking forward to the new forms they would take after they withstood the tremendous pain that came with the bloodline fusion. When he used vampirism on humans, they simply gained the strengths and qualities of the vampires, but when the same process was applied to beasts and demons, some adopted fearsome transformations as they gained abilities unique to them. An example was how the first pureblood vampire in Noah's forces, Steel Mikhail, had simply become a more gorgeous and stronger version of himself as he now held the bloodline of a pureblood vampire, but the beasts from the beast world underwent transformations that made them even more fearsome. Noah looked forward to the transformations of the calamities of the sea and the beasts of the spiritual land as he flicked his fingers and sent forth the many bloodlines floating in front of him towards them. Endure the pain and enjoy the rewards thereafter. A large amount of essence began to converge as he reminded them to endure the immense pain they were about to face, beginning to observe the minute changes occurring on every single one of them himself. The demonic figure of Barbados floated into the skies as a misty red light surrounded her body, her already curvaceous and deadly proportions being extenuated even more as bloody wings erupted from her back. The miniaturized figure of the Kraken trembled as numerous red tattoos went on to cover its body, the runic sigils forming fearsome shapes as its long arms and tentacles gained fanged edges. The Imperial Phoenix had transformed into a glorious bird of red and blues flames that were mixing smoothly to create an interesting contrast of energies that would burn anything to cinders. Battle cries were already resounding from the Emperor Penguin as numerous sigils spread across its body as well, its figure becoming slimmer. Its flat flippers shone with a cold light as they became knife-edge, the sleek black and white color over the body of the penguin becoming even more vibrant as numerous sigils went on to cover portions of his body. Many of the beasts and demons had their own unique transformations depending on their initial compositions, with the humans like Kazuhiko only gaining similar strands of silver hair like Noah, their bodies gaining tremendous strength while keeping much of their physiology the same. Among the harbingers, a bloodthirsty kraken had arisen. A fearsome vampiric phoenix floated in the skies with blue and red flames painting both sides of her body, as an emperor penguin became even more arrogant as it felt the numerous tattoos all over its body. Barbatos's demonic figure gained unreal proportions as beautiful shining red wings held her in the air like a demonic queen. An air of regality and nobleness spread out as Kazuhiko and the rest of them rose, shimmering eyes filled with power looking at Noah as they sensed an even deeper connection with him, their strengths heavily boosted once more as their bodies were honed even more for battle. Chapter 325, A Mission, Crixus Returns. Noah affirmed the spectacular changes of the many beings around the snowy landscape of the spiritual land, every single one of them having gained something unique to them as their bodies pulsed with power. Similar to how his bloodline came with memories about the innate skills of vampires, they would also receive memories about their innate abilities, albeit they would be of much lesser quality than the absolute and void-ranked skills that Noah received from the vampire progenitor bloodline. I'll be stepping into the den of the Celestials soon, where things can go a multitude of ways depending on what fate has in store. He spoke to the upgraded harbingers in a serious tone as they gradually adapted to their new bodies. They looked towards him with complicated looks as they each carried the same set of emotions. To them, it felt like Noah would always pierce into the front lines and brave the most dangerous fights while they just enjoyed themselves and received rewards that he had worked hard to obtain later. They felt stifled, and hated feeling like things just continued to be handed to them without them doing anything for it. They also wanted to do their part. They also wanted to go on dangerous missions where they could bring back unexpected and glorious loot to share with others. The Emperor Penguin could not hold it in any longer as he voiced out. "Master, what can we do? What other worlds can we conquer?" They knew they were weak, and that training in an area like this first realm of hell was something that would greatly boost their strength over time, but they also wanted to contribute. Noah held a wide smile as he looked at the imploring gazes that wanted to do more than train day and night. A few thoughts crossed his mind as he thought of a certain peak prime world he just left. A world filled with supernatural monsters all the way up to the soul-forging realm. A world with pureblood vampires, werewolves, cyclops, and numerous more ridiculous creatures. There is a world filled with monstrous creatures that scale up to the soul rank. Many of you are still at the transcendent rank with only a few at the saint rank, so this world would be dangerous but filled with opportunities for you all to advance. Numerous red lights shone as they heard dangers of beings up to the soul rank, though smarter ones like Barbatos were looking at Noah with an apprehensive expression that seemed to say, "Won't we just die if we jump into that world?" Noah laughed as he squashed any fears down with his next set of words that also smacked them into shock once again. "You guys should be fine. There is a soul rank royal vampire under my command who will take the lead and look after you all." The harbingers looked at him as they shook their heads depreciating, Noah himself using telepathy, as he sent a message to Elena that held shocking contents. Besides the current mission of covertly observing and documenting all the movements of the Celestials in the areas where the pureblood vampires had their eyes into, yet another task had been laid on her lap. That task was the expansion of the forces of the pureblood vampires in the underworld. The royal vampire who had begun looking at stacks of paper and using her essence to read over an abundant amount of information in shining floating crystals accompanied by the vampire king received this message as her body shook, a radiant light coursing through her eyes as a smile appeared on her lips. Her progenitor had tasked her with a mission, and she would be receiving beings he held close to him for her to take care of and raise their strength while this mission was underway. Her long legs stood up straight as her shimmering silver hair danced wildly, boldly speaking out towards the vampire king looking up at her like she had a few nuts loose. "A mission has just been passed down. Our forces are to start the process of expanding our power over the underworld soon. Send me the divisions that aren't spread out across worlds as we prepare legions for battle here." Elena's strong voice filled with enthusiasm that wanted to please a being it respected greatly rang out, her little brother looking at her and shaking his head as he simply did not even know what was going on anymore. Won't this draw attention to us? Every prime world knows how the pureblood vampires keep to themselves even though their power is greater than many of the forces in the underworld. This will simply be seen as the rise of our force that had been lying in wait all this time, even going forward to remove any suspicions about us. Move, little brother, we mustn't delay. Tides of change had begun once more, this time on a prime world populated with beings at the void and soul rank as Noah made plans to let newly upgraded harbingers loose on the underworld. Even though he sent a message to Elena and told the harbingers to still adhere to a set of principles not to hurt the innocent during this expansion, Noah inadvertently did not notice that his past mentality would have gone through many roundabout ways to justify his actions or find a specific group that could be considered evil for his forces to target. He could have simply put the underworld's forces under the banner of the Celestials in the light expanse and used that as a justification. But his significantly changed body and mind that was being constantly affected by the awakening blood progenitor bloodline did not even go through this roundabout way of thinking. He simply knew he and his forces needed to quickly increase their strength, and the conditions of the underworld were perfect for it. Even though his forces would target those they considered to be evil or causing harm, Noah had still inadvertently begun a battle for conquest on a prime world that was relatively balanced with only a few clashes over the years. Thus, chaos was slowly beginning to propagate in some of the higher powers in the light expanse ever so slowly. This chaos would only continue as Noah's body that was now completely changed to the form of Crixus reappeared in the cultivation abode of the profound astral sect he had left days ago. His form this time was changed through the use of unique origin, where his physical aspects and his own origin all portrayed that he was Crixus, the core disciple of the profound astral sect, and that was all he was. Nobody would be able to look past this ability stemming from the absolute skill of the vampire progenitor as his aura had now fully settled with everything being contained. The eyes of Crixus opened as he came out of what was supposed to be his last cultivation session to stabilize his saint realm before he set off, sending a message to his father as he relayed a singular sentence, "I am ready." Chapter 326, Towards the Seventh Celestial Star. A bustle of activities was underway at the profound astral sect as the elders and sect master prepared to send off one of their core disciples to join the forces of Celestials. The powerful figures of the profound astral sect knew their sway over the world of cultivation would only increase the more connected they were to the Celestials, making this a grand occasion to look forward to. The shining son of the sect, William, found out about this news from an elder a few days back as he felt a myriad of emotions when looking at the Crixus he knew and the one that had gradually changed as he made a breakthrough to the saint realm. A sense of defeat almost overcame him, but he reminded himself of his own genius as his heart grew firmer, promising himself to continue his cultivation journey no matter what was happening around him. Crixus's father, Elder Baldwin, was accompanied by Elder Space Warp and the sect master as they used their aura to observe the exquisitely made interstellar ship that would be powered by numerous void realm spirit stones until their disciple made his way to the seventh celestial star. The spirit stones will be enough to last the entire journey. Elder Baldwin asked with a bit of concern as Elder Space Warp laughed and replied. Relax, old man, Crixus will be fine. We almost emptied our vaults just getting this many spirit stones for the entire trip. The surrounding elders that were slowly gathering along with the sect master smiled as they looked far into the future, their gazes turning in one direction as they saw a determined face finally leave the cultivation abode and near the interstellar ship. Sect leader, Father, Elder Space Warp. Noah nodded to the frontmost figures as he showed off an expression of a man ready to take anything that would be thrown at him, spending the next few minutes receiving the goodwill of the surrounding elders and more advice from his father and sect master as the doors of the small interstellar ship opened for him. Show off your genius in the celestial star and make the name of the profound astral sect even more renowned. The sect master palpating with power said a few last words as Noah nodded, the door of the ship closing behind him as the mechanisms in place initiated. He pulled out the void crystal that the celestial grandmaster left him with as the coordinates of the seventh celestial star were placed into the ship, numerous spirit stones beginning to burn as it lifted off the ground and began shooting off into the skies. Hopeful gazes were left on the ground as a single disciple from the profound astral sect went off, the effects of his journey towards the celestial star still unknown at this moment. A small interstellar ship cruised across the vastness of space as the figure inside it sat down serenely in a meditative pose. Void realm energy was constantly released from his body as he powered up the ship, taking a majority of the void rank spirit stones that the profound astral sect had prepared as fuel as they knew their disciple to still be in the saint realm. He had begun absorbing the void rank spirit stones that were just refined, core, with enormous amounts of essence, powering up his own realm as more than 2 days had passed since he had begun traversing through space towards the celestial star. The purple dagger of time was slowly rotating in front of him as he used insight to try and peer through any possibilities in this upcoming journey, but it felt like he was trying to see in an extremely dark tunnel that only occasionally had spurts of light. When it came to anything surrounding the Celestials, he couldn't freely observe them. This was especially southwest, as the place he was entering this time was a planet that was filled with monstrous beings that were extremely proficient in the supreme law of fate. One of the biggest things he wanted to obtain out of this venture was to gain more understanding of this abstruse law that seemed to evade everyone but the Celestials. As for what else would occur after his entrance into the celestial star, all of this was left in the air, as only a few possible paths were visible in his mind. His joining of the Celestials had to be significant, where he wouldn't just be any other celestial disciple like Drax, who had most likely died in the infernal realm. In this venture he was undertaking right now, he had to rise through the ranks of these Celestials as he gained more and more access to their secrets. He saw this as one of the few ways he could continue to stand against them, with the smallest of possibilities to dismantle them from the inside. A sharp red light pierced through his eyes as he continued to pass numerous stars, finding more and more vibrant stars with powerful lifeforms filling up in the direction he was going in. This single celestial star seemed to be a center point of activity. As the closer he got towards it, the more planets filled with abundant life he could see as the ship he was on continued forward speedily. He confirmed that unique origin was working perfectly, stopping the usage of his own energy as he let the ship use the void rank spirit stones for fuel once again, observing the aura surrounding his body to be nothing more than a cultivator at the Saint realm as he neared the 7th celestial star. The first thing that he observed was a brilliant light. This brilliant light expanded to cover his surroundings as he gradually became used to it, being able to see and sense an immensely large planet that was bigger than any he had previously come across continue to expand in front of him. One could observe a layer of golden light wrapping around the entirety of the planet, a few vessels floating around this layer of light as some lights could be seen leaving and coming in. One could distinctly observe these lights to be vessels, while others were the figures of experts that shot out with speeds just as fast. It looked like a resplendent hubbub of activity that also seemed quiet at the same time, a level of calmness spreading out from this star that seemed to portray absolute strength and confidence. The void crystal he received began to shine with a golden light as it sensed the coordinates of the intended location, a brilliant planet full of splendor opening itself in front of Noah as he arrived at the 7th celestial star. Chapter 327, White-Robed Celestial Disciple. As Noah observed the behemoth of a planet in front of him, he unexpectedly did not find his heartbeat increasing, nor did he feel any sense of nervousness. He looked at his fingers to see if he could find even a semblance of trembling, but he was extremely stable. This was confidence. Utter and complete confidence in the abilities he had prepared in advance, and utter confidence in himself to be able to make the best out of this huge opportunity. He rose as he came to full attention, nearing the 7th celestial star as the void crystal he held blinked even more rapidly, a reaction occurring from the shimmering star in front of him. A ray of golden light shot out and struck the vessel he was on. The numerous vessels surrounding the celestial star only stared at this newly appearing ship briefly before they returned to their own posts, only observing as the golden light that attached itself to this small ship pulled it towards the planet slowly until it smoothly passed the golden barrier that covered its entirety. Noah continued to expand his senses as he observed everything around him, not being able to explain this golden light that attached itself to his small ship and was pulling him towards an unknown location on this star. He pierced through the stratosphere and accelerated down even faster, soon piercing through the veil of clouds as a resplendent scene opened itself up in front of his eyes. Beyond the layer of clouds, he could see expansive and mystical landscapes that screamed power and serenity as he observed numerous mountains and valleys palpating with dense essence. The overabundance of essence was not the only thing that one could feel, as the more time he spent in this celestial star, the more he could feel a convergence of another force he had come in contact with a few times before, fate. It gave one an oppressive feeling that seemed to say whatever power you held, fate would always be above it. Noah continued to let his aura explore the new world around him as on the mystical landscapes that held their own unique environments, he could see numerous unique structures that could be considered shrines and monasteries, along with expansive dome-shaped buildings that were spread out all around. The golden light was pulling him ever so closer to an expansive rectangular building that held an expansive clearance where the ship he was on soon came to a stop, the golden light that was pulling him forward disappearing. The clearance he had landed in was filled with happily swaying grass as a scene of peace and serenity showed itself, Noah expanding what should be his Saint Realm aura to observe the massive energy signatures of multiple beings in the paradisiacal clearing, as well the huge rectangular monastery that was at the center of this expansive clearing between tall mountains. There was a wide rushing river not too far away from the position he was at, the waters extremely clear to observe as colorful fish could be seen floating within. The door of his ship opened as Noah stepped out, letting his eyes land on this paradisiacal scene of majesty as he waved his hands and stored the ship into a separate space. His wandering gaze met the auras he had sensed on this wide clearing, finding himself facing numerous figures dressed in white robes that were accompanied by a few powerful figures dressed in black robes. Many of the beings clad in white robes held auras that showed their strength at the transcendent realm, with a few standing stably at the saint realm. The few dressed in black robes were all at the void realm, and Noah observed the figures of two beings encased in red robes that held a vibrant aura at the soul-forging realm. Above all of these beings was a single old man that he had met once before, the same celestial grandmaster that had invited him to join the ranks of the celestials not too long ago. This celestial grandmaster was adorned in a golden robe as he was surrounded by the numerous white-robed disciples, a few black-robed disciples, and two that wore shining red robes, all paying close attention to him. His gaze turned to the appearing Noah as he gave a light smile and spoke. As foretold by fate, the last one to join us has arrived. Not too early, not too late. Just in time, and we can begin with the introductions. His voice was clear as it resounded across the wide clearing they were in, many new faces turning to look at Noah as he came closer and bowed. Grandmaster, he called out as he judged the situation around him, seeing the faces of the numerous white-robed disciples that were most likely in the same position as him look towards him with complacent gazes. Snap. He saw the fingers of the old man snap as a white robe appeared in front of his eyes, along with a shining storage ring that held numerous things as he used his essence to bind the ring and wrap the robe around his body. The celestial grandmaster nodded as this action was complete, continuing. The others have gotten here some time earlier and have thus become slightly more familiarized, but the core teachings will start now as you join us. Noah nodded as he came forward, glancing at the other white-robed disciples that ranged from various races, with many of them mostly humans. He ignored the looks he was receiving for now as he moved closer and joined their ranks, the celestial grandmaster speaking once more. For the basic introductions, all of the newly appearing celestial disciples will be distinguished by the white robes they wear, with those who distinguished themselves and rose in power being able to receive the black robes, and once you become full-fledged celestials, obtain the red robes. As you have all noticed, the robes do not hold any sort of special defenses or power, and are simply there for distinction as you pave your way towards higher levels of power. The Grandmaster spoke to the faces around him, many of them already knowing this information, with Noah being the only one receiving it now. The Grandmaster looked at the white-robed disciples as he continued. Many of you have been recruited across the vast stars because of the unique talents and skills you have shown, with some of you even personally chosen by me. A few happy faces could be seen as this was mentioned, the speaker paying no heed as more information was divulged. What I can tell you now is that we are honest and straightforward here, rewarding those that excel, while those that lag behind will gradually being forgotten in the dredges of time. We create champions that are able to stand for order and balance, but all of these champions begin at the same place you are all in, so have faith. Many of the white-robed disciples remained with their strong expressions as they heard these words, believing utmost in their genius that had managed to catch the eyes of the celestials and have them invited to be here. In the first place, in this celestial star, you will learn a source of power that reigns the strongest, and you will learn how to properly utilize this power as even the genius feats you made before will all be left in the dust. Vibrant gold light shone from the Grandmaster as he finished these words, waving his hands as the entire scenery around them changed, a brand new atmosphere appearing around them as they saw numerous golden rivers moving past them, with sparkling stars occupying their sights as it felt like they weren't just standing on a mountainous clearance just now. It was a magnificent scene of a fantastical environment where one could observe numerous rivers of gold passing around them with numerous stars hanging all around to complete the picture. The celestial Grandmaster clenched his fist as they observed a small golden river pulled towards him, his eyes sparkling with a grand light as his voice resounded once more. We must start you off with a strong base and knowledge, so we shall start with something that is extremely simple, yet also the most complex. We will start by talking about fate. A shimmering scene of wonder began playing itself out in front of Noah as he intruded on the seventh celestial star, receiving lessons the moment he arrived as it seemed they were just waiting for him. Chapter 328, Fate 101. Many would find themselves pondering, what exactly was fate? Some call it destiny, a predetermined set of events that were bound to happen, but was that all it was? This golden river in my hands, or the free-flowing river you were all observing before I changed the surroundings, they all have a predetermined reality that they have to follow. The mythical river that the celestial Grandmaster had plucked was struggling in his hands as it wanted to quickly find a way out. But, what if it was possible to manipulate that reality? What if it was possible to manipulate fate? Thin lines of light released from his body as they covered the struggling river, gradually causing it to come down as it became as docile as possible. No more struggles occurred as the river became a circular lake, standing still as the Grandmaster raised his hands up. When one becomes proficient enough, manipulating and influencing these predetermined sets of realities becomes possible. As he was speaking, his hands plucked out multiple golden flowing rivers around him as he turned them into docile lakes that serenely floated around him. It was at this moment, though, that one could see the first river he had turned into a lake begin to tremble as it reformed back into a river. But this brings us to the next point that all of you have to ingrain into your origins. Things will always go back to the natural state they were in, a natural state that is filled with randomness and disorder. From a calm lake into a surging river, the thing to be understood is that at the core of all of it, randomness, or disorder, will always increase. The lake had reformed into a raging golden river that flowed around the celestial, disrupting the nearby lakes as they soon began to tremble. The point that the Grandmaster seemed to be making was that once things returned to this state of disorder, they would go even further as they made the surrounding entities also fall into a similar state. That is where the Celestials come in. We are students of fate, and our goal is to make sure that the things which have been influenced and manipulated remain in that state of balance, that they remain ordered. This can be very hard to achieve for those who are not proficient in the law of fate. He waved his hands again as numerous golden lines fell onto the trembling lakes that were about to return into rivers, their forms being stabilized once more as they remained still. But the single raging river fought against the thin golden lines as it remained wild, the raging waves around it actually increasing. Though sometimes you will have a force that will simply not adhere to this influence of fate, and continues to fall into more and more randomness, bringing about even greater disorder. When you reach this stage, the golden lines releasing from him turned a shade of red as they wrapped around the golden surging river, tightly binding it as destructive lights were released, the celestial disciples watching on in shock as the river was slowly strangled until it exploded into a steam of nothingness. You will learn to simply snuff this force out, and observe as everything around it more easily and permanently maintains order. Noah watched on with wide eyes at this principle as the numerous rivers which had been turned into lakes floated serenely around the celestial Grandmaster, not a single one of them even showing a sign of changing back as even the slightest trembling could not be seen. This world we are in, this galaxy, this universe, they are all in a constant state of randomness and disorder that only increases as time passes. Whatever is born will eventually die, no matter if it is a human, a fairy, demon, or even a star. The voice of the celestial Grandmaster was gradually becoming elevated as it seemed he was releasing a profound lecture that they would never come across again in their entire lifetimes. We, the Celestials, have chosen to be the pioneers of fate that work every second to bring order and balance in this environment of constant and ever so increasing disorder. His voice boomed out as it shook the origins of every listening disciple, even the ones that had already heard this speech before. With our continued understanding and proficiency in the supreme law of fate, we have been able to bring an order never before seen in this light expanse, a level of order that has prevented the deaths of trillions of beings and millions of stars. I know many of you come from different worlds where you may have heard different rumors and ideas about us on what we really stand for. Some of you may have a picture of us as simple tyrants who force our wills onto others. Some of you may look at our actions and call them vile or detestable, while some of you may think of us as merciful saints who have saved neighboring worlds and beings you know. The gaze of the celestial Grandmaster was moving across every single white-robed disciple as his voice reached a pitch that seemed to resonate with the mystical flowing atmosphere he had transferred all of them in. Some of you may have lived in worlds where our name brought fear and silence, while some of you may have lived in stars where you looked up and were proud just to hear the name of Celestials be mentioned. You may think a great deal of things about Celestials, but you will only truly understand who we are and what we do after you have truly stepped onto the path to becoming a Celestial yourself. His gaze landed on Noah as he felt a sense of gravity unlike anything he had come across before, the gaze of the celestial Grandmaster shifting to a being next to him as he became able to breathe easy once more. Once you become a true student of fate and you start asking yourself, what does fate have in store for me, and how can I influence it to bring about the most order in the lands around me, only then will you be able to understand just how paramount the task we Celestials have out in front of ourselves is. A shimmering look occupied the aged face of the Grandmaster as he continued. We are going against the natural flow of events, bringing and maintaining order in worlds that seek to constantly be more random. It is a task that you will only realize the immensity of in time. So, our new recruits, pay attention as you begin to explore the workings of fate, and pay even closer attention to your own actions and the result they bring. To start you off on your journey, we shall start with the simple techniques that will allow you to condense the abstruse law of fate into your own bodies. The Grandmaster waved his hands as numerous shining crystals appeared in front of every single white-robed disciple. This is the primary technique that will allow you condense lines of fate into your body, these lines being your most supreme foundation, as you will realize that ranks and levels become meaningless in your eyes, that if you have the talent in the law of fate and hold an insurmountable number of fate lines, not a single thing will be able to stand against you. A shocking impact was left on the hearts of many of the new disciples as they reached out towards the sparkling inheritance stones, Noah reaching out for the one in front of him as numerous information entered his mind and a new skill became available to him. Under the tab of unique skills, a golden shining skill by the name of Fate's Disciple was showing itself in a spectacular fashion as he received the first lesson from the Celestials. Chapter 329, Fate 101-2. The first technique that we shall start with is the basis of all Celestials. It is the technique that allows us to condense lines of fate into our origins, and we can then use these fate lines to provide us abundant strength. The Grandmaster continued to speak as numerous bouts of information was received by the white-robed disciples from the floating inheritance stones. Noah already had this information simplified in front of him as he observed the details of the unique skill. Fate's Disciple, a technique geared towards cultivating the supreme law of fate, grants the user the ability to inscribe the unique energy of fate into their origin in the form of fate lines. The description was fairly simple, but Noah did not even think of activating it as he looked forward to the Celestial Grandmaster. Many of you were chosen because of your own unique genius, and you will have a chance to prove yourselves in the next few days as you get to learn whether you are a true genius or simply a star that shone slightly brighter than others. I will remind you now that we reward those who exceed, while those who do not show talent almost always get left behind. The gaze of the Celestial Grandmaster was impassive as he said this, waving his hands as multiple outlines of humanoid bodies appeared in front of them. What do I mean when I say talent? Talent for the law of fate varies across beings, but the first prerequisite for a high talent in being able to comprehend this law is the utter and absolute mindset of high aspirations for yourself and the things you are connected to. You will come to find that most geniuses of fate are the ones that have numerous connections, their livelihood influencing the fates of many beings that they are connected to. The three outlines of humanoid bodies in front of them glowed different shades of color. One was dark, another had a slight golden light, and the third was shining bright gold. Take this first being for an example. The Grandmaster pointed to the dark humanoid outline as he continued. There is no talent in fate, while the next one has slight talent, and the third one has tremendous talent. But essence erupted as the outlines rapidly changed, showing a gradual passage of time as the outline that was dark became brighter and brighter. The second outline that held a slight gold light remained the same, while the third outline that shone brightly before became dimmer and dimmer. You will realize as time passes that those who are talented can become nothing, others simply remain the same, while those with no talent can rise to unimaginable heights. All of this will depend on a being's aspiration and what they do to actually act on their aspirations and influence the fates of numerous beings around them. We, the Celestials, have grand aspirations. Aspirations that cover numerous planets, and we have actively acted on our aspirations over the years, granting us unbelievable power under the law of fate as we influence things at a scale never before imagined. The Grandmaster waved his hands as the images of the humanoid outlines disappeared, his gaze landing on the many white-robed disciples enraptured with his presentation. Over the next few days, you will find out whether you already hold tremendous talent with numerous lines of fate converging towards you the moment you begin cultivating Fate's Disciple, or if you will be a late bloomer who will struggle before exploding, or if you will simply be left behind. They heard the sound of a bubble popping as the illusory world that the Grandmaster had summoned them to disappeared, finding themselves back on the paradisiacal clearing with numerous vegetations all around, the large building in the distance standing strong. If you find yourself stumbling, ask the black-robed and red-robed Celestials for help. I will be observing your progress closely. The celestial Grand Master finished his words as he began disappearing into particles of light, the two red-robed celestials that let out an oppressive aura at the peak of soul-forging realm nodding their heads to the disciples and standing up as a cacophony of discussion erupted from all around. Noah was rereading the description of the unique skill, Fate's disciple, as the many white-robed disciples around him had split off into groups or had begun talking with the higher-ranked black-robed disciples. One of the red-robed celestials observed Noah standing blankly by himself as he waved his hands, a golden plaque appearing in front of his eyes that described everything there was to know about the being called Crixus, his eyebrows lifting as he read about the ability this genius had to use ether. He nodded in satisfaction as he approached Noah and asked, "Young disciple, what can I clarify for you?" Noah glanced at this being that was smiling in a helpful manner as he replied, "These fate lines you mentioned, how exactly does one use them after they are condensed into their bodies?" Noah asked a random question as he wondered how he should play his cards for this very important beginning of this new journey, a brilliant reply coming as the body of the red-robed celestial began to shine with numerous lines. "I've made my own fate lines visible as an example. Using Fate's disciple uses up your own essence in exchange for assimilating a line or a few lines of fate depending on your talent and reserves of energy. You sometimes find people who have a grand fate laid out for them to be able to assimilate numerous fate lines very quickly, only to be hindered by the small amount of energy they have as they advance slowly thereafter. You also find those with high realms and abundant energy not being able to condense any fate lines as they have no talent for it. All you have to do is move your essence according to Fate's disciple, and observe what talent you truly have. You do not need to actively use your fate lines for now, as they augment your strength passively." The red-robed disciple spoke with a fervent expression as his body gave off an oppressive feeling, the numerous golden lines on his body bringing a horrible feeling of oppression to anyone that was near. You will realize the uses of fate lines more as you receive more techniques in the future, but I can tell you a huge secret now about fate lines. Noah listened closely as the light gradually died down on the being in front of him. If you are proficient in condensing fate lines and accumulate a tremendous amount of them, you will find yourself easily matching those in higher realms simply because of the force that fate lines provide. Your strength. A saint realm being defeating a void or soul-forging realm expert is within the realm of possibility. Grand words came out of this red-robed celestial's mouth as it sparked the spirits of the numerous listening white-robed disciples as they began to cultivate Fate disciple. Noah nodded to the being in front of him as he took a meditative position himself, being very careful but very much looking forward to seeing how this would all turn out. Chapter 330, Talent. Noah's ears were picking up a few discussions from his expanded senses as he gradually came to realize the reason why he had received some looks when he first came here. Beside him, many of the selected celestial disciples that wore the white robes currently were tremendous geniuses from powerful prime worlds, or were beings that already lived in this celestial star and were just now beginning their journey on the law of fate as official celestial disciples. Some of them already had fate lines condensed in their bodies, as they now sat serenely while their bodies glowed a tinge of red, small golden colors appearing above them that went to enter their bodies. It was these beings who were surrounded by other disciples as they were asked more about their experiences, while Noah found himself alone as the single red-robed celestial came to check on him as the first day as a celestial disciple progressed. To put it simply, these powerful geniuses and natives of the celestial star that held huge beliefs in themselves didn't look at Noah as anything much, only the red-robed celestial that held their information placing some slight interest on him. Noah smiled at this atmosphere as he watched one of the white-robed disciples begin the process of condensing lines of fate, using the Fate's disciple technique for the first time. A wave of golden light released from his body, calling the attention of numerous practicing disciples and the celestials as they closely watched this disciple who seemed to have some talent in the law of fate. 1, 2, 4, 8, numerous golden lines rapidly formed above his head as they went to descend to his body, a vibrant feeling of strength releasing from him as words of acknowledgement rang out from the red-robed celestial. Being able to condense 10 fate lines the moment you step onto the law of fate is good, and it means you have good possibilities for the future. The young genius nodded with a passionate face as he closed his eyes and returned to meditation, much of his energy spent to condense these 10 fate lines as he slowly retrieved before he began the process of slowly collecting more fate lines. I can tell you all the number of fate lines now for you to have a goal in mind. 1 to 100 fate lines make you eligible to be a full-fledged white-robed celestial disciple, going past 100 and nearing 10,000 fate lines puts you at the peak of black-robed celestial disciples, going past 10,000 and nearing the limit of 100,000 fate lines relinquishes your role as a disciple and makes you a celestial, putting you above even me, who only holds 37,145 fate lines currently. The red-robed celestial resonantly spoke as Noah learned more about the terms of the celestials, committing them to memory as he observed a few other scenes occurring throughout the next few minutes. A white-robed disciple activated, Fate's disciple, next as he shockingly was able to condense 25 fate lines instantly. Another disciple began the process as they condensed 15. Another condensed 5 right away, with a fourth one causing a resonance of essence as they condensed more than 40 fate lines in but an instant. Good, it seems like we have many good seeds this time around. The red-robed celestial nodded with a proud expression as the training continued, only a few disciples like Noah remaining who had not begun the process of condensing their first fate lines. The gazes of the other geniuses who were recuperating their energies turned towards those who had not yet begun condensing their lines of fate as the remaining disciples were put on the spotlight. A disciple from the stone race rattled as he received the gazes of numerous disciples and the two celestials, closing his eyes as he initiated, Fate's disciple, a golden light shining down that slowly began fizzling before it reached him. The proud light on the red-robed celestial's face was wiped away as he sighed and pityingly spoke. No talent as of now. Work hard in the future. The words were impassive as their gazes moved on to the next disciple, this time a being of the human race whose face was holding a determined expression after seeing the failure of the last disciple. They initiated, Fate's disciple, as they watched to their dismay, only 2 fate lines descending down. Subpar talent. The impassive words of the red-robed celestial rang out as the gazes of disciples and celestials alike continued to move on to more beings, a competitive atmosphere occupying the surroundings as some shone in the spotlight while others sputtered out in shame. 15 fate lines. 5 fate lines. Subpar. 20 fate lines. A talent. Noah observed this process continuing with a smile, the numbers of disciples who had not yet condensed their fate lines reducing until only he was left among the joining white-robed disciples who had yet to use Fate's disciple for the first time. The gazes of the proud disciples that were called talents or geniuses landed on him, the probing gazes of the 2 red-robed celestials arriving soon after as they watched to see what this being who had arrived last among the party of disciples had to offer. His heart was calm as he took in the gaze of the many beings without any sense of nervousness, his mind replaying the words of the Grandmaster who talked about fate. Fate favors those with high aspirations who also happen to act on their aspirations and influence the beings around them. The words of the Grandmaster rang in his ears as he thought about himself. He thought of his own aspirations, the things he had already done, the things he planned to do, and the influence he already had on the numerous planets and beings connected to him. If all of this was put into the picture. A confident smile appeared on his face as he thought about this, realizing where some of the strength of the celestials came from as he thought of all the stars in the light expanse that they held sway over. No wonder that those in the dark expanse lost to them. No wonder their strength seemed to completely overpower everything else. Just from the first hour of his entrance into their celestial star, he had learned one of the core things behind their source of strength, which was the more entities one influenced the fates of, the stronger the power of the law of fate they could display. As for himself, when it came to aspirations, there were many, and they were huge. When it came to connections, he had literal connections of worlds attached to him. When it came to the most crucial aspect of embarking on the path of the supreme law of fate, actually taking the steps towards one's own grand aspirations, he had always continued to do this, and at an extremely rapid rate at that. So when it came to his talent to amass these so-called lines of fate, a dangerous smile appeared on Noah's face as he prepared to do something huge. He had arrived in the 7th celestial star and was already impressed just in the first hour. He had learned a small bit of their ideology as numerous thoughts passed through his mind, comparing them to his own experiences and the things he heard from Elena. He wanted to peer more into the secrets of the celestials, and understand even more the core of their power. To do this, he would make a shocking first impression on his first day here as he gave them a show they would never be able to forget. Essence began to tremble around him as the gazes of the many unconvinced disciples and probing red-robed celestials watched on, the color of the sky changing as Noah initiated, Fate's disciple, for the first time. Chapter 331, This is Talent. A tremor spread out as the celestial grandmaster who had just left the training disciples and teleported into his small monastery surrounded by extravagant medicinal plants opened his eyes and looked towards the location he just left. The grandmaster, Vredrel, found his aged eyes opening wide as his body flashed towards the training grounds once more, his eyes landing on a single being at the training grounds who was shining a brilliant golden light. Numerous fate lines were converging in the skies, turning the entire area golden as an unforeseen event occurred in the midst of the training grounds. The face of the Grandmaster underwent a change of expressions as he observed the stupendous sight playing out in front of him. From all directions in the skies, numerous lines of fate that turned the entire sky a shade of gold had appeared, and they were all heading towards a single being meditating stably on the clear paradisiacal grassland. His dark hair whipped wildly around him as one could distinctly observe a smile of utter confidence and control. Noah felt like he could hear the melodic sounds of something that felt foreign yet at the same time was always with him. The moment he initiated the Fate's Disciple skill, he became rooted in the spot he was in as he felt a tremendous force appear in the skies. He could feel just a portion of this massive force, and he observed the usage of Fate's Disciple, as it gave him the ability to directly pull a minuscule amount of this tremendous source of strength towards his body. A cacophony of sounds rang out as it felt like a wave of golden light washed over him, his body feeling the descent of numerous brilliant lines that went on to tightly wrap around his origin. He felt as if he was being elevated to a position he never before knew existed as a profound sense of strength overcame him. Line after line descended from the skies as they clutched onto his body as speedily as they could. It was a ridiculous sight for those observing as the red-robed celestial had bulging eyes, the cause being that he counted more than 100 fate lines descending down in the last few seconds, and it didn't seem like they were stopping. The unconvinced white-robed disciples held disheveled looks as they were blown black by the domineering air being let out by the constantly converging mass of golden lines as they looked forward in shock. Those who were proud of the words of praise for being able to condense 20 or 30 fate lines at once felt a sense of shame as the words of the celestial grandmaster repeated in their minds. They thought they were geniuses, they thought they were talented. But when it came to this being in front of them, what was talent? This was talent. The celestial grandmaster watching from the skies held an indiscernible expression as his vigorous essence in his body moved, summoning a few skills unknowingly as the colors of his eyes became liquid gold. Time seemed to have slowed down for him as he gazed in the skies where the numerous fate lines were slowly converging, following them as they descended onto the body of one disciple as he tried to discern a few things. He was trying to figure out where all these lines of fate were coming from, trying to peer through and understand just what type of fate this disciple in front of him had invited. To his surprise, he couldn't follow the origin of the lines as they seemed to condense and rush down to the ground indiscriminately, their source unknown. A pondering look came onto Grandmaster Vredrel as he continued to observe, sensing the auras of new arrivals as similarly dressed celestials like him appeared in the skies he floated upon. A celestial that held the unique feature of an exemplary goatee squinted his eyes from the brilliance as he voiced out. "What do we have here, Vredrel?" Their gazes were all locked onto the singular being that continued to absorb fate lines rapidly, the number having long surpassed 1,000 as it didn't seem like it would stop any time soon. Another disciple with a noble fate, and this one seeming much more monstrous than we have seen before. A profound reply was released from Vredrel as they continued to watch the unfolding events, the celestial with the goatee nodding as he spoke once more, a knowing smile appearing on his face. This is a great boon, but could also be a source for danger. No worries, all that needs to be done is to make sure we properly mold him, and when have we ever failed at that? Grandmaster Vredrel quickly replied as the intense golden light in the skies gradually calmed down, the brilliance of colors fading away as a few hundred more fate lines wrapped onto the body of a now floating figure. It was a majestic sight to see as numerous fate lines were swirling visibly around Noah's body, one of the red-robed celestials deploying a technique as a white last passed through his eyes, releasing a sound of shock thereafter as he was able to count exactly how many lines of fate had descended down and locked onto this disciple's body. 9,999 fate lines all at once. Alarm spread throughout the paradisiacal clearing as this number was mentioned, the pondering looks on the three floating celestial grandmasters in the air becoming even deeper. The Grandmaster with the goatee spoke to the aged Vredrel once more as they observed the stupendous process finishing. "That is two beings that hold a noble fate on your hands. You are sure you can handle this?" An imperceptible smile floated from Grandmaster Vredrel's face as he replied with confidence. "With extreme confidence. It is even better since both of them can receive tutelage in a similar environment. There is nothing to worry about, Grandmaster Ramiel." The celestial with a pronounced goatee, Grandmaster Ramiel, nodded as his body and the bodies of the other Grandmasters that had come to observe faded away, leaving behind only Grandmaster Vredrel as his body slowly floated towards the ground. Noah felt his own body that was elevated in the air palpate with a tremendous sense of strength, the numerous glowing lines slowly receding to the deepest portions of his origin. His eyes opened as a glimmer of shimmering light faded, feigning an expression of exhaustion with his gaze landing on his stat panel that showed a new addition. Noah Osmont, Titles, Infernal Lord, 5%. Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Awakening. Fate Lines, 9,999. Beneath the portion that showed his bloodline, the number of fate lines was displayed as a curious light passed through his eyes, this curiosity being cut short as he felt the aura of a celestial grandmaster that had left not too long ago. Noah's body instinctively lit up with numerous fate lines as the probing gaze of the grandmaster landed on his body, a shocking thought actually passing through his mind as he realized something stupendous. The domineering strength that could make one feel overwhelmed that this celestial grandmaster always released, it felt more bearable at this moment as Noah felt like a few shackles became unbound. Genius! Resounding words shattered the atmosphere of stupor as the newly arriving talented disciples were able to see exactly what a true genius was. Chapter 332, Ones with a Noble Fate. Noah's gaze stayed on the celestial grandmaster as he reveled in the feeling of abundance of strength, his thoughts communicating with the planetary system as he tried to get a better understanding of just what these fate lines were. It is a source of power that is hard to quantify. Besides knowing how many fate lines you currently have and that they augment your strength, we cannot quantify exactly in what way. Numerous thoughts passed through Noah's mind as he heard this, being pulled out of his thoughts as the grandmaster came near him with an acknowledging expression. I chose you because of your talent in ether, but not once did I expect for you to have the talent to be a being blessed with a noble fate. A foreign set of words were released as Noah quickly caught on and asked quizzically. Noble fate. Yes, noble fate. It is an indication that a being is meant to have a huge hand to play in the future, affecting the fates of many of those around them. Of course, this is only an indication and is not set in stone. There have been a few beings with noble fates in the past who never got to fulfill them, dying early or wasting their lives away. But, those that have managed to use their noble fate to the fullest have left behind unforgotten marks in history. Noah's eyes shone as these words reached his ears, realizing instinctively that the explosive entrance he wanted to create in the seventh celestial star was more than enough. The Grandmaster neared his position as his aged eyes stared at him up and down, shimmering lights passing through them as he nodded and turned to the other talented disciples. This is the type of talent you should all aspire to have. Do not let this young genius's talent shadow your own, and continue working hard. The Grandmaster nodded at the red-robed celestials that were still looking at Noah as if he was a monster, realization hitting them that if Noah had condensed just a few more fate lines, he would have directly skipped the white and black robes distinctions and entered the same distinction as them. They watched on as the Grandmaster placed his hands on Noah and disappeared, turning to the disciples who still held blank eyes as they spoke. Ahem. Let's continue. After the condensation of fate lines, a discussion continued for the white-robed disciples in the now peaceful grassland as Noah found himself disappearing and reappearing in a small monastery in an atmosphere that held an even denser concentration of medicinal plants than his own spiritual land. The monastery was located at the peak of a mountain, a few clouds being visible in the distance as a scene of peace and serenity showed itself. A talent like yours needs strict direction, so I will directly be acting as your teacher from now on. The Grandmaster was walking ahead in front of him as he spoke out, an expression of remembrance on his face as he thought of another disciple that fate had pointed to as someone unique, but they had faced their death not too long ago in the first realm of hell. Fate was unpredictable in this manner. But, this new disciple he was directly taking in was one that held a noble fate, something that only one other being had shown an indication of in the seventh celestial star. His aged figure walked forward as Noah followed close behind, his eyes continuing to gaze over the medicinal plants that held an abundant amount of essence as the Grandmaster continued, his perception noticing Noah's looks. Whatever resources you need will be provided to you as you embark on your path on the supreme law of fate. You have just now condensed fate lines for the first time, and have not been taught the most proficient way of using them. Noah followed the Grandmaster into the monastery as he passed through the small doors, finding his vision expanding as he actually came to see the inside was somehow much more expansive than what the outside of the monastery showed. In this large room of the monastery, The Celestial Grandmaster turned towards Noah as he spoke with a serious voice. I am the 9th-ranked Grandmaster of the 7th Celestial Star, Vridril. Do you take me as your master? Noah looked at this aged figure whose power in no way went together with the old age he showed, his gaze becoming firm as he bowed and spoke out. I do. His affirmation received the smile of Vridril as he spoke out once more, bringing his right hand to his chest as he did so. Rise. In the lands of the Celestials, the greeting and signs of affirmation are done by placing your right palm to your chest, just beside your beating heart as a sign of commitment and truthfulness. Noah's eyes shone as he saw this, nodding as he placed his palm on his left chest while looking forward. The Grandmaster nodded as he waved his hands, about to bring to light numerous inheritance crystals that held a multitude of skills. You have just learned how to condense fate lines, and have actually condensed more than enough to proficiently use the techniques that we have honed over the years to begin your journey on the law of fate. These The continuing Grandmaster stopped abruptly as Noah was just about to receive numerous new skills freely, a presence nearing the monastery as a smile appeared on his face. It seems we must stop briefly as you get the chance to meet the only other being on this celestial star that holds a noble fate similar to you, and you've actually met them before on your journey that ultimately brought you here. It's mysterious how fate works, isn't it? The presence of a domineering figure could be felt as a valiant aura burst forth, a being with exemplary beauty and valor appearing in the monastery that Noah and Grandmaster Vridril were in as she placed her right hand on her full chest and paid respects, her gaze landing on Noah thereafter as a surprised expression appeared on her face. The Grandmaster looked up and pierced through the veils of the ceiling of the monastery as his gaze landed on the skies, noticing the convergence of numerous lines of fate as he smiled, many thoughts passing through his head as two beings that had met once before with completely different statuses met once again, this time holding a similar title. Chapter 333, Fate's Guardian, a Spar. Chapter 333, Fate's Guardian, a Spar. Noah's gaze landed on the figure of the valiant Athena as he processed the words of the Grandmaster. She was also someone given the title of a being with a noble fate, a concept he was just introduced to and did not fully know exactly what it entailed. Grandmaster, is this the same Crixus of the profound astral sect? He holds a noble fate. Athena walked in as her gaze landed on Noah, asking respectfully as a jolly laugh wiggled the facial muscles of Vridril. Yes. This is why fate is always something we must continue deciphering and learning, as even I didn't think the being we met briefly could have a talent like yours. The Grandmaster replied as Athena adopted a look of responsibility, going towards Noah as she spoke towards him in a friendly manner. Nice to see you again, and under much greater circumstances at that. Noah smiled as numerous thoughts crossed his mind, still evaluating everything about the Celestials and comparing it with the information he was given by the beings from the dark expanse as he spoke towards this valiant figure. Likewise. I look forward to learning alongside you. Athena nodded as she turned towards the Grandmaster. Has he had any combat training yet? I will gladly fulfill my role as the senior disciple to make sure he learns the techniques of fate well. Grandmaster Vridril smiled as he continued his motion of waving his hands, bringing to light numerous inheritance crystals that floated towards Noah serenely. He just finished condensing his first few thousand fate lines, so it will be a perfect opportunity for him to learn our techniques and test them in combat right after. Athena nodded towards the Grandmaster as a valiant light bounced off her body, her gaze firm and full of righteousness as she replied. Leave it to me, Grandmaster. Noah's eyes were already locked onto the multiple inheritance crystals floating in front of his eyes as he grabbed them without reservations, a tremendous amount of information on how to fully utilize the mysterious lines of fate that were fully bound to his origin entering his mind. This mass of information was taken in strides by the system as it carefully took everything and categorized it, Noah observing in real time as he watched the formation of a brilliant skill tree which, unlike the previous ones, shone with a luster of gold. His eyes shone with light as he gazed upon yet another void-rank skill, and this one was called Fate's Guardian. Fate's Guardian, 0/30, as a beginner just learning the workings of fate, the role of a guardian that protects the weak and eviscerates evil is given to you. Abilities include Empyrean Guards, 0/5, Empyrean Armament, 0/5, Smite of Liberation, 0/5, and Judgment, 0/5. Empyrean Guards, 0 out of 5, a guardian is called forth to defend you and stand against your enemies. The Empyrean Guards are capable of healing and offensive magic, their strength only increasing depending on how many fate lines the user has. Current summon limit, 1. Empyrean Armament, 0/5. The user is covered with the brilliance of the summoned Empyrean guards as every point in their body gains extreme boosts. Plus 5% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean guard absorbed. Smite of Liberation, 0/5. Cleanse the souls of those that stand against you as you smite them with a blade of liberation. The blade is corporeal and yet physical at the same time, granting plus 50% physical and plus 50% soul damage. Judgment, 0/5. A declaration of death for all those that stand against you is called forth. Those that cannot defend themselves will have their bodies destroyed and their souls shattered as they become lost in the river of fate. His eyes quickly ran through the numerous shining descriptions as the skills he received were extremely familiar to the abilities that he had seen Athena use in the battle against the aberration in the first realm of hell. Much of his thoughts were on just exactly how strong he could make them once he added the skill points he continued to passively collect from the legion of undead that was still raising infernals to the ground even as he stood on this celestial star. The abilities that are coursing through your mind right now are fairly high-leveled, where they are normally utilized best by those in the void realm. But this is where the first use of fate lines comes in. The body of Grandmaster Vredrel pulsed with power as an uncountable number of golden lines appeared on his body. They were all extremely thin and condensed, being so imperceptible that it looked like a sea of gold instead of extremely thin lines. Fate lines will directly reduce the energy required when casting abilities that influence fate, and this is just in addition to their offensive feature where they can boost your power to unimaginable levels. This is where you will have an incident like the one you observed in the first realm of hell, where Athena was able to take down a being stepping into the soul-forging realm with her realm still being of the void. The resonant voice of the Grandmaster rang out as the brilliance he portrayed died down, Athena moving further into the monastery as Noah continued to marvel at the expanding space inside this building that seemed extremely small from the outside. The best way to learn how to utilize fate lines well is to test them in direct combat. Junior brother, come. Let me show you how wondrous the abilities of Fate's Guardian really are. A wide smile appeared on Noah's face as he showed a grin of determination, his body lighting up as numerous lines of fate could be seen as he spoke out. Yes, senior sister. Essence converged from the surroundings as space was manipulated, the space in the monastery they were in gradually continuing to get larger and larger as it completely defied the reality of the size of the monastery when looking from the outside. Since you have condensed close to 10,000 fate lines currently, I will only be utilizing that amount when sparring with you. We will start gradually as we get you used to the techniques, and then ramp up the difficulty thereafter. A valiant look accentuated itself even more from Athena as her dark hair automatically tied itself into a ponytail, her voice tinged with surprise as she confirmed Noah had really condensed 9,999 lines of fate in this short time period. Her energy moved as essence erupted from her body, a single Empyrean guard appearing beside her with a resonation of power. Noah looked on with a gaze full of interest, numerous unknown thoughts coursing through his mind as he tuned everything out. At this instant, he just simply wanted to see just what benefits he could wring out from this coming spar, and exactly how many more skills he could continue to receive from the Celestials as he continued. He did not forget his mission. He did not come here to mingle nor make friends. He came for the singular purpose of power and position among the beings in this incredible organization, and he would not stop until he achieved it at the highest levels. Empyrean Guards. A whisper left his mouth as the lines of fate in his body pulsed, a being clad in golden armor carrying a long hammer appearing in front of him, its eyes blazing forth with a golden light as it looked at the opposing summoned Empyrean guard that looked exactly like it in the distance. Good. Empyrean armament. Before the Empyrean guard standing next to Athena could even move, it became a streak of liquid light as it latched onto her body, her valiant figure gaining a golden chest armor along with a dangerously shining gold hammer that she swiftly waved it in her hands towards Noah. Empyrean armament. Noah whispered the name of the same skill as he observed the wondrous feeling of the powerful summon in front of him turning into a gold liquid light that went on to cover him, feeling his capabilities boosted as a chest armor and a golden hammer appeared on his hands as well. Two distinctly different pressures released from the golden lines on each of their bodies clashed in the air between them as the Grandmaster moved at a faraway distance and observed with a smile, Athena making the first move as she initiated the beginning of the spar. Yeah. Her body left behind a mirage of light as it quickly appeared above Noah's position, the heavy hammer in her hand swinging down dangerously as Noah smiled and clasped tightly onto his own hammer, swinging it up as a burst of gold light erupted out. Noah felt the ground beneath him breaking as a tremendous sense of pressure rushed down, his body feeling light soon after as brilliance erupted from the numerous lines of fate around his body as he laughed, his eyes landing on the war princess as he charged forward. A simple spar had begun in a small monastery in the 7th celestial star, the winner of which was still unknown at this moment in time. Chapter 334, Athena teaches her junior. Athena's POV. I let out a deep breath after the brief first impact between me and this mysterious being that I had met once before in the first realm of hell. This being, Crixus, was an anomaly through and through, but the only thing that mattered to me was that we had gained yet another combatant to help bring about more order in this chaotic landscape. I took the words of the Grand Master in stride as this Crixus apparently held the same noble fate like me, this development being one of the things that sparked my interest as for too long I had been asking myself, what exactly did fate want from me? What noble fate was waiting for me at the end of all of this? This being in front of me having a similar fate, I wanted to know more about him, and exactly what the influence he would have for the future. My body moved across fluidly as I found myself closing my eyes, using my senses to more clearly observe the flow of mana, and the numerous lines of fate pulsating in my own body, and the body of this being in front of me. Brilliance exploded out as the two hammers clashed again, making me realize this Crixus could freely match the pace of the battle as he seemed to be adapting to the first and second stages of the abilities of Fate's Guardian fairly easily. This means, we can increase the difficulty. Empyrean Guard. Empyrean Armament. I cast the skills multiple times as two more celestial guardians wielding hammers full of strength appeared, only to turn into streams of light soon after as they attached onto my body, completing the lower half of my armor as the usual cooling helmet covered my head. I made sure that the strength was still only being taken from 9,999 fate lines as I observed the reaction of this junior disciple. Would he be able to keep up? My expanded senses observed a smile of confidence as Crixus waved his hands, two Empyrean guards appearing as they quickly became streams of light that attached to his body, granting him a similar set of armor as mine. You can still keep up. Good. I felt a small smile appearing on my own lips as my love for battle was slowly bubbling forth, trying my best to contain it so that I wouldn't accidentally destroy this junior disciple in front of me. He moved first this time as he seemed to be enjoying the feeling of strength that Empyrean armament provided, my body evading to the side as the oppressive hammer smashed onto the area I was just standing on. Good. Good. My body moved automatically as clashes of light began to resound throughout the expanded room we were in, Crixus surprisingly keeping up with my movements as time passed. Clang. Clang. Boom. A few craters were left behind as I could only see dark eyes locking onto my figure from the slits of the golden helmet that covered his head, his body moving towards me yet again as his movements gained a similar fluidity I had worked so hard to achieve over the years with ease. His use of the innate strength of fate lines was seamless as with every clash, I could feel the strength he let off increase more and more. I could feel essence palpating on my body as his attacks increased in speed, my eyes watching in slow motion as I bent back and watched the merciless swing of golden hammer barely pass through the tip of my helmet. Ah, junior brother, you shouldn't have done that. My closed eyes opened as a burst of golden light released from me and pushed back the being that was sticking around me tightly while throwing out attacks, a slight trembling running through my body as I realized I could no longer withhold the need for battle that had been brought forth by his stupendous attacks. Forgive me, junior brother, but I'll have to enjoy myself for a bit. Essence converged as yet another Empyrean guard was summoned and quickly turned into a stream of liquid light that attached onto my body, the feeling of having gloriously fluttering wings appearing once more as my speed was increased yet again. My eyes that were filled with a thirst for battle locked onto the figure that still seemed to be in top shape, a small smile appearing on my lips as I observed with stupefaction as yet another Empyrean guard appeared next to him, turning into a stream of light as this Crixus gained a resonantly shining set of wings similar to mine. Junior brother, aren't you adapting to these techniques too fast? The thought did not match my actions as my body was already moving by itself, turning into a streak of light towards the being that seemed to have no problem pulling out the power of abilities he was just introduced to with precision and grandeur I had not come across before. The golden hammers clashed yet again as the impact smashed the figure of Crixus back, his armored body hitting the wall on the opposite side as I stopped briefly, wondering if I had gone overboard. My expectations were defied yet again as the only thing I observed was a streak of light shooting towards me, a peal of childish laughter ringing out. Haha, good. All reservations were let loose as it seemed this Crixus was capable enough to withstand my attacks, even if they were limited to only 9,999 fate lines. My body began to feel the joy of battle as my figure shot through the skies to meet this mysterious being that could match my pace of battle with ease. Was he truly like me? Is this really a being with a noble fate waiting for him in the future? The last clash actually pushed the both of us back as my questions weren't answered, but I knew I had found an interesting being to play with as essence coursed through my body and was released in a splendor of colors once more. Come, junior brother. A cry left my mouth as the thrilling battle continued, my focus tightly wrapped onto this rapidly adapting Crixus as I wanted to peer through his defenses and everything that surrounded him. Chapter 335, Never Before Seen. Noah's eyes moved rapidly as he easily kept up with the streak of light letting out valiant cries in front of him. The streak of light seemed to be fluid at times and extremely rapid a second later, causing the state of a battle that was filled with unpredictability. When the battle began, the thought it would be a simple spar that would allow a junior disciple to learn the ropes of the abilities, but he found the pace becoming faster and faster as this Athena seemed to be enjoying herself after a while. His own body was rapidly adapting to the feeling of strength that the close to 10,000 fate lines provided, going with the flow as he gradually added skill points into Empyrean Guard and Empyrean Armament to match the pace of the battle. After placing 3 skill points into Empyrean Guards, the summon limit was increased to 4 as he then cast Empyrean Armament to take on the form of resplendent being covered head to toe with a golden armor and wings of golden light that he had only seen on Athena. He could feel his body buzzing with power as he sensed a unique form of strength being released from the numerous fate lines now surrounding his body, confirming that the energy required to cast the skills under the Fate's Guardian skill tree were extremely minimal, with their power being higher than any skills at the same level. He finally understood why the celestial disciple Drax at the transcendent rank could match those in the saint realm, and how Athena so effortlessly matched an infernal aberration that was stepping into the soul-forging realm. Their techniques that utilized fate were simply that powerful, with much less energy being required for use while their damage was great, only increasing the more fate lines one held. A clash occurred yet again as Noah found himself slowly on the losing ground, this woman in front of him long forgetting this was supposed to be a spar as he could see her figure expertly predicting his next moves with ease, dodging fluidly as she then counterattacked aggressively. All right then. An imperceptible smile appeared on Noah's lips as he looked at the many skill points he had with adding full points into Empyrean Guards and Empyrean Armament, as the 2 skills were maxed. Empyrean Guards, 5 out of 5, a Guardian is called. 4th to defend you and stand against your enemies. The Empyrean Guards are capable of healing and offensive magic, their strength only increasing depending on how many fate lines the user has. Current summon limit, 6, Empyrean Armament, May 5th. The user is covered with the brilliance of the summoned Empyrean Guards as every point in their body gains extreme boosts. Plus 30% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean Guard absorbed. His body dodged the oppressive attacks of Athena as he looked at the expanded boosts of the 2 skills after their skill points were maxed, feeling his body trembling with power as he already had plus 120% soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for the 4 Empyrean Guards he had already absorbed through Empyrean Armament. Now, he could summon 2 more, something that he hadn't even seen Athena do while battling with the aberration. His smile only became wider as he knew he was about to do something that would most likely surprise the watching Grandmaster and the valiant Athena. But since he had planned to show off a talent unlike any other in the eyes of the Celestials, he would go all the way and show exactly what genius was. His essence moved as he summoned 2 more Empyrean Guards in the skies, his senses observing the Grandmaster standing up with his calm gaze changing as Athena's eyes bulged out from the thin slits of her golden helmet. They observed the summoning of 2 more Empyrean Guards, something that they knew to not be possible as even the most proficient users of Fate's Guardian could only summon 4 Empyrean Guards, no matter their level. They watched as these extra 2 Empyrean Guards turned into streaks of light and attach onto Crixus's body, a transform they had not come across before occurring as it went past the simple full body armor and golden wings. From Crixus's back, the wings of golden light became more physical as they began to observe with stupor the appearance of brilliant white feathered wings that expanded magnificently. The metal-looking battle armor covering his body dissolved as what replaced it was a regal golden robe that Dr. A.P. ed over him comfortably, a shining golden sword with a sharpened edge and a brilliant golden shield filled with numerous runic inscriptions appearing on his 2 hands as he floated grandiosely in the skies. His image shone with luster as when one looked at him, they would find themselves saying this was what a true Fate's Guardian looked like. Noah had pulled the abilities of Fate's Guardian to the extremities with the use of skill points, bringing about a transformation that those who handed him this technique did not even think to be possible. Grandmaster Vredrel's face gradually returned to calmness as a peering gaze stayed on Noah, his aged heart that was always calm feeling ripples as this new recruit he took in simply had too many surprises. Athena looked on with shining eyes towards Noah's transformation as her gaze was one of brilliance, wanting to try this new technique with her own body as she fearlessly rushed forward with her hammer in hand. Noah felt the abundant strength flowing through him as the shield to his left hand made him feel like he would never be harmed, the sword on his right hand making him feel like he could bring judgment and cut down all those he wished. His languid gaze landed on the rushing Athena as he swung the sharp sword from right where he was floating in the skies, not even moving an inch. But the result was stupendous as the rushing Athena foresaw an attack smashing into her a millisecond later, an attack that even though she knew was coming, she could not evade it. An explosion resounded first, with the sound of a body smashing to the ground hitting later as Noah stood stably in the skies, the figure of Athena smashing into the ground and causing a crater to form. Silence reigned briefly as the scene cleared, Noah's gaze piercing through the dust and seeing the figure of Athena standing stably at the center of the crater. Her helmet was split apart as it broke in two and began to dissolve into particles of light, her hair that was tied up in a ponytail swinging wildly as tens of thousands of fate lines became visible on her body. A domineering aura erupted forth as a smile that could shatter the hearts of men appeared on her now bronze figure, the color of the sky gaining a hue of gold. A resonant voice of a happy grandmaster resonated out as a man with a grand celestial appearance of a guardian of fate looked down from the skies, the war princess looking from below as her gaze longed for another battle. Chapter 336, What Do You Want? Athena reigned in her wild aura as Noah's brilliantly shining white wings began to disappear into particles of light, his body gradually descending down. It's my loss, junior brother. You seem to be more capable than we have imagined. Athena's face regained calmness as the war princess with a thirst for battle disappeared, her eyes only shining with a strong competitive light as she looked towards Noah. How exactly were you able to summon more Empyrean guards and obtain that transformation though? A curious question was thrown out as it wasn't Noah, but the Grandmaster was the one that replied as he laughed joyfully. Those that are really loved by fate can sometimes find new ways to use techniques or go past what we normally believed was the limit. Crixus has just shown us that fate's guardian has many areas to improve on. It is the skill of someone who is naturally talented in the law of fate. The interest in Athena's eyes only increased as she heard this, watching as the Grandmaster came close to Noah and glanced at his body up and down. Marvelous. The fate lines you recently condensed have all but fully assimilated in your origin. Do you know why you were only able to condense 9,999 the first time you tried? Noah shook his head as a profound look appeared on the Grandmaster, replied as his eyes continued to gaze deeply towards him. Passing the 10,000 fate lines is a mark that makes you a red-robed celestial, but it is also a point of distinction for a being that is only stumbling in the light of fate, to a being that can actually influence it and use techniques to even probe it. No matter how high your talent is in the law of fate, your body still has to take some time assimilating this new source of power, and you will come to find that even condensing tens of fate lines in a day becomes harder as time passes. Noah listened carefully as the Grandmaster continued on. Over the next few weeks as you assimilate more fate lines and get used to the abilities of fate's guardian, I will provide you with even more skills that will be hard to comprehend, where even with your monstrous talent it would take you quite some time. Noah nodded as the gaze of the Grandmaster finally moved off of him, going towards the valiant Athena on the side. Athena, show Crixus to his living quarters for now. Let him absorb the experiences of the spar today and all of the new abilities. I'll be inquiring your help to conduct more sparring sessions with your junior brother in the future. The war princess's eyes shone as she heard this, nodding respectfully as she beckoned towards Noah, their figures leaving the expansive area of the monastery that was filled with broken walls and craters. Noah followed along as numerous thoughts passed through his mind, his body lifting to the skies as the figure of Athena flew off the mountain into a lower elevation where an expansive clearing with 3 dome-shaped buildings stood. He was about to speak when Athena broke the silence first, and it was with a question he didn't expect as their figures landed on the clearing next to the large dome-shaped buildings. What do you want? Noah turned his head to the side as he replied in a confused manner. Pardon me. Athena turned towards him with her eyes clear, her gaze impassive as the figure of a being relishing battle was all but gone, only piercing eyes gazing towards Noah. What is it that you seek? What is your goal? The question was very straightforward, taking the calculating Noah by surprise as he adopted a pondering face on what exactly to reply. Athena continued on as she looked around at the expansive clearing. My goal is to pierce through the mysteries of fate and understand exactly why a celestial saved me from a dying world and brought me to where I am today. It is to understand this apparent noble fate that I hold, and what exactly it wants from me in the future. Noah's outward gaze continued to be one of pondering as his mind was impassive. There were many thoughts running through at this moment, but in his mind, this war princess in front of him was marked for death long ago. He was just beginning to delve into the ideologies and secrets of the Celestials, understanding very briefly about their motivations and how they tied into the law of fate, but that still did not change the actions that this woman in front of him had carried out. One could say it was a mission given by the Celestials. One could say she was indoctrinated to believe that what she did was correct, that she wholly believed in what fate foretold, that taking the lives of billions of beings of the lost world in the name of reducing a tremendous amount of chaos in the future because of what they foresaw from the use of the Celestials' mysterious skills. It was these same skills that Noah was patiently waiting to get his hands on, skills pertaining to fate that would allow him to see exactly why the Celestials would give missions to destroy entire stars. I want to understand why a clueless girl was saved and elevated to the position she is in today, all the while doing my best to reduce the chaos constantly spreading across many worlds. So, what exactly do you want? Her gaze landed on him again as her calm eyes locked with his, each one thinking their own thoughts as Noah replied with a smile. I want certainty, plain and simple. Over the years, I have seen that strength and power are the only things that guarantee a level of certainty in life. They are the only things that grant me the ability to keep my life, and the lives of those around me, without something unexpected coming and taking everything away. Noah's eyes became firm and more determined as he gazed upon this being he still held the same mindset about. I want strength that allows me to live free of worries, for me to enjoy my life and do whatever I want without worrying about an exceedingly powerful force that could disrupt everything I have out of nowhere. Fate is just something that I will grasp along the way towards that level of strength. Athena's eyes shook as she heard this, her ability confirming that not a single lie could be found in those words. This being that held a tremendous talent in the law of fate, wanted to simply use it to amass even more strength to himself. A light smile appeared on Athena's lips as she heard this, nodding her head as she felt like she understood the being in front of her some more. She had always been asking herself what fate wanted from her. As she looked at this being who apparently held a noble fate similar to her, she now wondered, what exactly did fate have in store for him? Chapter 337, Chaos Across Worlds. Athena's intense gaze stayed on Noah for a few seconds before she turned around and waved to one of the spectacularly designed dome-shaped buildings in the area they landed. This will be your dwelling for the near future. It is located on this inquiring mountain that is under the watch of Grandmaster Vredril. It will contain a dwelling as well as an expansive training field, medicinal garden, and a dining area where servants will bring food whenever you wish. Noah followed her gaze as he looked at the unique architecture that reminded him of ancient cathedrals with a hint of something new. He nodded towards Athena as she began to move towards the adjacent building next to it, saying a few last words before she disappeared from Noah's senses. The Grandmaster will continue to train you based on your talent, so expect an even harder training regimen and much longer sparring battles as you increase your understanding of fate and the spectacular abilities you can use with it. The war princess disappeared with these words, leaving a calm Noah looking at the expansive building in front of him that would be his new abode for who knew how long. He went inside to familiarize himself and think over the many things that had happened today, his heart still hungry for even more information, and the abilities of Celestials that continued to show wondrous uses. Over the next few days, Noah's life would take on an interesting schedule as he spent a majority of the time in his dome-shaped dwelling as he amassed more fate lines, the rest of his time being divided into lessons from Grandmaster Vredril who would go on to talk about fate, or the occasional sparring session with a woman that seemed to live for battle. He kept contact with his forces that were moving between the first realm of hell to farm skill points and the underworld to hone their skills as he made sure things were going in the right direction, but much of his attention was now focused on fate lines and the law of fate. His findings with Fate's Disciple were especially noteworthy, as he was able to break through from 9,999 fate lines on the second day as he went on to understand the rate at which he could normally condense this mysterious force of fate. Passing the 10,000 point was the distinction of one becoming a red-robed celestial, something that was completely out of reach for the other white-robed disciples that were still hanging at the level of less than 100 fate lines after one day. Noah's monstrous rate of collection of 9,999 in a single day completely went against the norms and caused a huge blow to some of the geniuses watching on that day. But he found that the rate of progression after that was extremely slow. This was because the words of the Grandmaster actually came to be true, where in a day, he could at most condense 100 fate lines. This was still completely out of the Grandmaster's expectations as he looked at Noah with even more attention, as he had predicted even condensing a few tens of fate lines a day would be the limit. To others, this would be an unbelievable rate of growth, but it was extremely slow for him who had pulled in a few thousand in a single day. This fast rate of condensing fate lines that he did not make a secret caused numerous ripples on the seventh celestial star that he still was not aware of. But this level of genius caused the favors of the celestials to descend down like pouring rain on a stormy night. This caused Noah to begin receiving the high-level techniques of celestials every week, the techniques that could be considered mysterious as they worked to directly influence fate, or pierce the veils of secrecy surrounding it. By the end of a single month of his stay in the seventh celestial star, he had amassed enough skills for the system to classify them in form of an absolute skill, and this one was from the hands of the celestials themselves. As Noah spent his days in the seventh celestial star continuing to learn about the supreme law of fate and the abundant secrets of the celestials, time continued to pass as numerous figures in a wide array of worlds moved with their own goals. A month was neither a long nor a short time, but it was enough for huge movements to occur behind the scenes. In the prime world that was the underworld, sparks had begun to fly between the border of the pure-blood vampires and the lineage of the royal silverborn werewolves, the surrounding forces preparing for war as they noticed this change early. Many people had begun discussing in knowledgeable tones as they held a similar view across the board. The pure-blood vampires had finished consolidating their power as made a power grab for the entirety of the underworld. Small-scale battles had already begun here and there as rumors of monstrous combatants that looked even more fearsome than those in the lineage of the silverborn werewolves appeared on the side of the pure-blood vampires. Rumors of a new ruler had also spread out as those watching in the dark began to frequently see the curvaceous figure of a gorgeous silver-haired beauty that could topple kingdoms give commands to the forces of vampires. On the hands of this gorgeous figure, one could always see the outline of a miniaturized penguin being carried around like a fluffy plushy toy, many people not trusting their senses as they were feeling an extreme aura of arrogance coming off of this small penguin. War was on the horizon, but not just for the underworld as across the vastness of space, a shocking truth had come to light that directly put two prime worlds against each other. The forces of the time immemorial sect, a sect in the lands controlled by the profound astral sect of the world of cultivation, had uncovered a heinous scheme by the forces from the Magus world after their encounter some time ago. Grand Elder Amos has begun investigating the reports that Elder Dan returned from the devilish abode with, following the trail of exactly why the Magi from the Magus world were targeting the people of his sect. After Elder Dan was saved by the mysterious entity that held numerous draconic heads and tentacles, he moved rapidly to report this and chase down any leads as to why the Magi were targeting them in the devilish abode. Grand Elder Amos had thought it was a grudge that he didn't know about or an old offense that was just uncovered, but as he followed the trail, he came to realize that many forces all over the world of cultivation were being targeted by Magi from the Magus world. He quickly brought this information to the attention of the profound astral sect as a thorough investigation was carried out. This investigation revealed a shocking horror as the powerhouses of the profound astral sect were able to catch and imprison a Magi in the act, and the things this Magi revealed made a chill run down the spines of all those listening. A shocking truth was revealed on that day, with the grand designs of the major organization of the Magus world specifically targeting the beings in the world of cultivation to obtain their bodies for experimentation and the creation of abominations that moved without souls. This shocking truth enraged the entirety of the world of cultivation as all travel was closed off, the portals connecting it to the Magus world being the first to be destroyed as everything single remaining Magi on the world of cultivation was purged that day. Blood and mayhem ran through the mountains and clouds, this single action heavily offending the forces of the Magus world as they denied any wrongdoings and called the actions of the world of cultivation baseless murder, sparking a chain of conflicts as the two prime worlds now stood at the cusp of a war. It was not just these two powerful prime worlds that were on the precipice of war and conflict as ever so slowly, chaos spread across the worlds as many other powers faced their own rising issues and conflicts, many thinking they were isolated incidents, but only those commanding higher levels of power being able to look at and realize that restlessness and chaos was spreading across the stars. Chapter 338, Discerning Fate. In the inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, Noah was sitting on the lush greenery outside of his expansive dome-shaped dwelling that felt too much like a cathedral. His eyes were closed as he had, Fate's disciple, activated, his body gaining a luster of gold as wisps of light converged above him and ever so slowly descended onto his body in an orderly fashion. He felt like he was some wizened being pondering on life as numerous fate lines descended within the next few hours, his face that of calmness and peace as the environment around him was really too conducive for this sort of mental state. He was actively condensing fate lines while expanding his senses to cover the well-ordered plants that held an array of colors surrounding the location where he and Athena stayed on this inquiring mountain, many of these plants creating snaking paths that went up or down the mountain as simple roads were visible. The mountain was thick with essence everywhere you turned, causing one's body to bubble in excitement just by being there. He remained in this state as he thought back to the events of the past few days, being interrupted when he heard the familiar voice of a particular war princess. Noah's sharp eyes opened as he received a message from his senior sister, Athena, who was staying alongside him in a similar expansive dwelling on the same mountain. "Master is calling for us." The message was curt and simple, Noah cutting off the mana he was supplying to Fate's disciple, as he got up with a calm expression and began heading out. It had been over a month since his intrusion into the seventh celestial star, the gains being nothing short of stupendous as he was able to get his hands on a myriad of skills and abilities. This was especially so in the last month as after he passed the point of 10,000 fate lines, he began receiving techniques of even higher tier every few days as he advanced forward and collected more fate lines. The one thing he didn't like was the fact that no matter how many times he tried, condensing a maximum of around 100 fate lines was always the limit every day, no matter how much longer he chose to active Fate's disciple with his expansive energy. This had only allowed him to amass a bit over 3,000 fate lines this past month. While this seemed like a small number to him, it was actually a monstrous rate to anyone who heard it as it had exceeded any metric set before. In the seventh celestial star, a rumor had begun to spread about a genius under the tutelage of Grandmaster Vredrel that shone even brighter than the war princess. Noah thought about this war princess that he had regularly sparred with this past month, one of the few things he came to learn about her being her love for battle. She never went past the relationship of a senior disciple teaching her junior, and always kept their talks short as all that seemed to be on her mind was learning about fate and battle. Even this was something unique as while Grandmaster Vredrel watched their interactions, he mentioned to Noah how Athena had never given this level of treatment to any past disciples before. There was a level of interest and importance she placed on Noah as the both of them carried the title of those with a noble fate. None of this mattered to Noah though, keeping his mind on the prize as he kept being spoiled with techniques and spirit stones freely. Under the guise of his monstrous talent and the numerous treasures they handed him, he had publicly shown Grandmaster Vredrel that he had a breakthrough into the Void Realm a few days ago. The Grandmaster nodded deprecatingly at this level of genius as he advised Noah to take a slower pace and consolidate his foundation, having no need to rush through the ranks in this manner. At this point in time though, Noah could be considered a full-fledged red-robed celestial, his fate lines being a bit over 13,000 at this moment. His thoughts gradually came to a close as he neared the monastery at the peak of this inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, coming face to face with the aged figure and a red-robed Athena standing respectfully by the side. The Grandmaster donned his usual golden robe that Dr. A.P.ed over his body, hiding an aged figure that palpated with power. One could see the numerous wrinkles that covered his face, along with the abundant white hair and a long beard that shone with luster and vitality, making one think of both age and power. "You have surpassed all my expectations so far, and now have the chance to join in on an extraordinary mission that would have fallen solely onto the shoulders of Athena. Yet, this is also a mission that involves something special to you, thus granting you possible participation." Grandmaster Vredrel's aged face shone with splendor as he spoke, Noah putting his right hand on his chest to respectfully greet him as he continued to listen. The Grandmaster waved his hands as a projection of two worlds appeared in front of them, Noah observing closely as he recognized a few features from one of the worlds. "We will test your proficiency in the absolute techniques of fate that you have been studying to see whether you will qualify for this mission. In front of us lies your home, the world of cultivation, and the Magus world. We have noticed a particularly significant level of disorder between these two worlds that could propel into something even more chaotic. Use fate discernment, and tell us of your findings." Noah's eyes latched onto the projection of two prime worlds as they slowly rotated in front of him, his mind thinking to the skill that the Grandmaster mentioned, as well as the absolute technique it was connected to. Fate discernment was a singular ability from the biggest boon he had received from the Celestials so far, an absolute skill that actually allowed him to get even closer to the truth of this abstruse supreme law of fate, containing abilities that finally opened his eyes to understand why Celestials held their monstrous level of power. And LT, Herald of Fate, and GT, a technique of unknown origins that holds tremendous power. The mysteries of the law of fate can slowly be understood while this technique is in use, allowing for the user to gain knowledge of possibilities and the constant movements of the river of fate. Abilities include Fate Discernment, Fate Traverser, Fate Concealment, and Fate Harvester. Fate Discernment, the clouded and abstruse fates of different entities or beings became easier to see. Strict conditions must be met for any usable information to be discerned. Fate Traverser, as one that is proficient in the workings of fate, you have more of a leeway over your own fate. This ability allows you to traverse to the most favorable outcome of your fate. Fate Concealment, the user's own fate or the fates of their targets can be made hard to decipher, where others will not be able to find exactly where fate will take them. Fate Harvester, an ill-advised ability given to the Herald of Fate that allows them to pluck away the good fate of others while steering away from a bad fate. It is an ability that requires enormous forethought, as it can lead the Herald of Fate into areas they should not peer into. Over the past 30 days, he received 4 abilities in total that made the absolute skill, and LT, Herald of Fate, and GT. This was the first absolute ability that Noah obtained, which held the low amount of 4 abilities, but each one was shocking in itself as he received a first-hand look at how the Celestials operated and used their power. The Grandmaster in front of him had asked him to use Fate Discernment on 2 planets, a tremendous task that would require an enormous source of essence and extreme use of fate lines to be able to perform well. Yet, this was his first barrier for this mission that was already on Athena's shoulders. He thought of the possibilities of what could have occurred between the world of cultivation and the Magus world as a few ideas came to mind, but he focused on the task at hand as he prepared to use Fate Discernment on these 2 worlds. Athena and Grandmaster Vridrel were watching closely as they personally knew how hard it was to manipulate the law of fate and be able to discern the fates of entire planets. Yet to Noah, this was the simplest thing, as he did not even know how to manipulate mana, much less being able to manipulate the law of fate. He did what was always made available to him, the act of simply casting the skills he held in his stat panel as the system he held did the rest, his thoughts simply watching as Fate Discernment moved the lines of fate in his body in unique ways as it began searching for something. The ability mentioned that strict requirements had to be met for fate to be discerned, and the biggest requirement was that the caster had to know exactly what being or entity they were casting the skill for, as well as what they wanted to know from it. Noah's thoughts focused on the illusory images of the world of cultivation and the Magus world as his eyes closed, a layer of golden light wrapping around him as he soon began to receive images and wisps of information that he never knew existed. Grandmaster Vridrel watched from the side while shaking his head in amazement, Athena looking forward as a sharp light passed through her eyes. Even to these monstrous beings, they had to admit that this disciple in front of them was too monstrous. Being able to so seamlessly cast Fate Discernment, and even be able to get it right on his first try, just exactly how much of a monster was he? Chapter 339, A Mission of Destruction. Bountiful information entered Noah's mind as he focused on the images of the world of cultivation and the Magus world. Golden light continued to converge and disperse from his body as Fate Discernment worked to show Noah something he never knew before. This process continued for a whole 30 minutes before Noah finally came to the end of it, the end which caused him to feel a chill run down his back as eyes snapped open. The fate lines within his body trembled from the unexpected impact as the Grandmaster reached out and clasped onto Noah's body to stabilize his energies. His gaze was one of wonder as he looked at Noah like he was some prized possession. "What did you see?" Noah breathed heavily as he was not even acting, the things he had seen while using Fate Discernment being that shocking. His eyes calmed down as he replied. "I saw the utter and complete annihilation of the world of cultivation and the Magus world." Yes. Noah's first use of this stupendous ability allowed him to see that in the near future, both of these 2 worlds would actually face destruction. This thought drove him to cold sweats as these were 2 prime worlds. What exactly could bring worlds at this level to be destroyed? What exactly was coming in the future? Fate Discernment had only shown him that at this moment in time, the flow of fate was going towards both of these worlds being destroyed. It did not tell him when, nor did he know how, he just held the simple knowledge that both of them would be destroyed. He looked over to the Grandmaster, who had begun speaking in a serious tone. "In the past months, the major force of the Magus world has been harvesting the bodies of the cultivators. from the world of cultivation for their own uses. The Grandmaster began, but Noah's mind received a bolt as he recalled the magi he had come across the moment he finished taking down the devilish time unveiler in the world of cultivation. He had chanced upon the one called Black Serpent who was hunting the cultivators from the time immemorial sect, choosing to save them as he devoured the magi and actually obtained memories of their plans in the world of cultivation. Their memories told him that the magi were holding grand designs to build up a force similar to the Punishers that the Celestials held. From the Celestials' side, the Punishers were beings from the elven race that had lost their will, giving rise to a force that dutifully followed the orders of the Celestials with strong bodies to aid them. The main powers of the Magus world sought to create a similar fighting force, and they found their experiments to be working the best while using the bodies of the cultivators from the world of cultivation. Thus they had begun targeting them as they conducted a project to build creations that fully followed their orders while holding tremendous power. Noah found out and knew about this plot more than 2 months ago, but he had simply put it out of his mind as he simply did not want to add another thing on his plate, focusing on infiltrating the profound astral sect as he put this information about the Magus world in the back of his mind. Yet now, he was receiving this same information again, and this time it was linked to the cause of the possible destruction of 2 prime worlds. They hunted down and massacred countless cultivators before their doings were found out, creating a situation where both stars are now on the brink of war. We saw this increasing chaos and discerned fate just like you did just now but at an even higher level, coming to know that the result of this conflict between these 2 worlds would result in the destruction of both of them. Noah was listening with rapt attention as numerous thoughts swirled in his head, still shocked at the fact that he knew, fate discernment, did not lie to him, and that these 2 worlds really were facing destruction. But the chaos does not just end there. Both of these worlds have their own allies and enemies, where their conflict will embroil numerous large world and prime worlds, contributing to a rapid increase in disorder that will only exacerbate across the surrounding stars. The Grandmaster waved his hand as a golden plaque appeared on it, his aged eyes reading it as he revealed the contents of the mission that would shock many. Thus, we have to act in accordance with our beliefs and bring about order and balance, preventing this chain of chaos that will begin with these 2 worlds at the center. This brought about the mission that would have fallen on Athena's shoulders, and now it had fallen upon yours as well so that you can gain more experience on the workings of fate as you observe the changes to occur with the completion of this mission. To prevent the chain of chaos and disorder, we have discerned fate and looked at numerous possibilities, the verdict coming down to a singular path that would allow for the most order and balance. The mission you 2 will carry out is to oversee the destruction of the Magus world before this conflict can continue any further. Noah couldn't help but look towards this Grandmaster in shock as he continued with an impassive face. The Magi have played with forces beyond their control while in a quest for power, their actions culminating to the eve of a war between 2 prime worlds that would go on to cause tens of billions of deaths over the next few weeks as many surrounding powers get pulled in. To prevent this fate and bring about order and balance, you 2 will use a prime warship to act out the verdict of Celestials and bring an end to the instigators of this war. Noah could feel his heartbeat increasing as he continued to listen to the words of the Grandmaster, a shocking mission landing on his lap, and this mission required for the destruction of an entire planet. Chapter 340, Chaos Reduction, Fear. Silence reigned in the area of the monastery that Noah, Athena, and the Grandmaster were in as the 2 were looking closely at Noah. The words of the Grandmaster repeated in his mind as even more came. I realize the concept of a destruction of a world is very foreign to you, even more so when you have to act to personally cause it, but the fact that doing this would save the world that you came from should act as a buffer and cause you to come out of this with even more experience. The Grandmaster held a passive look as he casually mentioned the destruction of an entire star along the lines of training. Noah's mind went back to the lost world that had received a similar verdict of destruction months ago, where Athena had been the one to initiate the destruction under the watch of a celestial. He was trying to think what exactly the Celestials had observed while using fate discernment that made them pass a verdict of a destruction of a world similar to what they were doing to the Magus world now. Noah took a deep breath as he looked at the Grandmaster while wrapping up his thoughts, speaking in a thankful but difficult tone thereafter. I'll have to thank you first, Grandmaster, for keeping in mind the world of cultivation amidst this chaos. I will gladly do anything to prevent the destruction of the world I was born in, but... He looked at the impassive Athena by the side who was watching him with a piercing expression and the impassive Grandmaster as he continued. The destruction of the entirety of the Magus world, is it really the only way to stop this possible chaos that would come from this conflict? Silence reigned in the room as for the first time since his entrance into the 7th celestial star, a look of disappointment appeared on the face of the Grandmaster as he observed Noah. This look only came briefly before it changed to one of pondering, looking towards Noah in an understanding tone as if the powerful figure had realized something. Your talent has been so bright that I had forgotten you have only been here for a month, and haven't been given the supplementary teachings on the best ways to reduce chaos. The Grand Master pointed to the illusory figures of the rotating world of cultivation and the Magus world as he continued. Over the thousands of years that we have been influencing fate and honing our techniques, we have come to create the best course of actions that we follow strictly. Such actions range from the destruction of worlds to the saving of numerous more. It is these actions have guaranteed a high level of success in reducing chaos and instituting order. When it comes to a case like these two planets whose conflict will only expand to the surrounding stars, the routine course of action is the destruction of the star and the beings responsible for instigating such chaos. Noah's eyes gazed upon this Grandmaster as he controlled his thoughts and put on a quizzical expression while asking. Grandmaster, what about those that had nothing to do with the course of events that the major force of the Magus world undertook against the world of cultivation? What about the families of poor unknown beings that had no hand to play in this war? Why should they also face death along with those responsible? The Grandmaster looked at him with an impassive face as he replied. You are not the first disciple to have questioned the destruction of an entire star as the most suitable method to rein in the caused chaos and reinstitute order. I will tell you now that besides the complete destruction of all those responsible, there is another factor that weighs in heavily to correct the chaos and establish order. That factor is the fear that creeps into the hearts of all the neighboring stars and any that would hold similar designs like those who were just utterly destroyed. That's right. This was the way the Celestials had found to be the most useful in reducing the chaos instigated by a particular planet while also bringing about an era of peace and order that was achieved through the fear of those that would know of the results of actions that caused death and chaos. The destruction of those involved in their entirety would stop any future possibilities of them rising up again and continuing a cycle of chaos, while their actions acted as a message to all those withholding similar grand designs for power and made them never even put such ideas to light. We work to bring order, and look at our actions to make sure that we save the most lives in any given situation. This current situation where the erupting war between these two planets will cause deaths in the tens of billions across multiple stars, the verdict took the course of action that would save tens of billions of lives by taking away a few billion from the origin of this instigated chaos. If we do not act, tens of billions will die. With our action to destroy the Magus world that is responsible, only a few billion beings die while an era of peace and order can be established on the surrounding stars as those who consider themselves powerful are reminded yet again of the result of causing chaos. With all of this in the picture, why would we not act? Why would we not move to save tens of billions of beings? The impassive gaze of the celestial Grandmaster and the piercing Athena closed in on Noah as they observed him closely. His hand was placed on his chin as he seemed to be pondering, no words coming out from him as a reply. He was thinking about the reasoning of the Celestials and the results achieved from their actions, even if they seemed vile and horrendous. Just what exactly was the right course of action? Chapter 341, Other Means to Achieve the Same Goal. With the intervening of the Celestials, tens of billions of lives would be saved. All that it cost was the death of those involved, along with the destruction of their star, as they also served to send a message that would discontinue any more thoughts of chaos and disorder. So why should they not move to save so many beings? Should they let tens of billions die? Noah actually did not find an answer to the Grandmaster's question, his mind going towards the lost world yet again as he wondered, what exactly did the Celestials foresee with this world and its world engines that they passed the verdict for its destruction? It was only a large world that was not that well known, so it didn't serve to send a message to anyone important. He was also moving in this world, which made him wonder if the fate they discerned had something to do with him as well. Because of the actions of the mysterious karmic sect master Inuit, Noah had survived from the planet that was spatially locked as Athena pushed the switch to blast it to pieces, which meant that their purpose of destroying everything had failed, and whatever they were trying to prevent from what they had foreseen would still come to pass. The thought of this mystery made Noah question many things as his ideals were still the same. As of this moment, he had not turned into some madman who would agree with the destruction of an entire star and all those in it, even if they had nothing to do with the chaos being caused. This was the same reason he stood against the Celestials, because of their rampant destruction of the lost world without a care for who was in it and whether they deserved that verdict. He had obtained fate discernment himself now and understood more of the reasoning of the Celestials for their actions, where he would pierce through the veils of mystery to find out exactly what they feared from the lost world that made them call for its destruction. But at this moment, for the Magus world that was at hand, numerous ideas floated in Noah's mind as he finally lifted his head and met the impassive gaze of the Grandmaster. This disciple is slightly eccentric, and I have only gotten where I am today by looking at things from multiple different angles. I have absolutely no issue carrying out the mission of the destruction of the world responsible for the future chaos that would allow for the destruction of the world I was born in and tens of billions of beings. But what if there was another way to achieve this same level of reduction of chaos, the saving of lives, and the instillment of fear to prevent future disorder? The Grandmaster and Athena looked closely at him as they remained the same, indicating for Noah to continue as his gaze moved between them. You mentioned the destruction of the star achieves all the goals, wiping out those responsible while also sending a message. What if we can send that message at the same level, if not more, and cause an even bigger reduction of chaos? Athena's eyes opened widely at these bold claims as the Grandmaster looked on while a sharp light passed through his eyes. He looked at Noah as he spoke. Let me guess, you want us to simply send our interstellar Warsh.I.P.S. and celestial Grandmasters to reap the lives of the powerful leading organization of the Magus world and let that stand as a message? It will not be effective, nor as efficient as simply using a prime warship to simply destroy the star. The words were laced with a reprimanding tone of an elder teaching a junior, Noah shaking his head as he replied with a determined expression. No. Do not send in any Batlesh.I.P.S. or Grandmasters. To achieve the goal of punishing those responsible for this chaos while sending a message that will bring about order across the stars, send me a single celestial disciple at the Void Realm to take the heads of those responsible. The Grandmaster's eyes narrowed as he looked closely at Noah, a wide smile appearing on his face as he spoke out. You realize that the most powerful beings in the Magus world are at the peak of soul-forging realm. I would not even be surprised if they had a being half a step into the domain expansion realm for them to be so bold as to think they could get away with such actions under our eyes. The power of the celestial Grandmaster came out in waves as he said this, his words revealing the next rank above soul forging, which was domain expansion. This was the same realm that this single Grandmaster Vredrel, who was just a single Grandmaster among the many on the seventh celestial star, held. From Noah's and Athena's void rank, this being surpassed soul and stood at the peak of the domain rank. With his abilities as a celestial, one would dread when they realized the power that allowed them to even fight those above their levels as his presence became all the more terrifying. Noah stopped thinking about the realm of this being for a moment before he continued. That is precisely why, Grandmaster. Send in a single void F-realm celestial disciple to utterly destroy the forces of those responsible. We will achieve the goal of destroying this force and stopping the war, while sending an even stronger message about the power of celestials who could raise a single disciple to have the power to wipe out the major force of a prime world. Noah looked at the gaze of the Grandmaster that was still unconvinced as he squeezed his mind for more ideas and continued. Let them know that celestials do not just rely on their powerful Warsh.I.P.S. to destroy those causing chaos. Let them know that even a single disciple at a lowly void realm will be enough to rectify chaos caused at the planetary level. This message can be instilled even more clearly by broadcasting this entire event to the surrounding powers that are involved in this issue. The eyes of the Grandmaster shone at Noah's last set of words, his gaze being more profound as he seemed to be pondering. He looked at Noah briefly later as he said a set of words that held the tone of not being able to be denied. You are a tremendously unique genius, so I will give you this chance as a lesson to show you that the things we have established and done for centuries are the most efficient. I will use fate discernment when your actions are done to see whether they were effective in reducing chaos as it would have been if we simply destroyed the Magus world, and you can even check this yourself as soon as you finish. Noah's figure stood up as he placed his right hand on his chest as a sign of respect for being allowed this chance, the Grandmaster continuing with a smile as he watched this. Since we can't have a genius like you accidentally dying, Athena will still accompany you on this mission. There would be many beings above your levels in this world after all, and this could serve as a great method of training. Noah's eyes shone as he heard this and looked at this still impassive Athena who simply just nodded while looking at his with an unreadable expression. Broadcast your actions to the surrounding powers, huh? The Grandmaster muttered under his breath as he found himself thinking this idea of his disciple was at least interesting, even if it might not work. But for the sake of a lesson for this incredible genius, they would put it to the test. Would his proposed idea be enough to achieve the same level of reduction of chaos and the instillment of fear into the surrounding powers while saving the same amount of lives, or would something entirely different occur? A wide smile appeared on the face of the being at the peak of domain expansion realm as he looked at the bowing disciple and the valiant Athena by the side, his mind already working and sending multiple messages for a change of plans and new preparation to be put underway for a particular mission. Chapter 342, An Inevitable Conflict. Across the dark and shining vastness of space, the Magus world floated serenely, its position surrounded by numerous stars, with some being tens of thousands of miles away and others being more than a couple 100,000 miles away. It was a prime world that was known for its power and unique use of rune magic and bloodlines by the many magi populating it. At this moment in time though, a heavy atmosphere surrounded the Magus world as in the central location of the Order of the Black Serpent, the organization that stood at the peak of power in the Magus world. A meeting was taking place as a few beings were running back and forth busily. In an enormous castle several levels high, a dark-haired Magus with shining red eyes sat at the centermost seat as surrounding her were an assortment of different colored magi, each palpating with their own levels of strength. She was listening to the hectic discussion of her people as her gaze was cold, a trace of anger being visible on her face. Quiet. Her single word sent the busy and bustling room into silence as they all looked towards her. She glanced at each of their faces that she could observe a trace of fear from, and this fear was not caused by her. This is an issue between us and another world, the Celestials would not intervene for something like this. As for the world of cultivation, just my power alone can stand against all the three sect masters that are still fighting for control of that world, so this war will undoubtedly end in our favor. Her words were crisp and clear, clearing up some of the gazes of the magi in the room while some remained unconvinced. There have been some rumors that a disciple of the profound astral sect joined the ranks of the Celestials. What if this causes their intrusion? The dark-haired woman with sharp red eyes who was the leader of the Order of the Black Serpent that ruled the Magus world, the Snake Queen Kara, looked at the powerful Magus at the soul-forging realm who had spoke up. This was one of the few beings standing at a similar level as her and would still have the guts to speak up their minds. She replied as her body wiggled amorously in the central seat. You all fear the Celestials too much. They care for their reputation too much to make a move on a prime world right now, and the dark expanse is keeping them plenty busy as I can already smell the signs of a coming war. We have no need for worrying. What we are doing is not too far off from what the Celestials did with the Elven race to create Punishers. The surrounding powers will only realize their hypocrisy if they move against us with that reasoning. We will continue building up our forces with the bodies of cultivators we have obtained so far, and we will obtain even more bodies in the war that should fully begin in the next few days. An invisible red aura permeated from her as it went on to ease the fear of the beings in the surrounding, her gaze that of extreme hunger for power as she repeated to the room full of magi. Our world and power has been stuck at the level of a prime world for too long. This war is exactly what we needed to advance to the next stage, so we will use this chance to the fullest. A resonation of essence erupted as the amorous Magus leader shook the fear from those in her organization, her curvaceous body standing up as her red eyes adopted dangerous vertical slits that one would only find in the most vile of snakes. Prepare our own Punishers. When the war begins, we shall have the cultivators taste death from people of their own world as we amass even more bodies. We shall let the name of the Order of the Black Serpent resound across the prime world, we shall let them know of our ancestors' bloodline and our fearsome magic. A rallying speech continued for another few minutes in the major force controlling the Magus world as they prepared for war, their leaders not fully knowing exactly what fate their actions lead down to. In the opposing world that they were facing off against, the leaders of the three most powerful sects in the world of cultivation were meeting as they discussed with heavy tones on what to do for the coming future. Two of them were half a step into the soul-forging realm, with only a single one actively stepping into the soul realm as their power paled in comparison to the enemies that stood against them. Sect Master Rudolph, why do you seem even calmer than all of us even though your power is only second amongst us? The Sect Master of the Sword Sky sect held sharp eyes that were filled with worry for the future as he questioned the Sect Master of the Profound Astral sect who smiled mysteriously. I know you have all heard some rumors since our elders have been somewhat irresponsible, but the word of one of our core disciples joining the Celestials are not false. Truly. The figures of the two sect masters stood up and let out exhaustive exclamations as their faces changed to that of happiness as if it was their own sect disciples that had joined the Celestials. But they knew what this signified. Just if they had this sort of connection to the powerful force that was overseeing the light expanse, maybe this unwinnable war against a world that held multiple powerhouses stronger than them would actually not be so hopeless. Have you sent word to your disciple? The sect master of the Sword Sky sect asked hurriedly, Sect Master Rudolph returning a smile as he spoke mysteriously. I have, and gentlemen, the path in front of us is bright and filled with the light of the Celestials. The forces of one world felt relief and ecstatic as they looked upon the force overseeing the light expanse as a force filled with righteousness and mercy as they hoped for those murdering their people to be brought to justice, while one world held slight worry for this same force as they called them hypocrites who would not dare move with everyone watching. What they didn't know was that for the coming conflict, every single being would be made to watch something that would be etched onto the recesses of their memories for as long as they lived. Chapter 343, Setting Off. In the expansive inquiring mountain that was under the control of Grandmaster Vredrel, a golden ship that was much different than normally seen Warsh.I.P.S. was lifting off into the skies. One could observe an array of dangerous cannons made out of unknown materials, the runic markings inlaid all around them contributing to an ancient feel that only showed a glimpse of their power. The entire vessel was larger than 2 kilometers, its contrasting colors of red and gold plastered on its smooth rectangular appearance making it eye-catching as it passed through the protective layer of the 7th celestial star and shot off into the vastness of space. On this specialized interstellar ship that was called a prime warship, Noah was standing beside a girl with a brilliant aura that was only enhanced by her bronze skin that did not seem to hold a single blemish. She held smooth dark hair that was tied up in a simple ponytail, adding to this simple look even more as she only adorned a red robe. Behind them in the room that held the central command of the prime warship, Grandmaster Vredrel could be seen using wisps of his expansive energy to propel the ship forward as it became a streak of light in the vastness of space. His pondering gaze was on the back of the stupendous genius that had turned the heads of many on the 7th celestial star, his potential quickly making those in the upper ranks compare him to Athena and the plans they had for her. Similar to the war princes, they had discerned that Crixus was a being that held a noble fate, a position that very few would hold in the centuries that pass. Those with a noble fate held very distinct positions as it was extremely hard to discern their future, making it critical to raise them well in the eyes of the celestial. Vredrel had only given this young celestial the chance to try his new method of reducing chaos in the upcoming conflict for this reason, as he knew of the unpredictability that those with a noble fate could bring. It would serve as a lesson should he fail, and on the off chance that his method reduced the level of chaos and deaths as much as what they originally planned with the complete destruction of the Magus world. A smile appeared on the Grandmaster's face at this thought as he observed Crixus turning and talking towards Athena. Noah's now calm aura of a celestial bounced off his body as the abundant fate lines brought forth a unique air, his face turning towards Athena as he fished for more information. Have you done a mission similar to what this one was originally supposed to be? Have you overseen the destruction of an entire world? An indiscernible light crossed Athena's eyes as she heard this, staring towards the constantly changing vastness of space as she replied calmly. Once before. On a large world that went under the name of the Lost World. Oh. What did their forces do? An interested look appeared on Noah's face as he listened closely to finally get the history for the reason of the destruction of the Lost World. The world was first brought to our attention because of the beings of a few other worlds that they held skirmishes with, coming to our knowledge that they were creating cursed items which directly went against the universal laws. Usually, this alone isn't enough to warrant the verdict of destruction, but when a Grandmaster used fate discernment on this world, they came to find a terrible fate that would arise from this world. They foresaw that a being would rise to usher in a new rule above this lost world, going on to use the cursed items created from this world to usher in an era of chaos across the light expanse. Noah's mind shook briefly as he heard these words, many thoughts coursing through his mind as he continued to listen. The verdict for the world's destruction was made soon after, the mission of overseeing it falling on my shoulders. We were successful in reducing chaos with its destruction, with no more information being able to be ascertained after its destruction. Noah outwardly nodded outside while an array of thoughts rapidly came and went in his mind. Athena's words possibly held a shocking meaning as they repeated in his mind, a big question appearing as even though he didn't want to think too highly of himself, he was most likely the being that the Celestials foresaw to take the reins of the lost world after he defeated Baal, using their world engines as he was already planning to write at this moment. This thought felt ludicrous, but it was also the most straightforward one. Through fate discernment, the Celestials had foreseen him coming to power, and they had almost succeeded in killing him in the lost world, were it not for one particular sect master Inuit. Noah adopted a thoughtful look as he stared out into the changing vastness of space as the prime warship they were on got ever closer to the Magus world, a variety of feelings coursing through his mind as he realized even though it was not his fault, the reason that the Celestials destroyed an entire world with billions of beings was because of him. This thought lingered in his mind as he tried to get past it and look forward to the future. He could not change what occurred then, but he was trying to look at the possibilities of changing things now. There was another world in the near future that was marked for death, and this one also had a singular force that was the target for the Celestials. For the sake of tying off all loose ends, permanently cutting off the cycle of chaos, and sending a message of fear to the surrounding powers to reduce any further disorder, the Celestials would accept the loss of a few billion lives. They justified this because were they not to act at all, the chaos that would unravel would cause tens of billions of lives. Noah knew they weren't wrong, as he himself had confirmed this with fate discernment. But he just didn't want those that were completely innocent finding their world placed under a spatial lock as they watched destruction close in. He did not want a repeat of the lost world where he saved the Ocean Master and tens of thousands of others in Atlantis, but left behind billions more. In this brief moment in time, his humanity pushed back the ever-so-expanding bloodline of the vampire progenitor that gradually made him colder and more calculating as he was now focused on achieving the same goal as the Celestials, but through different means that did not require the destruction of an entire star and all those in it. But this possible path would be much bloodier, and much more cruel for the instigators who would have just faced quick deaths. A gaze of determination overcame his face as he looked forward, the reality of the past and future much clearer in his mind. Chapter 344, A Show for All to See. The Prime warship was much faster than the vessels Noah had been in before, where in just a few hours they were nearing the location of the Magus world. The outline of this Prime world was slightly bigger than the world of cultivation, a thin barrier enveloping it that looked ready to break at any time. It was less for protection and more of a message that they held the power and strength to erect any kind of barrier over their world. The Prime warship that was capable of laying waste to entire stars appeared near the Magus world silently, its enormous size of more than 2 kilometers paling in comparison to the grandness of an entire planet, but the weapons it held still as terrifying. The instant it appeared, Grandmaster Vredril calmly tapped a few things on a red crystal connected to the Prime warship, its many weapons locked and loaded as a few specialized ones released a film of golden light to rapidly begin wrapping around the entirety of the Magus world. The Snake Queen Kara, who was overseeing the continuing operations in the Magus world, was the first to feel the changes as her awareness was much more sensitive than others, realizing a second late that a spatial lock was rapidly spreading throughout the Magus world. Her face turned ashen as her gaze shot to the skies, piercing through the layers as the Snake Eyes located an enormous ship with runic markings and weapons that would cause fear to creep into any knowledgeable being's soul. The vessel that towered over the Magus world paled in comparison to the world's size, but its significance caused the Snake Queen to see an image as if the single ship was bigger than the entire planet. This was because this Prime warship was known and feared among the knowledgeable powers of the light expanse. It was the only piece of technology that was unique to the Celestials, its power being unmatched as when piloted by the powerful Grandmasters that made up the ranks of Celestials, this vessel could lay waste to entire worlds. This Prime warship could only be piloted by a being in the domain expansion realm, the level of energy required being immense for anyone lower. Along with this requirement of energy, the unique essence of Celestials was required before one could ever get close to this spectacular weapon of mass destruction. Its appearance above the Magus world only meant one thing, and the Snake Queen who stood at the top of the Order of the Black Serpent understood this as her ashen face became enraged. Hypocrites! She screamed out towards nothingness as the other powerhouses on the Magus world quickly noticed the situation, their gazes turning to those of despair as they understood what was about to happen. They can't. Fearful feelings of terror began to creep into the hearts of many powerful beings all over the Magus world as they expected a horrendous scene to occur in the next moment, but minutes passed as nothing else but the solid spatial lock that covered the entire planet appeared thereafter. Some breathed easier as they tried to send communications out to their allies to see if any would be capable of stopping the hands of the Celestials that had appeared above the Magus world, but no communications were coming in or out of this locked world as they watched on helplessly. The horrendous activation of weapons they had come to fear over the years did not activate as the beating heart of the Snake Queen still held a furious expression as she looked towards the skies. Her expression remained one of rage as it didn't seem like she feared death one bit if it came for her. Many of the powerhouses of the Magus world looked on to see what their fate would be among the despairing atmosphere as they observed an enormous illusory screen begin to materialize right above the Magus world. This screen was humongous in size, even passing the size of the Prime warship, as any beings at the void rank or above would be able to observe things with clarity as long as they focused on the skies. The image in the huge illusory screen became clearer within a few seconds as they observed it to be the point of view of 2 red-robed figures. One was a dark-haired man who held a calm expression, the other was a dark-skinned woman that had a tight ponytail waving valiantly behind her as her eyes shimmer with light as they looked forward to what the screen was showing, which was simply the view of these two beings as they stared at the Magus world from the ship they were on. This mystical illusory screen did not just appear in front of the eyes of the powerful forces of the Magus world, another one just like it appeared above the world of cultivation. Another one appeared on the underworld, another one appeared on the automaton world. The illusory screen showing the point of view of two red-robed celestials was being portrayed across many of the surrounding prime worlds that held connections in any way to the Magus world and the world of cultivation, even adding along other prime worlds that simply held many powerhouses. The lone moon, the infantile globe, the storm territories, the burning archipelago, the Flammy-born world, numerous prime worlds were introduced to this humongous illusory screen that showed two beings looking at the expansive Magus world. The knowledgeable powerhouses of these worlds felt an eerie atmosphere as they recognized what the red robes signified. Their assumption confirmed the moment this ridiculous capability of allowing an illusory screen like this that portray an entirely different environment hundreds of miles away above their worlds, confirming all of their thoughts as they wondered just who had earned the wrath of the Celestials. What they didn't know was that to make this a possibility, Grandmaster Vredrel had instructed numerous Celestials to direct interstellar warsh.I.P.S. besides the prime warship he was in with Crixus and Athena to move out to the numerous prime worlds in the surrounding quadrant that the Magus world was in. This amounted to tens of interstellar warsh.I.P.S. being spread out to cover the distances of over 100 prime worlds that either had connections to or knew of the Magus world and the world of cultivation, as well as the war that was brewing with these two powers at the center. These numerous sh.I.P.S. held the technology similar to what Noah had observed them do outside the doors of the first realm of hell, the technology to portray an illusory screen for many to see. This same technology was being used now as numerous sh.I.P.S. traversed near numerous prime world to portray an illusory screen that showed a video with extreme clarity. The Grandmaster held slight interest when Noah further explained how he wanted to enact his different path that wasn't the destruction of the entire planet, and that was to put on a show. To prevent the destruction of an entire world while only taking down those responsible, and at the same time achieving the Celestials' goal of using fear to reduce the compounding chaos, Noah would put on a show for all to see. Chapter 345, Merciful Saints, Cruel Tyrants. Many of the beings seeing the screen above the skies of their worlds recognized the image of the war princess that was already widely known, the one that became even more renowned recently as she took the #1 spot in the recent Infernal Hunt. A few recognized the image of Crixus, being mostly those in the world of cultivation as they looked on with shining eyes as this disciple appeared grandly on the screen. In the underworld, the curvaceous Elena was surrounded by forces of pureblood vampires as they looked on with faces of solemnity, her infatuated gaze landing on the dark-haired male as intense lights shone from her eyes. There was a small miniaturized penguin sitting on her shoulders. As its beak rose high, its beady eyes trying to focus on the screen above as its Saint Realm essence could not see the image as clearly. The monstrous figures of the other harbingers that held different transformations after absorbing the bloodlines of vampires were also observing the screen above them, with a few missing it as they were in the infernal realm along with the abhorred Lich Emperor continuing to farm skill points. Their eyes gazed at this stupendous illusory screen as something finally changed. The Magus world has sown an enormous amount of chaos and had received the verdict of destruction long ago. But a resounding voice began to echo from the illusory screen, spreading through the targeted worlds that Grandmaster Vredrel wanted to spread the message across as he continued to speak. My new disciple wanted to try things a different way, and bring justice using a brand new path. That is what you are about to watch, justice for those responsible for sowing chaos, and the return of order and balance from it. His words finished as the faces of many powerful beings turned somber, their gazes fully locking onto the events that had begun on the screen as a sense of unease spread throughout. The disciples to enact this verdict will be Athena and Crixus, disciples at the Void Realm who will descend into the Magus world to bring to justice the forces responsible for this chaos. The influential and powerful figures turned quizzical for the first time as they thought they had misheard something. They knew that the force that controlled the Magus world was the Order of the Black Serpent, a powerful organization that held numerous Void Realm powerhouses, and even a few beings at the soul-forging realm standing at the top. To carry out this verdict of the Celestials, only 2 Void Realm disciples were being sent out to combat all of these forces. Skeptical looks began to appear among the faces of many beings across the stars as they wondered exactly what type of message the Celestials were trying to send with this action. In the humongous prime warship that Noah and Athena stood on, A small door opened in front of them as their bodies became enveloped in the aura of the void realm, their figures floating out serenely as they began flying towards the Magus world. This image caused the eyes of many to skip a beat as they realized the Celestials were truly serious about sending in 2 talented disciples at the void realm to stand against powerhouses that reached the soul-forging realm. They watched on with rapt attention as the illusory screen closely followed the viewpoint of Noah and Athena, the features of the Magus world becoming more and more clear as their figures descended down and passed through the golden film of light that was now covering the entirety of the world. This barrier of golden light did not just prevent spatial movements. Any being that tried to break past it without the permission of the domain expansion expert that was piloting the Prime warship would find their actions being all for naught as the barrier locked everything in completely. The instant the figures of Noah pierced through the stratosphere of the Magus world, they began descending down in a particular direction as both Noah and Athena were using fate discernment to see where the aura of chaos originated from the most. Their findings were leading them directly to the central lands of the Magus world where the Order of the Black Serpent was located. Their bodies trembled with essence as they shot forth speedily, soon arriving at the skies above grand buildings of a now tense capital. At the forefront of these forces, the Snake Queen looked towards Noah and Athena with a look of furious unwillingness as her overflowing aura began to rise from her body in a maddening fashion. "This is how you hypocrites wish to humiliate us. Sending weak disciples to send the message of your strength." Her voice was laced with poison. As she was not even speaking directly towards Noah and Athena, simply speaking in their direction as her words were aimed at the Celestials and all those that she knew would most likely be watching a similar illusory screen like the one they were seeing. "Don't you all see? These hypocritical Celestials have no moral compass. They will kill whoever they wish under the name of justice and order. In this light expanse, they are simply tyrants. It may be my world targeted today, but what's to stop them from doing the same thing to your worlds next? What's to stop them from proclaiming a verdict of destruction on the Flammy-born world or the underworld in a few days?" Her unwillingness was portrayed in her voice as her figure became flanked by 2 beings of similar rank to her. One was a middle-aged man with furrowed brows that held a tall stature, the other was a scantily dressed woman in her prime that held a similar venomous look on her face. The many worlds being shown the events occurring in the Magus world reflected as they heard the words of the leader of the Order of the Black Serpent, the one to reply being Athena, as around her, numerous Empyrean guards had begun to appear en masse. "We, the Celestials, care not whether you see us as saints or abominable tyrants." A golden hue covered the skies above them as tens of thousands of fate lines could barely be discernible by those proficient in fate, others simply seeing the aura that Athena carried increase boundlessly as the numerous golden figures she summoned turned into streaks of light that fused into her body. What we care about is the order and balance of this light expanse, the balance of this increasingly chaotic universe. A brilliant golden light shone out as the golden lights finished fusing into her, the appearance of a resplendent figure covered head to toe with a golden armor, expansive shining light wings, and a pulsating golden hammer making its appearance as it aimed itself towards the 3 figures that fate pointed the most chaos towards, these same figures that were quickly being surrounded by numerous beings at the Void and Saint realm to protect them on all sides from the attackers in the skies. "You all have sown discord and chaos in the surrounding stars, and your verdict is death." A brilliant light shone out as she finished these words, Noah glancing at the thousands of beings he could sense above this single central building where the Snake Queen stood at the forefront of, tens of thousands more moving around this central base of the Magi who all held an aura of chaos on their bodies. Accompanying their ranks were the lifeless bodies of numerous cultivators that wore robes hiding their features, many of them mixing into the ranks of the Magi as they followed their given commands lifelessly. Noah observed all of this as he sighed and began summoning numerous Empyrean guards himself, committing to fully saving this Magus world from complete destruction. But for him to be able to do that, he had to dye its central lands red from the blood of all those responsible for initiating this chaos to begin with. Chapter 346, Devouring Winged Serpent. The Snake Queen Kara that stood at the top of the Magus world stared at the golden figure shimmering with light as the ideology of the Celestials reached her heart with extreme precision. They cared not how they were perceived, as long as beings feared and obeyed them, as long as they knew of their terrible power, this was all that mattered. Her furious expression softened as it soon became devoid of emotions, her senses catching the many Magi that were grouped all over the central base CLU.S.Tur around her as they prepared to fight against the 2 invading Celestials. Looking at this scene, something seemed to have clicked in the mind of the Snake Queen as words devoid of emotions left her red lips as her body began to bubble forth with power. So be it. Devouring Winged Serpent. A red light shot to the skies as a skill was cast, an immense aura overflowing with power at the soul-forging realm was released maddeningly. This aura held a significance that could be felt by every being around, as those standing at the soul-forging realm had stably begun strengthening their souls, the aura of power they released causing a coagulating pressure to descend down upon those that stood against them. This was the power of the soul, an abstruse force that very few could grasp. But the beings that the Snake Queen was up against held even more fearsome techniques that allowed them to use the supreme law of fate, the numerous fate lines that they condensed on their bodies, giving them the capability to inflict soul damage, as well as granting them a level of protection that nobody else had. The aura of the Snake Queen continued to overflow as Noah observed her body begin to expand rapidly, numerous dark red scales that were meters thick enlarging at an alarming speed as this being began the transformation into a monstrous creature. On either side of her expanding figure, two magi floated in the skies as they looked at the Snake Queen's transformation, their expressions those of unwillingness as they turned towards the shimmering figures of Noah and Athena, and even further above to the horrible warship that could disintegrate them and their entire planet. They did not fear the two void realm beings in the skies as they were confident in their own power at the soul-forging realm, but what they feared was the actions these celestials would ultimately take once they killed the two disciples in the air. They felt like an aura of death was approaching them as their gazes focused on the humongous ship that was barely discernible in space, but their gazes were in the wrong direction as this would most definitely not be the cause of their deaths. The two magi activated their own bloodline abilities as their bodies also expanded and began to change, numerous scales spreading as one held a fully black aura, with another shining with a red light as their sizes quickly exploded to tens of meters. The numerous powerful beings watching across worlds wore grim faces at this show of power, the illusory screens above their stars showing the majestic form that the leader of the Magus world had transformed into, and it was the terrible form of an expansive nine-headed winged serpent. The air trembled at the resounding roars of its numerous heads as the devouring winged serpent floated magnificently in the air, its 9 heads waving menacingly as each one shone with its own color that symbolized expert control of multiple elements. Many watched this overwhelming power at the soul-forging realm as they affirmed that the opponents the Celestials sent were extremely mismatched. They knew the power of the being called the Snake Queen from rumors and the spies, but they never witnessed it close hand as her grandeur was clearly portrayed in the illusory screens above the numerous stars. This was affirmed even more as her resounding voice that was laced with fearsome power rang out as if she was standing right in front of them. If that hypocritical Grandmaster above doesn't come down to face me himself, then he can simply come to collect the bodies of his disciples along with mine. Yes. The devouring winged serpent floating in the skies knew that with the intrusion of the Celestials, she, along with all of her forces, would be facing their death today. But still, amidst this terrifying feeling of unfairness and despair at a greater power coming out of nowhere spouting what seemed like bullshit in their ears, they could not do anything to stop it and had to simply accept it. So they would accept it, but they would also take down others as well, especially the disciples of the ones responsible. The numerous eyes of the devouring winged serpent focused on the shimmering golden figures of two beings standing less than a mile away from her, her tremendous body nearing 40 meters in size trembling with power as it was joined side by two slightly less fearsome winged serpents. The two soul-forging realm magi that were standing beside her had transformed into a dark winged serpent and a flame-winged serpent as they each adopted their own spectacular forms that were just a few meters smaller in size than her own. The dark winged serpent had tendrils of darkness rolling through its scales as its body pulsed with menacing power, while the flame-winged serpent had molten flames spurting out all around its body, rapidly increasing the temperature of the surroundings. An overwhelming feeling of strength released from them as slowly, the gaps in the skies began to be filled with numerous different forms and colors of snakes and basilisks that held fearsome expressions. The forces of the Order of the Black Serpent had fully withdrawn their fear as they used the power of their bloodlines to transform into a frightening army of an assortment of fearsome serpents. The skies soon became blotted with dots of beings from the central base of power of the Magus world, their numbers nearing tens of thousands as they ranged from legendary and all the way to void realm. Among their ranks, the dead cultivators devoid of souls that were turned into beings similar to the Celestials' punishers were filling the gaps of these ferocious magi. These were only the members of the Order of the Black Serpent that held power above legendary rank, with millions more that held lower power levels spread out across the central lands of the Magus world as they watched the unfolding events with uncertainty and fear. Leading the gathered forces in the sky, at the forefront was a devouring winged serpent at the peak of the soul-forging realm, her power seemingly being able to overflow into the next realm at any moment. Flanking her two sides was a dark winged serpent and a flame-winged serpent that trembled with elemental energies of their respective bloodlines. The most powerful beings of the prime world that was known as the Magus world, the bloodline magi of the Order of the Black Serpent that all knew in their hearts death was coming for them in the hands of the Celestials, they had all fully prepared and transformed as their angered and despairing gazes turned towards the two beings calmly floating opposite to them. In front of this ever-so-expanding army, the brilliantly shining golden figures of Athena and Noah raised their weapons forward, their eyes shining with confidence as they didn't seem to think this tremendous force was anything much. Chapter 347, Shining Blades Pierce the Skies. The numerous forces of multiple prime worlds watching this scene portrayed in the point of view of Noah and Athena found it breathtaking to watch as they could so clearly observe the converging of essence from the army of the many serpents standing opposite to these two beings. In their hearts, they knew they never wanted to be in this situation in their lifetimes. Yet the two beings facing this terrible army held calm eyes as one was shining a resplendent gold, her body covered in full golden armor and shining golden wings where only her unshaking eyes could be seen. The other held an even more unique look as a golden robe Dr. A.P. Ed over him regally, from his back the appearance of grandiose white gold feathered wings erupting out in a glorious array of colors as his face was that of calmness. The two Celestials were completely unfazed by this tremendous scene of an entire army in front of them. In the prime warship floating above the space of the Magus world, the Grand Master was looking at this scene closely, his power ready to jump in at any instant if something went wrong. Even though it seemed like his actions of allowing Athena and Crixus to go into the Magus world were easy to arrange, he had to send messages to various Grandmasters before he got his way. He affirmed that this experiment would only be for the training purposes of these two exemplary disciples, and that no harm would come to them under his watch. Thus he was watching with even more interested eyes than the numerous forces that were watching the illusory screens above their planets. Death it is. The furious devouring winged serpent voiced out loud as her words acted as the trigger for the start of the battle. Immense waves of energy erupted out as Noah observed with calm eyes the rushing of numerous serpents towards them. It was a scene of terror as those watching from a distance of multiple planets far away felt their hairs rise at the scene of this humongous force rushing towards the two beings floating in the skies. As a response to this rushing force, Noah turned towards Athena and asked this valiant-looking figure, "Shall I make the first move or will you?" His mind continued to be that of slight interest towards this impassive and non-communicating senior disciple that he had sparred with multiple times over the span of the last month. Every time they fought he always held an edge over the battle as she limited herself to the same number of fate lines that he held. But his skills that were fully enhanced with skill points and the numerous passive boosts that he received from multiple other abilities made it so that she could never get a winning edge over him. Yet after the end of each battle, he only felt that the fight was becoming harder and harder for him. This monstrous Athena was adapting extremely fast at his power, even while limiting herself to a specific number of fate lines. At the last few sparring matches, even with his enhanced abilities, the matches were actually coming out as a draw. This was the shocking talent of this being that was apparently also holding a noble fate. He could already see the shining light within her eyes, the fact that she loved battle being the only thing that he understood about her. Athena's eyes were locked onto the singularly most powerful devouring winged serpent that was rushing towards them at a fast speed as she replied, "Junior brother, since this is a mission that you proposed, why don't you start us off and show me the skills that you could not show me before?" Feeling the enormous source of strength from the golden robe that Dr. A.P. Ed over his body as well as the glorious wings from his back that came from Empyrean armament, Noah couldn't help but shake his head at the insane boosts of the skills he obtained from the Celestials. After putting the maximum skill points in the two abilities, Empyrean guards allowed him to summon 6 beings made of immense light as Empyrean armament, granted him a boost of 30% to soul damage, physical damage, speed, and defense for every Empyrean guard that he absorbed. This granted him a shocking boost of 180% to all the aforementioned features in the form of the golden robe that Dr. A.P. Ed over him, granting him tremendous defense and making his body feel even lighter than he thought possible as he put into account the Lesser Cthulhu's Child of Space ability. The golden sword and shield he held on either of his hands also made him feel like he could defend and attack against anything that came towards him, this confidence only being shot higher as he felt his fate lines resonating within his body. He still did not fully understand and could not quantify the boosts of these spectacular fate lines that allowed Celestials to fight beings of higher levels than them, but he would gradually come to know, with this battle today granting him a chance to learn many things. As for the words of Athena, during their sparring matches he had only ever used Empyrean guards and Empyrean armament, as both Athena and he knew very well the next two skills were ones that could deal soul damage when Cast, that they were not skills to be used in a spar, and thus Noah or Athena had never cast these skills before. Noah's thoughts moved fast as he looked at the first one he wanted to try, confirming the changes of the skill when he placed the maximum number of allowed skill points onto it. Smite of Liberation, 5/5, cleanse the souls of those that stand against you as you smite them with a blade of liberation. The blade is incorporeal and yet physical at the same time, granting plus 300% physical and plus 300% soul damage. Limit of 5 blades of liberation per cast. Noah gazed at the spectacular numbers of the skill and the added description of the number of blades as the numerous figures of deadly serpents that were rushing towards him, the 3 at the forefront being the most dangerous. An impassive look appeared on his face as he breathed out and steeled himself, ready to test whether he could defeat those of the next level with ease while using the abilities of the Celestials, his mind fully prepared and ready to carry out a bloodbath. It would be the bloodbath that would go on to save this planet, only taking down those responsible for sowing the abundant chaos that was going to spread across the stars. He knew he was walking on an extremely tight rope here as he had joined the ranks of Celestials and was even carrying out missions similar to them, yet he did not want himself to completely be against them as he did not agree with the way they did things. It was a very thin line to walk on, and this test, this bloodbath on the Magus world, would be the first step to seeing whether he could do things differently than them. His gaze met the ferocious charging army of serpents as light words escaped his lips. Smite of Liberation. A golden hue spread across the skies as a droning sound could be heard by all those in the surroundings. The color of gold was slowly replaced as sharp points of blades began to appear from the skies, the blades being enormous in size as one could very clearly make out their physical features being tens of meters wide. They observed the sharp ends of multiple blades as they pierced through the layer of clouds and began descending down at a ferocious speed. The blades pierced through the layer of clouds as they became more and more pronounced, those watching being able to see sharp white blades that were attached to golden hilts. These 5 blades carried with them a golden aura of righteousness that seemed to be smashing straight into the army of the Order of the Black Serpent. Noah's own body was trembling as his fate lines had become barely discernible, their presence going on to augment the strength of Smite of Liberation, even more as besides the increased physical and soul damage, the blades rushed down to their targets even faster. The devouring winged serpent turned her eyes upwards in shock as she felt this stupendous attack that in no way should have come from someone in the void realm. This took her by complete surprise as her numerous heads faced the skies and opened their wide terrifying mouths, letting out enormous colorful blasts of elemental energies that rushed to oppose the descending blades. Just the simple size of the blades of liberation made it so that the terrifying attacks from a being that was at the soul-forging realm to only strike the tip of the blade points as they seemed to be cut apart, the blades themselves continuing to descend down as a sheen of gold light covered them, the supreme law of fate backing them not being able to be withstood by the attacks of the devouring winged serpent as they went on to smash into the ranks of the numerous serpents coiling in the skies. Boom. 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 The color of gold erupted out and it was soon followed by a bloody red hue as many watched with rapt and unbelievable faces at the bloodbath that had begun in the Magus world. Chapter 348, Unmatched Judgment. Everywhere that these tremendously large blades of liberation passed, numerous beings no matter their power levels were sliced through, the blades sliding down as if they were cutting through butter. Only the tremendously powerful bodies of the soul-forging realm's experts felt their scales being ripped apart as they suffered heavy injuries, just the sizes of these blades going on to inflict a horrendous amount of damage that they never thought would have been possible at the beginning of this battle. As the numerous forces that were watching from the multiple prime worlds watched on, their jaws were slacked wide open, nearly reaching the floor as they observed the being with golden white wings and the shimmering golden sword and shield cast a single skill that went on to disrupt an entire army. In the underworld, the arrogant Emperor Penguin stood on the shoulders of Elena as its flippers rose victoriously in the air, its eyes full of pride as it nodded vigorously. Elena's eyes showed even more infatuation as she watched her vampire progenitor go on to cast skills she never thought to be possible for someone like him to cast so seamlessly. This simple casting of Smite of Liberation was just the beginning of a very, very bloody battle as Athena's eyes shone at the destructive extent of the damage caused by this simple casting of the skill which allowed 5 blades of liberation to descend down compared to the 1 blade she could summon with a single cast. Even more questions erupted in her head as she wanted to drill into the secrets of the exemplary being next to her, but her thirst for battle won her over as she looked at that disordered army of terrible serpents and instead rushed forth towards them. Yeah. Her resounding scream acted as a reminder as the shock-devouring winged serpent lit up with numerous abilities, its expert use of the many elements granted to it by its numerous heads coming forth as enormous balls of fire appeared in the skies. They were followed up by a sharp formation of ice spears that threatened to pierce any that stood to oppose them. The leader of the Order of the Black Serpent continued to cast numerous innate skills as she felt an unbelievable feeling while looking towards the shimmering figure with white wings. She affirmed his power was at the Void Realm, but the ability he cast was enough to even injure someone in the soul-forging realm. This unbelievable reality caused a sliver of fear to appear in her cold heart, as this simply did not make sense. She continued casting abilities as enormous boulders of earth also began rushing down, while destructive bombs of darkness and blades of wind and numerous more elemental attacks appeared in the skies with ease. The devouring winged serpent was enraged and no longer underestimated the two beings in front of her, seeing the horrible color of red spreading out all around her as hundreds of beings faced death from just that one attack. A battle roar rang out as the numerous elemental attacks cast by her flew towards the figures of Noah and Athena. The two of them were fearlessly rushing in as the shield in Noah's left hand shone as a shimmering golden barrier appeared to wrap around his body. Athena's own body was fully protected by a golden metal armor as she weaved in and out of the dangerous molten balls of fire, boulders of earth, and ice spears, the hammer she wielded in her hand smashing into any attacks that neared her as spectacularly. Her body pulsed with tens of thousands of fate lines. It was an image that struck itself into the minds of all those watching as they observed two winged figures weaving into a destructive storm of elemental attacks cast by a soul-forging realm bloodline magus, their bodies effortlessly weaving in and out in a beautiful fashion. The Grandmaster watching from above had his expression shining with pride as he observed the thrumming of tens of thousands of fate lines on Athena's body, his aged heart looking forward into the future as he waited for a similar number of fate lines to appear on the monstrous genius fighting alongside Athena, who had shown them yet again how different their own techniques could be used. When it came to Athena, she only held the power of the Void Realm, and at the peak of it at that, but her power was augmented into insane levels because of the tens of thousands of fate lines that she held in her body. Even Noah himself currently only held a bit over 13,000 fate lines, but even he felt an enormous sense of power from them, not to mention the strength Athena could draw out given how many lines she had already condensed in her origin. The Grandmaster continued to ponder how this genius was bringing out even more exemplary effects from the techniques of Fate's Guardian, as he watched the resplendent blades of liberation disappear in the bloodied army of serpents, wondering exactly how monstrous the perception of Crixus was. The War Princess weaved in and out of the numerous attacks thrown by the devouring winged serpent as she placed more energy onto the golden hammer that she carried in her hands to strike down towards one of the heads of the huge serpent as she targeted the strongest beings in the opposing army. The descent of her fierce hammer was actually also a prelude as from the skies, a bright blade of liberation with features different from the ones Noah had cast descending downwards rapidly, its target the many necks of the weaving devouring winged serpent. The battle continued explosively as the two soul-forging dark-winged serpent and the flame-winged serpents turned their red eyes towards Noah, their bodies already moving as numerous destructive skills were cast towards him. This was accompanied by the attacks of tens of thousands of other bloodline magi as runic inscriptions beautifully colored the skies, the product of these runes being deadly elemental spells that rushed towards his position. Noah's gaze was impassive as he pointed his blade forward and cast the second skill that he had yet to cast after placing the maximum number of allowed skill points into it. Judgment, 5/5, a declaration of death for all those that stand against you is called forth. Those that cannot defend themselves will have their bodies destroyed and their souls shattered as they become lost in the river of fate. The ability has been enhanced further, becoming an area of attack ability that affects targeted beings in an area of 100 meters. The description of the skill was nothing to scoff at, with the possibilities of who could be affected when the skill was cast nearly endless as the last added description was ridiculous to even think about. The skill stated that it was a declaration of death for all those that stood against him, so Noah wielded the golden blade of light in his right hand as he pointed forward at the numerous magi snaking towards him and simply cast the skill, his gaze landing on the centermost location where the two soul-forging magi were moving along with all the beings surrounding them. Judgment. He felt an enormous amount of mana leak from his body, an amount that was greater than any of the other celestial abilities he had ever used before as he instinctively realized he would be going overboard and moved to stop supplying mana to the skill a second later, but his enormous reserves had already given a significant amount of mana as a ridiculous area of attack ability that used to be for a single target, an extremely high damage-dealing skill that even brought death to an aberration in the infernal realm, came to life in the most stupendous way possible. Ah, whoops. A single thought coursed through his mind as the very skies screeched and trembled at the appearance of this attack. The numerous powerful Forces watching from the illusory screens above the prime worlds, the ones who believed they couldn't be shocked anymore, found themselves questioning their eyesight as an ability of ridiculous proportions presented itself in front of their eyes, numerous golden spears appearing en masse in the skies as they descended down to skewer everything in sight with a righteous light of judgment. Chapter 349, Golden Robes Stained with Blood. From the illusory screens that stood above the many prime worlds that were connected to the Magus world, an unbelievable sight was playing itself out in front of the eyes of many observing forces. They watched in a trance as the winged celestial pointed his sword forward, bringing about unbelievable judgment onto those that stood against him, as in the next instant, numerous golden spears began to appear as if they were needles in the vast skies of the Magus world. Their numbers were too many to count as they appeared in an area of 100 meters, their extremely sharp tips pointing themselves forward as they went on to skewer everything in the area of 100 meters. A bloody mist spread out a moment later as silence reigned over the battlefield. A moment of silence came as not a single being could speak while observing the incredible level of power. Many were asking themselves in their minds, were their eyes playing tricks on them, or was this really the power of a void realm being? The powers spread out over the many prime worlds weren't the only ones shocked at the development. The Grandmaster that was watching the fight with the rapt attention in the prime warship that was floating above the Magus world was watching with wide eyes as he observed yet another skill that he had been using for hundreds of years be used in the hands of this new genius disciple. This same skill was portrayed vastly differently, to the extent that he had to ask himself, was this the same skill? Was this the same technique that he knew all this time? The air of the battlefield had changed with this single attack, as even while Athena weaved in and out of the destructive elemental skills that were raging all around, her attention went to the skewered beings in an area of 100 meters that had turned bloody. The only remaining beings were the dark-winged serpent and the flame-winged serpent, who had sustained heavy injuries on their bodies, most of them from the soul damage aspect coming from Noah's attack that they did not have too many defenses of. Athena's eyes shone with a grand light as she wanted to take a close look at her junior brother, who had managed to surprise her even more than she thought was possible. But her attention focused on the immensely powerful peak soul-forging realm expert that was the devouring winged serpent. Her unique ability foretold of every single possible attack that her enemy might make before they made it. This allowed her to escape and move through the battle with ease as she began conducting a symphony of blood. Her attacks rained down on the devouring winged serpent as she evaded everything thrown towards her. The air of the battlefield had changed to that of oppression and powerlessness as the forces of the Magus world actually found themselves on the losing end when fighting two Void Realm disciples, each of them coming out with spectacular attacks and reaping many of their comrades' lives while not a single speck of damage could be seen on their golden figures. The beings watching across the stars were struck frozen as a somber atmosphere overcame them, not completely understanding how these two Void disciples were decimating forces with such a vast difference in power. In the area of 100 meters where the color of the sky was changed to a bloody red, the area of death was eerily silent except for the two soul-forging realm beings that had happened to survive. Their gazes were that of fear as they gazed towards Noah. This fear came from the fact that besides the physical damage they felt when numerous sharp spears produced by judgment pierced their bodies, the even worse damage came directly to their souls as a type of damage that they had no way to prevent struck their origins. They glanced towards the devouring winged serpent, who seemed to be falling into the pace of a beautifully moving Athena as they looked for possibilities and exactly what to do. They would not be given the time though, as Noah's eyes scanned the entire battlefield, steeling his heart as he wanted to wrap up and end this bloodbath. He had to control his emotions even more as he saw the overflowing blood rushing out from the bodies of his enemies, his blood gourmet ability telling him the quality of blood for these soul-forging realm experts would be of great quality. He breathed out as he calmed his mind and instead continued casting fate discernment to see all the beings that needed to have their lives taken today before the chaos that threatened to take over multiple planets was completely reduced. To reduce the same amount of chaos that destroying the entire world would have caused, they had to erase this order of the Black Serpent out of existence. The shimmering golden sword in his hand vibrated as his body turned into a streak of light, choosing to put the close combat skills he had learned over the past month while sparring with the War Princess to the test and going down towards the two soul-forging beings who could not decide what they wanted to do. This would also be training to make sure he would control himself in the battlefield filled with blood, as he was only playing the role of a celestial disciple right now. Unwilling roars released from them as they went on to clash with Noah's winged figure, not being able to do anything as they saw from his speed that they could not even run. A shower of blood erupted out as Noah swung the golden sword down, the immense physical and soul damage boosts that he carried with him being deadly with every strike. A single sword slash landed on the chest of the dark-winged serpent as it felt horrendous damage course through its origin. Its body lit up with essence as spears of darkness exploded out at Noah's position, the explosions only making apparent the shimmering golden barrier covering his body from the shield he carried in his left hand. His fate lines looked to be pulsing in his body as he effortlessly withstood the attacks of the dark-winged serpent, using the shining sword in his right hand to land even more deadly attacks. At the same time, the flame-winged serpent had blazing fires raging around its body, using this chance where Noah was preoccupied to try and bite down on his golden shimmering figure. Its many heads let out molten breaths of fire as the extreme heat pushed away any nearing beings. Noah did not even turn his gaze as he continued to focus the attacks of his deadly sword onto the dark-winged serpent, his left hand that held the shield turning towards the attacking flame-winged serpent as he called out slowly. Sever. The baleful and destructive energies of ether could be felt for a single second as a ray of destructive light erupted from Noah's hands and diagonally cut through the space where the flame-winged serpent was attacking him. A shocking sight where numerous heads of the flame-winged serpent were cut off with a ray of ether going on to bisect the entire left side of the unsuspecting enemy displayed itself, with Noah revealing his true target and letting out this extremely quick surprise attack that actually brought death to a soul-forging being, its body bisected in two as spurts of blood erupted out. Incredulity. Silence reigned as the dark-winged serpent fending off Noah's attacks trembled with fear, its body turning the other direction as it quickly wanted to run from this terrible enemy. Seeing how its long-time friend at the same realm as it had not even managed to hold off the destructive ray that this celestial shot out, she did not want to stay behind any longer as she could feel the cloud of death pull towards her ever so closely. Noah was relentless, not letting up as he turned into a streak of light and followed behind closely as a destructive ether ray was called out once again. Numerous heads flew out once more as the running soul rank expert felt his body split apart, terrifying darkness clouding his vision as the hands of death wrapped around him. The abundant essence in its body, as well as the strong soul that had received horrendous damage from the blades of liberation and countless spears that came from judgment, could not hold on any longer as its origin became even more destabilized with the destructive ray of ether. In the span of a few seconds, Noah's introduction of the ability of the Lesser Cthulhu skill tree that the Celestials had seen him use before in the first realm of hell was pulled out as he used it in conjunction with the enhanced abilities of Fate's Guardian to quickly reap the lives of two early soul rank experts. His gaze remained impassive as he continued to use Fate Discernment, locating tens of thousands of magi running away or the millions hiding tens of miles in numerous locations of the central lands of the Magus world as the golden blade in his hands vibrated. He would save this world from destruction, but many of those responsible would have to die in order for this to occur. This included all of the beings in this order of the Black Serpent. He remained impassive after defeating two soul rank beings, his figure turning his attention on the running magi as he turned into a streak of light and flew towards them. The number of beings he would have to personally kill would be many today, but even more would have been killed were this entire planet to be destroyed completely by the hands of the Celestials. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he continued to remind himself to be very clear on the thin line he was walking on, as it seemed he was thinking more and more along similar thought processes as those he did not agree with. He put these thoughts in the back of his mind as pandemonium ensued everywhere his figure went. The numerous powers watching from the prime worlds felt a feeling of oppression while observing the easy deaths of two soul-forging beings. Their hearts felt tight as on the illusory screens they were watching, they could see the shimmering golden robe of the celestial gain a red hue as he chased down and reaped the lives of many magi, the blood of those he struck down coiling around him tightly. It was a dark contrast as even the white feathered wings erupting behind him were now stained with blood, the air of holy brilliance increasing the feeling of somberness and oppression from all those watching. As they watched the ensuing bloodbath in the Magus world, they were shown the faces of tens of thousands of beings that would be considered powerhouses. They would be considered respected and holding high achievements because of the realm they achieved, but under the hands of this single void realm Celestials, they were cut down as if they were nothing. It was a horrible scene of carnage that many would not come across in their lifetimes, but the beings in the numerous prime worlds were made to watch with rapt attention as they were reminded once again of the organization that stood at the top of the light expanse. In the prime warship above the Magus world, the Grandmaster was discerning fate while he watched this exemplary disciple emotionlessly chase down all those responsible, his aged heart actually trembling as his discernment told him, the aspect of fear that the Celestials wanted to show to the surrounding powers was being etched into the minds of all those watching, and in a much more memorable way at that. It seemed like this pathway that this genius disciple was trying might actually be able to achieve the goals of the Celestials without taking billions of lives from an entire planet. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.